Volume 6. Chapter 501, Nirvana and Luo Xianni. Chapter 501, Nirvana and Luo Xianni. Qi Bu Peng. 1. Get out here right now. Just then, a woman's voice full of anger and alluring promise echoed through the forests. In that instant, the colors of this whole world seemed to change. The vibrant expanse felt like it came grinding to a halt, or perhaps more fitting was to say it was a picture. Everywhere he looked, it was like 100,000 detailed paintings layered on top of one another. Even he looked like a painted reflection of himself. Rip! The sound was followed by a hand that appeared to tear open reality and pull itself out. Cracked spider webbed out from the hand and crackled in all directions. They shook and quivered for a moment, then, as though they were glued together, things returned quickly back to normal. Zhu Di thrust himself between Lan Jue and the strange hand, and in that moment Lan Jue felt like he was a towering mountain standing in his defense. And yet, there was a sense of instability in his master's power. No, that wasn't right. Not his power, his emotions. A figure appeared in the air above them. It dissolves into a beam of light that shot to earth, and coalesced once again a few feet away. From behind Zhu Di's wide shoulder, Lan Jue could see a very attractive, middle-aged woman. She wore tight-fitting jeans that made her legs look long and shapely, a white jacket that accentuated her other features. Her hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail. If it weren't for that strange light in her eye, Lan Jue would have assumed she was around 20 years old. Right now those eyes were blazing with fury, and they were fixed dead on Zhu Di. The whole place was suffocating under the weight of her rage. Lan Jue knew it without having to ask, she was a paragon. The brief moment he experienced the flare of her power, he could sense that it was stronger than the god of wine he'd encountered before, Bai's. However, in his memory Lan Jue couldn't remember a paragon with these abilities. Long ago the clairvoyant had said that there were a number of hidden paragons out in the universe. This woman must be one of them, and what's more, she seemed to know his dad. In a situation like this there was nothing Lan Jue could do to help. He stayed put behind Zhu Di, and didn't dare try to join in with his discipline. Zhu Di looked embarrassed. "Ho, how did you find this place?" The woman glared at him with eyes like frozen daggers. "Hiding. You're hiding from me. Qi Bu Peng, I swear, you could run all the way up to heaven and dig all the way down to hell and I'll still find you. But this time I'm not letting you go anywhere. Xianni, you see we have a young man here. Help me save a little face." Zhu Di's voice was placative and apologetic. Lan Jue could only watch, with his mouth hanging open in shock. What the hell is going on? He thought to himself. This the same Zhu Di? He's scaring my melons off. 2. In every instance he could remember, Zhu Di was always in a position of power. His strength, wisdom and character assured that he was never seen as lesser than anyone else. Forget never seeing or hearing anything like this, Lan Jue downright couldn't believe what was going on. Face? Do you even know what that means? Face. What about my youth? 10 years wasted, and where are we now? The angrier she got, the fiercer her aura became. You head back first, Zhu Di said, speaking over his shoulder to Lan Jue. He curtly waved the younger man away in attempts to hide his humiliation. Oh. Lan Jue didn't protest or ask questions. He knew when it was appropriate to ask question, and in this case it would be safer to watch from a distance. Wait right there. The woman roared. Lan Jue froze in place. His wide eyes slowly turned to Zhu Di. At last the newcomer turned her eyes to Lan Jue and looked him up and down. She narrowed her eyes to angry little slits. What's your relationship with him? Zhu Di hurriedly piped in. Disciple. He's my disciple. Her eyes hardened further. Just a disciple? Young man, what do you call him? Lan Jue just stared at her. She took a step forward, and in a blink she was mere inches from Lan Jue's face, like she just appeared there. He was familiar with interdimensional powers from the wine master, otherwise he would have assumed that was what she was using. This was different, though it seemed to have something to do with interdimensional space. I ask you a question. Did you not hear? She hissed the words mere centimeters from his face. A smothering pressure bore down on Lan Jue. He found himself speaking in spite of himself. Father, this. Father? She screeched. Her voice was so pregnant with indignant rage that Lan Jue stumbled backward to get away from her. By then she had railed on Zhu Di, and the little 30-something woman looked ready to tear him apart. Reality swirled and warped frantically around them. An orb of black appeared suddenly, as deep and dense as a black hole. It swelled until the two were swallowed up, and then disappeared just as quickly.
Lan Jue stood alone now in an empty field, too stunned to react.
3.
It wasn't that he was confused, he knew had happened. When a paragon reached the third level, Nirvana, they were able to flee to interdimensional space. Zhu Di was the undisputed master of such skills, but he knew his father's energy signature and that wasn't it.
It was hers. She wasn't just a paragon, she was a third-level paragon.
Lan Jue remembered a talk he had with the pharmacist, where he vaguely recalled her mentioning that Zhu Di was the only one that may be a fourth level. Her own master, Celestial Master Qian, was third level, or possibly fourth if he was alive. The Eye of Tomorrow had just entered into third level when he sequestered himself. Other than those three, the remaining known paragons were level 2 or below. This woman was an unknown factor, at least not a paragon he'd ever heard of, and actually at Nirvana level.
Since when were there so many paragons running around? Was she really that strong?
He suspected there was more to this.
Who knew the true identity of this woman his father didn't seem able to handle? After thinking for a moment, Lan Jue pulled up his communicator. He had a sneaking suspicion that this new paragon's domain was similar to the Wine Master's. He could sense the dimensional ripples she created, but they weren't as pure as the ones he'd sensed from his old friend. It felt more solid. Perhaps the Wine Master would know something. For the Wine Master's voice crackled on the other end. He sounded as somber as the day they got back from Luo. Do you have a minute to talk? Lan Jue asked. I'm having some wine. It was code, meaning if it isn't important, don't bother me with it now. Yeah? What are you enjoying? Ryusek. Lan Jue chuckled. They say Ryusek is good when you're in a good mood or when you're lovesick. So which are you? If you've called to waste my time with nonsense, then I'm not interested. The paragon growled. I've found another paragon, a new one, Lan Jue said. I've never heard of her. A new player certainly changes things, don't you think? Who does she work for? He asked. Lan Jue explained. I'm not sure. She's a woman in her 30s or 40s, and very pretty. Her discipline had vestiges of strong dimensional ripples, and her protogenia seems to somehow segment reality. It was like everything existed in a cracked mirror. What I can tell you is that she can summon the protogenic singularity. That must mean she's entered Nirvana. On the other end, the Wine Master was quiet. Lan Jue didn't trouble him, he knew the old man was thinking. A little while later the Wine Master spoke up again, but there was a strange note in his voice. Is her last name Luo? I dunno, Lan Jue admitted. But I heard someone call her Qianlin. He heard the old man yelp. Her? Where is she? I'll be there right away. Lan Jue chuckled sheepishly. I'm sorry, I can't tell you where we are. It concerns an elder family member. The Wine Master was a paragon, and had a wealth of experience in controlling his emotions. His momentary shock was replaced quickly with calm once more. He was also aware of this enigmatic elder Lan Jue spoke of. Him? Yeah. Lan Jue didn't need to hide everything from the Wine Master. So you know this lady, Qianlin? Lan Jue inquired. He heard the Wine Master chuckle dryly. I don't just know her, she's my aunt. 5. Lan Jue's face twisted in confusion. But, she's so much younger than you. Bullshit. The Wine Master's tone was irritated. A paragon's appearance remains the same as the day they broke through, until they die. My aunt had incredible talent, and broke through when she was only 37. Of course she'd look younger than me. Why haven't I heard about this Luo family ancestor until just now? At her level of power, she should be widely known. She's not on the paragon list. The Wine Master's tone eased again. That involves Avenue secrets. All you need to know is that she was one of the founders. The clairvoyant was the council's chairman at the time, and she was his right hand. She was also part of the reason the clockmaker left. Later, for reasons I don't know, she had a falling out with the clairvoyant and left. She's isolated herself ever since. She used to be the Avenue's secret weapon. If she were still here, then we wouldn't get so much trouble from the other groups. It's been so long, it's incredible you've run into her. Tell her I'd like her to come back. Lan Jue scratched his head. Well, I'll try. Your aunt has quite the temper, heh. 1. The characters sound like eat and not get fat. I wonder if it's the author's play on Judy's insatiable need for new experiences. Or I'm reading too much into it. 2. Okay, yes, that doesn't make sense, but it's funny and you get the idea. It's a direct translation. 3. Yup.
4. The grunting is the preferred way to answer summons in China. The way is usually used when speaking on the phone.
5. Father's sister.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 502, Dad's Getting Old. Chapter 502, Dad's Getting Old.
Yeah, not the greatest, the wine master confirmed. Before she reached Paragon, we used to call her Little Pepper.
She's still famous for her temper, apparently.
So, I can only promise I'll try. I don't think I have much leeway, especially since I intend to live for a few more years, Lan Jue quipped. The wine master chuckled.
Do what you can. If you learn anything else, tell me right away.
Tell her also that the clairvoyant isn't doing well, and will likely pass.
Whatever you have to do to convince her. All right. That was something he could do.
Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden wave of energy that swept through the house. The mysterious singularity appeared again, and two figures emerged above the fields. But this black hole was high overhead, and the figures came tumbling through in freefall.
The first was Zhou, somehow missing the top half of his overalls. The pants were a ragged mess. Luo Qianli's descent was purposeful and direct.
She slammed into Lan Jue's father at full bore. Zhou reacted by crushing her against him with his burly arms. She struggled, but couldn't wrench herself free of his bare hug.
Let me go! Luo Qianli shouted. Zhou cackled. Then stop pitching a fit. Finish your tantrum and I'll let you go. Fine. She answered flippantly.
He let her go, but the second she had wriggle room she spun around, and dug her teeth into his shoulder.
Aha! Did you just bite me? Zhou yelped.
The fiercest beasts could tear at the Paragon and he would feel nothing. The strength of his discipline was indomitable. It looked, however, like he was not engaging his defense here, perhaps for fear of hurting Luo Qianli. Lan Jue clapped a hand over his eyes and felt his way back into the cabin. Some things were better left unknown, he thought, to spare oneself the trouble. A little while later he heard the door open.
Brat! Get out here, now!
Zhou's thoroughly irritated voice called to him. Lan Jue was instantly transported to the days when he and his brothers suffered this man's abuse regularly.
He remembered them fondly. He sprang up to his feet and went outside. What is it, father? Zhou and Luo Qianli were in the main room, both looking a little beat up.
Qianli was in better shape, at least her clothes were in one piece, while Zhou looked like he'd been mugged.
Zhou's angry voice called to him. Still calling me father. Do you see how much trouble you've caused?
Qianli, you go check, there is absolutely zero blood connection between me and this punk. I've looked after him and his brothers since they were small.
They're my disciples, my foster children.
Lan Jue was smart enough to recognize the cues, and started to piece together the relationship between his master and this Luo family ancestor. He sputtered to interject.
Yes, that's right. I'm not related to father at all. Luo Qianli sniffed derisively. If not, then fine. But if there is, I'll castrate him. Zhou felt himself tense up. Can't you show at least a little sympathy in front of the boy, Adept? I ask again, what about my youth?
I have been looking for you for 36 years.
And you dare talk to me about saving face? She spun on her heels and tore into the older man again.
Tears had begun to accumulate at the base of her eyes.
36 years? What's that about, Dad?
Lan Jue quietly criticized his adopted father.
But then he sighed, for wasn't this his doing?
He'd come home to visit his father, but ended up causing trouble.
Dad, how about you and the Lady Luo talk first? I'll take a walk around, I haven't been here for a while so it'll be Godo to see what's new. He didn't even stop talking before he started to trudge away. Stop! Luo Qianli shouted again.
Lan Jue was starting to get very tired of this conversation.
What are the lady's instructions?
Lan Jue said with an impossibly sweet smile. This only made her glare even sharper.
How do you know my family name? Did he tell you?
Did you guess? Lan Jue looked over to his master, trying to gauge the expression in his face.
Lan Jue answered with a knowing air. Yes. Father told me.
He used to talk about you all the time, his very close lady friend, the most beautiful girl in the universe, he'd say.
He said her name was Luo Qianli. That's how I recognized you.
She grunted, thoroughly unimpressed.
Stop the bullshit.
A 3-year-old wouldn't believe that nonsense.
If he thought about me so much, why didn't he ever come find me, huh? It's not like he couldn't. Now tell the truth.
Lan Jue looked over at Zhu Di again, but his father was too busy holding his head in his hands. The wine master told me.
I just asked him. Lan Jue muttered dutifully. Wine master?
When she heard the name, she straightened her back and got a faraway look in her eyes. Her full-on sprint down the warpath eased.
You're also part of the Avenue? What's your designation? Jewelry master, he answered. Luo Xianli turned back to Zhu Di. At least you're the slightest bit conscientious. You sent him to the Avenue to look over things. Zhu Di heaved a sigh. It was my apology.
Things change as time inevitably marches on.
I'd rather not hash up the past again.
Lan Jue hardly contained his look of surprise.
But Dad, you didn't ask me to go to the Avenue. All that head-holding was an act, too.
On more levels than one, he and his dad weren't anywhere near the same level.
She sniffed again. Don't bring it up? You're dreaming. You will never have a moment of peace ever again, not until you kill me. What could have spawned so much hatred?
Lan Jue swallowed hard, then scurried away toward the nearby door. It was best to not get involved in old wounds.
Dodge the bullets when you can.
Zhu Di separated a few steps and fell into a nearby chair.
Xianli, if you want to hit me, then hit me. If you want to curse my name, then do it. But first sit and have a cup of tea, Adept.
Her well-practiced sniff made a return appearance, but she did walk over to him and sat nearby. She sat on the same side as the clear indentation of her teeth set in his shoulder. Lan Jue desperately wished to take a picture of the scene and share it with Lan Cheng. He wanted his brother to see what had become of their harsh taskmaster.
Get the hell out of here. Zhu Di snapped.
Lan Jue spun around fast enough to give himself whiplash and ran inside. Anyway, the whole thing was too weird for him to handle. Once he was out from under that angry cloud, he felt much more relaxed. He just kept running until he reached the edge of that expansive forest. He was convinced that he didn't want to know what was going on between his father and this woman. Whatever it was, it had to mean they used to be very close. It was almost unthinkable that his dad, who had never shown interest in women before, had this fiery woman on the side. An unhappy couple, but still. Lan Jue heaved great breaths of familiar air as he came to a stop before an enormous tree. This particular tree was beautiful, laden with blooms and healthy. He lifted his eyes skyward, or he looked through dappled sunlight at the expansive canopy. It provided him with cool and shade. It would take over a dozen people to surround the base of this old denizen.
Lan Jue sat down beneath the shade and pressed his back against the tree.
He remembered when father would tie him and Lan Qing up to this tree and beat them. The intent was to teach them to dodge. They would writhe and wriggle like fish on a line as Zhu Di whipped them.
That time they were beaten black and blue.
They were suspended then for 10 days, and every sunrise brought a new round of beatings and an herbal soak. Beat, soak, beat, soak. Only when he and his brother were barely breathing did he let them down. Phantom pains still caused his muscles to spasm at the mere memory. At least it served its purpose, though, for their reaction time improved by at least 120%. Memories danced all through this forest, filled with long-gone days of him and his brother among the trees. Things change as time inevitably marches on. Now that he was back, everything seemed different.
Father did seem a little older, not least because of his more easygoing attitude.
He could tell it was something he had been working with. It made Lan Jue's heart feel heavy. No one knew Zhu Di's true age, but Lan Jue knew that even paragons passed away eventually.
Was his father nearing that inevitable end to the road? He refused to face it.
Those memories were painful, but without his father he and Lan Cheng would not be the men they are today. Anyway, love and appreciation for all the work he did to raise them trumped everything. They didn't have a mother to learn on, just this strict father. Lan Jue lifted his communicator to his face, and quietly dialed in his brother's number. He knew his brother was busy, but the action just came naturally.
DD.
The ringing continued.
Lan Jue was about to hang up when suddenly there was an answer. You went back? Lan Cheng asked.
Yeah, I'm here.
Lan Jue said, nodding his head.
Father, Lan Jue could hear the hesitation on his brother's voice as he tried to explain.
But he cut him off. Dad's changed. He hugged me.
The words felt strange in Lan Jue's mouth, almost distasteful. He went on to tell his brother everything he'd seen.
Dad's getting old. Lan Jue finished.
Lan Cheng was quiet for a long time. After a while, it was Lan Jue who had to break the silence.
How are things over there? Lan Cheng finally answered.
For the moment, dead calm. Our investigations have concluded that these planets are real, they are a threat, and their first target will likely be the North.
The agreement is that once the aliens make their move, every alliance will hit them with everything we've got. We'll provide aid and combat assistance. We've put everyone on high alert and have them drilling constantly.
When I'm done here I intend to go over and help, Lan Jue said.
Lan Cheng's tepid voice replied. Don't. You're not a soldier. Lan Jue's face set into a stubborn expression. What, is it too late to join?
Once more, Lan Cheng lapsed into silence.
I don't want you to come.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 503, A Greeting Gift. Chapter 503, A Greeting Gift. Lan Jue glowered at the communicator. You aren't telling the truth. Things must be worse than you're saying. When I was coming here I ran into one of those things.
It was strong, and could fight in space. I used Thor to take advantage of its carelessness and bore through its body, killing it.
There's no way there isn't some record of this thing coming this far into human territory. Bro, you don't need to hide anything from me.
I don't want to go and help just because you're my brother.
I'm doing it because humanity needs it.
Lan Cheng's low voice replied.
If you really want to help, then don't enlist. There's a lot more you can do in this fight.
I'm sure the Avenue has plans for how they're going to act. All of our research shows that all Adept disciplines work well against them, much better than all our guns and ships. I suspect it has something to do with biology. They evolved different from us, on a completely separate path.
We've evolved our brains to build protections for our bodies.
These creatures, through millions of years of tribulations and consumption, have perfected their bodies. The radiation out in space is lethal to us, but they were molded by it. All of our laser weapons, all of missiles, they are built to withstand that. The North's sacrifice showed that Adept-driven mecha, that union of discipline and technology, was what did the most damage.
Lan Jue's heart started racing. Was this one of the reasons for the Great Adepts tournament? Yes, it was. It was a great excuse to get the best adepts together and judge their abilities. From there, all you had to do was get them to enlist. Not just the North, but all of the alliances were watching closely. Lan Cheng affirmed.
Lan Jue was beginning to understand. The Avenue delegation back on Luo had backup, but the Terminator and Apocreon didn't even really try to discourage them from leaving. Everything had been the threat of force, but no punches were thrown. Now he knew why, because the future depended on Adepts. All of this information started what became a change of heart. His brother was right, there was more he could do.
I know what I need to do. After a few days, I'll go back to Skyfire Avenue. Lan Jue said.
Right. His brother answered.
I have to get to a meeting. Keep in touch.
Yup.
Lan Jue nodded.
Lan Jue cut the connected and lapsed into quiet thought.
The fate of humanity now lay squarely on the shoulders of all Adepts. He would need to improve, and be at his best. As his mind pondered, he allowed his eyes to slip shut.
Soon he was deep in meditation. He wanted to firm up his foundation, then he could continue the trek to the peak of 9th rank. He couldn't tell how long he'd been there before an ineffable feeling caused him to open his eyes. He saw the familiar, towering silhouette across from him together with another smaller one.
Zhou Di had changed his clothes.
When he saw that Lan Jue was back in the present, he nodded.
You've improved a little. Recultivated? Dad would be dad.
He was the kind to critique his cultivation methods and progress. But he didn't go into the whole story, about all the things that had happened in the last year.
Let's head back. We'll talk there. Zhou Di nodded curtly at him.
There was a chill in his expression, a shadow of his old father.
Zhou Qianlin walked by his side.
The pissed-off face Lan Jue knew her by was gone, replaced by all things with a gentle smile.
That was one hell of a 180.
What did you do, Dad? Although Lan Jue was critical of his father, he didn't dare let any hint of that escape. He didn't particularly fancy a beating, and Dad wasn't in a great mood. As they made their way back into the log cabin, Lan Jue took a minute to look over this mysterious woman.
Hey kid, what do you think you're looking at? Zhou Qianlin snapped. You're gonna be calling me mom before long, you hear me?
Zhou Di visibly winced, but he didn't dare contradict her.
Lan Jue thought he'd try again. Lady Luo? You're so young, calling you mother might make you seem older. She sniffed at him. It's fine, mother doesn't mind. So that's what you'll call me?
Sure. Lan Jue beamed at her.
If his dad was going to be stuck with her, what could he do about it? Honesty was always the best policy. He addressed her with a gentlemanly air of respect. Mother. Good boy. The overbearing dragon lady was immediately supplanted with a woman all smiles and sunshine. She thrust out her hand and pressed something into his palm. Take it. It's mother's greeting gift. 2. Lan Jue turned his hand over and opened his fingers to look at it. It was a lump of snow-white metal, about the size of a chicken egg. Its spotless white exterior looked thick, and he could tell it had been neither forged nor polished. This is... His eyes went wide. Mother, is this power ore? This time, Luo Xianni's new title sounded a lot more genuine. What was power ore? It was similar to power gems, in that they both were minerals that contained energy. But power ore had an advantage power gems didn't have. Malleability. A power gem could never change its size or shape without being destroyed. However, power ore could be shaped into whatever form the use desired. They were much rarer than power gems. Normal metal could have special properties, but they couldn't contain any intrinsic energy within themselves. Lan Jue dealt with these materials all the time, but really only ever with power gems. He'd never had the opportunity to see power ore, due to its rarity. The uses of it were numerous, and only a few planets produced the stuff. Manufacture and distribution were very carefully controlled by the alliances, because it was an integral component in making power gem lattices. That was to say, that any time someone wanted to connect a series of gems together and really employ their full potential, this stuff was the way to do it. Only power ore could handle the strain. Another way to highlight its importance was as a requirement for new generation core reactors in ships. Using it for the engine already makes that battleship a flagship. Using it in any other systems would be extravagant. Bastion and motherships had power ore as a necessary part of their construction as well. This little nugget looked small, but it was packed with pure energy. It wasn't enough for a battleship, but it was more than enough to make a lattice for a mech suit. Lan Jue had been searching for a way to get his hands on some, but it was ludicrously expensive. A chunk this size of power ore was equivalent to the cost of an S-ranked power gem. He'd never had an opportunity, until here of all places. Seems like you know about it. Luo Xianni made no effort to hide her pride. Hey, are you gonna talk or what? Lan Jue reminded him. Oh. Lan Jue then began to tell Zhu Di and Luo Xianni all about what had happened into him. Thankfully, news of Qianlin's forced marriage and the events preceding had already been told to Zhu Di. He would at least be spared that embarrassment. He started his tale from when he joined the National Eastern University. Zhu Di and Luo Xianni quietly listened as he talked them through it. Neither of their faces showed any expression. That was, until Lan Jue got to the part where Bai's fused he and Qianlin's powers together. The old paragon's brows furrowed. That old shyster. Daring reading my people. Lan Jue stopped and looked at him in curiosity. What do you mean? Zhu Di huffed. That fraud the clairvoyant, always boasting he knows it all. Well, he must have been in his visions, then. Qianlin suddenly appearing couldn't have been an accident. What a coincidence that you should run into someone on Skyfire who looks exactly like Hera. She has the power of the Queen of Heaven, practically tailor-made to prop you up. Do you really think all of this just happens out of the blue? He's got to be involved in this in some way. When you get back, you need to get to the bottom of this and make sure his motives are good. I won't have him turning my son into a weapon. Lan Jue felt his heart skip a beat. Ever since Qianlin appeared, his life had turned upside down, the definition of chaotic. Her similarity to Hera clouded his judgment, but when Zhu Di said it all seemed clear. Yes. Everything did look like one big coincidence. Qianlin always appeared whenever he needed her most. He only got pulled out of his self-loathing when she arrived. Did that mean, she? He felt himself shiver right down to his core. Zhu Di's soft voice intruded. Continue. Lan Jue obliged, telling them next about the gods of wine and their experience in the vineyard. When he got to the arrow of compassion, he noted that Zhu Di's pupils narrowed again, but this time his father didn't interrupt. Luo Xianni was entirely calm, almost detached. She sat quietly as he went about describing the last year of his life. All of the minutiae in between, the conflict with the Pontiff's citadel, the tournament, and even his interactions with the pharmacist were shared. He told them everything he learned about the banishing blades, exactly as she had told it to him. When he got to the legendary weapons, both paragons revealed surprise in their faces. Evidently, they knew about the swords as well. 1. Fire. 2. It's customary in China to bring a gift,
but usually only when you visit a friend's place for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 504, Imparting Knowledge. Chapter 504, Imparting Knowledge.
This pharmacist sounds like something, Zhou said appreciably.
That's everything.
I went back to the avenue for a few days, then came here.
You must be right about Qianlin, there's something going on.
When she rejected me on Luo, her expression was strange, but I was too hurt to understand.
That must mean, this really is. Zhou looked at Lan Jue, saw his downtrodden expression.
Then he slapped him forcefully upside the head.
Hey! Why are you hitting people?
Luo Qianlin glared at Zhou, her voice sharp and threatening. She was taking her new role as mother seriously. Zhou dragged his eyes to her and gave her a flat stare. In a domineering voice, he said, "When I'm teaching my child, try not to interrupt."
Much to Lan Jue's surprise, Luo Qianlin obliged and remained silent. Zhou turned his callous gaze back to Lan Jue. What, you'll die without a woman?
We're facing a powerful enemy, you need to stop putting so much focus on things that aren't important. We can at least assume he has no intent to cause you harm. That gypsy bastard, always so self-righteous, bemoaning the state of the universe, his little games aren't to hurt you, either. Right now, your first priority must be to become stronger. I'm certainly not pleased he's put his fingers in your destiny, but it's better than you laying about on the avenue.
Lan Jue didn't utter a word. Right. This last year he'd been active, even lively. Father was right again, improvement had to be first. Zhou rose to his feet and turned to leave. Come with me. Lan Jue knew who he meant, and quickly followed. Luo Qianlin also stood, but she didn't go far. She just walked to the door and watched them go from the threshold. Zhou raised his hands and dropped into a stance. Lan Jue got the hint and moved in front of his teacher to copy the pose. The paragon's hands began to move. The motions were slow and fluid, but each wave and twist sent crests of energy rippling around them. Push hands. A common training method in Taiji. Lan Jue could still remember back in the day, he could never last more than 10 seconds against his father. Now, after so many years, it was time to test himself again. He focused his concentration, accumulating and swirling the energies within himself as he followed Zhou's movements, hand to hand. Visible vortices of energy whirled between them. To Lan Jue, he felt like his father was an infinitely deep chasm that could swallow everything up. He didn't fight it, instead going along with that sensation and simultaneously released his own stored power. He followed to the limits of where he could maintain stability. The familiar haze of black and white sprang up around Lan Jue. He felt himself slip into that state, the same one he felt during the tournament. Nature ally, he was much stronger now than he was the last time they did this. However, his strength only highlighted how unfathomably vast his master's skill was. His father wasn't applying any force, simply keeping to the repetitive movement of the dance like the whole world was in that singular motion. Zhou's feet began to move, slowly but as fluid was a gentle river. The two of them played off of one another, moving through the field as mirrors of one another. Their dance created arcs pleasing to the eye. Lan Jue stumbled, and the haze of Taiji power around him thickened and the image of yin and yang shimmered into existence behind him. He settled into a rooted position immediately, retracting his injection of force and keeping himself in sync with the paragon. As Luo Qianlin watched, a flicker of surprise flit across her face. She nodded, ever so slightly. This was a sign of real comprehension of Taiji essence. For a man this young to have reached this level of mystical understanding was no easy feat. After a minute, Zhou suddenly stopped and planted his feet. His arms jerked at the perfect moment, and the sudden change caused Lan Jue to spin like a top. He made 10 circles before regaining his footing. All throughout, his arms were reacting, keeping him from going out of control. When he stopped, his face was as placid as a spring sky. The halo of Taiji power around him receded back inside of himself. Zhou dropped his hands and nodded. Not bad. You've got your foot in the door. Your foundation is much stronger. Keep training, and you'll get far. Yes, sir. Lan Jue said with deep respect. He didn't give voice to it, but there was some surprise in his eyes. In that short period Zhou had used the practice of push hands to excite and galvanize his Taiji abilities, and the inherent energies of his body. The whole process looked passive on the outside, but in fact Lan Jue fought to maintain stability. His comprehension deepened, feeling the truth of the opposition of yin and yang. When yin was in excess, yang strengthened. When yang was overbearing, yin undermined. They supplemented and restrained one another, and that experience improved his awareness.
Pay close attention to this business with the banishing blades. They have the power to destroy everything we know. If you do find the banishing diagram, understand that there is no one today who can contend with that power. This means that you cannot come at this half-cocked. At the very least, you must have perfect mastery of the weapon you inherit. At the very least, the weapon won't become your enemy. Now that you have chosen the sword, I will teach you the Taiji style for it. The harmonious swords is passable for attack, but there is no better defense than Taiji. Yes, sir. For the next several days, Lan Jue remained at the log cabin, training with his father. Compared to the old days, Zhu Di was much calmer. He was a guide now, leading Lan Jue through the problems he encountered in his own cultivation. He consulted on methods and concerns after his students' recultivation, solving them as they came. It was only a few days, but Lan Jue felt renewed and changed by it. He came away with the fundamentals of Taiji sword, and a deeper knowledge of Taiji in general. 3 days solidified that knowledge. Alright, you've got it, more or less. Let's go. Zhu Di, today clad in his work uniform, waved for Lan Jue to follow. Where are we going, Dad? Lan Jue asked, following dutifully. We're going to the lab. You're trying to upgrade for, yes? We have the materials ready to go, he answered. Lan Jue blinked. But I didn't bring enough power gems. It's mostly just an idea, but I need gems to finish it off. Zhu Di nodded. I have some here. If they aren't enough, you can construct the lattice and complete the installations when you get back. All right. Lan Jue said without any further questions. The common man knew Zhu Di the Paragon, but there were more than a few that knew him by another name, his true name, and another job. In the East, they knew him as Qi Bupeng, the famed researcher and engineer. He was no less knowledgeable than the bookworm or keeper, only unknown because he wanted it that way. Zhou Qianlin lived there with them in the last few days. Aside from her very emotive arrival, she remained perfectly gentle since. The only indication of her temper was her presence, in that Zhu Di never got a moment to himself. During that time, Lan Jue never spoke to Qianlin about the avenue. Zhu Di also didn't bother with it, so they spent those days immersed in training. Zhou Qianlin followed along. However, as they reached the capsule, Zhu Di looked regrettably to her. Qianlin, you stay. This isn't suitable for you. You like action and this you'll probably find boring. She started her response by giving him a sharp look. You're still trying to get rid of me? I'm telling you, don't even dream about it. No matter what you say, you're going to have to kill me. Aren't you that same cruel man? Just kill me and rid yourself of all this trouble. Zhu Di sighed helplessly. Didn't you hear, Zhu? The clairvoyant is dying, the avenue will need a leader. And this disciple has been bullied. Don't you want to head back? Relax, I'm not going to run anywhere. I'm used to life here, and if you're willing then we'll get used to living here together. I'm not going. She flatly rejected. He sighed. I have no interest in women. Well, I'm interested in you, and that's all I need, she shot back. I'm old. I'm not young. Zhou Qianling's voice suddenly became sweet as honey. Isn't it really so bad to have company in your old age? Come, I've been looking for you for so long. I'll do whatever needs to be done for you. I know you don't like my temper and that's why you left. I can be gentle. If this doesn't please you, then tell me what you want me to be. I will do it. But no matter what, I'm not leaving. I'll be right with you. Another sigh from the Paragon preceded his reply. I was clear with you back then. We just aren't suitable together. We're pursuing different goals. I am not a man who will remain smooth or live steady. I want to experience all of the wonderful things this universe possesses. I will not settle, not for the rest of my life. Zhou Qianlin would not be deterred. Then I'll accompany you. Where you go, I'll go. Zhu Di's anger flared. How do you not understand? I want freedom, I refuse to tie myself to anyone. You're a good woman, it's me who isn't up to snuff. I am not a good man, period. Why do you insist on staying? I cannot stand having someone attached to me at the hip, can't you understand that? Zhou Qianlin was quiet. Lan Jue was unfortunately stuck in the middle, trying to make himself as small as possible. Dad was right, he sure wasn't a good man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, I'm leaving. Chapter 505, I'm leaving, Zhu Di's face was infinitely calm.
The capsule shook, then arrived at its destination.
Zhu Di was the first to rise and exit the vehicle. Lan Jue nervously swung his eyes to Luo Qianlin.
Mother, you. She laughed. Relax, I'm not so easily defeated. The more he wants me to go, the more I'm going to dig in. One day he'll come around. Come, let's go. Lan Jue followed after Luo Qianlin and clambered out of the capsule.
He had no right to speak to their relationship dispute, nor did he dare to incite her anger. But he was starting to like this lady.
Father was being honest.
He was not one to stick around. Even when he and Lan Qiang were small, he'd often go missing.
The longest he was away at one time was 6 months. Qi Bu Peng. Luo Qianlin called out to him.
The man stopped and turned back to look at them.
Change your mind?
She chuckled indifferently.
Yeah. You don't want me, right?
Zhu Di's hard expression softened, and he offered a bitter grin.
It's not that I don't want you. It's that I can't dare to.
I know what kind of man I am, and I can't settle down.
I know that although I like you. Fine. Enough said. I'm leaving.
Luo Qianlin spun on her heels and stomped away with big strides. This was a quick and unexpected change of events.
Didn't she just swear she'd never leave? And then, she leaves?
Lan Jue was thoroughly confused, as was the great paragon. Zhu Di thought he knew this brilliant woman. The two had been tied up with one another for more than 100 years, on again and off again.
And she was going to just walk away? That can't be right. This was completely out of character. As he sat there pondering, Zhu Di couldn't help the pang of uncertainty that ate at him. It just couldn't be that easy.
But he watched her sashay away, head held high, and completely ignorant of what was going on in there. Both men felt something ominous about the whole thing.
Come on.
Zhu Di barked with curt wave of his hand.
Lan Jue skittered after him. Soon, they arrived in a large open warehouse, a typical mecha construction assembly.
The machines needed to perform this were arrayed around them.
Let me see your designs.
Zhu Di seemed to relax for that Luo Qianlin wasn't peering over his shoulder. He could sense that she had meant it. She was no longer nearby.
Lan Jue walked to a nearby computer and uploaded his plans. Ziluo Public Air Hangar.
Luo Qianlin had changed clothes and freshened up, and a pretty fragrance followed her as she boarded a ship. As she took her seat within a first-class cabin, a smile spread across her face.
Qi Bu Peng, you old bastard. You'll be looking for me soon enough. Your old lady won't have to go looking for you anymore. He.
A pleasing, artificial female voice cooed through the announcement system.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on today's flight. Our destination is planet Skyfire. Skyfire City. Planet Anluan.
Lan Qing stood tall, peering out of the expansive window on the bridge of a ship.
He watched the traffic pass quietly by, a sharp glint in his eye.
The date they'd set with the clairvoyant was rapidly approaching.
He would need to set out soon.
These days, Anluan was like a ravenous war machine, always in motion. This was one of the foremost military outposts in the east, so there were always resource ships coming and going. Soldiers were drilling constantly in all corners of the bases.
Beep. Beep. Ching.
Lan Qing connected the call.
Hey big brother, when are you going to Skyfire Avenue? Chu Cheng's trademark lazy voice answered. The day after tomorrow. He kept to simple answers. Ah, then I'll start getting ready as well. Ah, right. I haven't seen Zhu for a while. Where'd he disappear to?
He doesn't answer my calls. It's been almost half a month.
He's fine, Lan Qing said. He'll be there on time.
Chu Cheng switched topics.
Things have been pretty crazy up here.
Planets on the boundaries are already under martial law and they've got fleets going back and forth all the time.
You got any news on your side? Military secrets. Chu Cheng chortled.
As uninteresting as ever.
So what do you think, huh? Lan Jue's gotten pretty good. I'm not sure you could take him anymore. He said you've gotten better, too. Forget I said anything.
When they hung up, Lan Qiang allowed the faintest ghost of a smile to turn his lips.
Sir. Enter. Admiral, the Blood Iron Khans have completed their training. We await inspection. The Major snapped to attention. NHM, Lan Qing's answer was quick and simple. Let's go.
The Blood Iron Khans, a new collection of soldiers born from the reorganization of their forces. Every pilot was outfitted with the latest generation of war machines, the Anaxygen-class mecha suit one. The Blood Iron Khans consisted of 3,000 warriors, every one of them adepts. None were below 4th rank. The formation of this group had been at Lan Jue's direction. His brother's ARC class had been the inspiration. Usually, a single mecha fighting unit wouldn't make that much of a difference in a deep space battle, but the Blood Iron Khans had only the best mecha pilots in the East.
Their commander, none other than Lan Jue himself, the super soldier of Onluan.
Beyond all doubt, when the fighting began, these men and women would be the tip of the spear.
Zeta.
Jupiter 1 slipped through the emptiness of space, somehow simultaneously moving fast and slow.
That was just the sense, though.
The ship was cruising along at twice the speed of light, and it wasn't even at top speed. In the whole ship there was only one person, making the ship designed for mecha platoon transport seem awfully empty. Lan Jue sat in the captain's chair, a smile plastered on his face. It was one incredible ship, he thought. It didn't have the benefit of the blinding stone, but everything else was head and shoulder above Zeus 1. It was also larger, and better equipped for combat.
Its speed was its defining attribute, though.
It had been a gift from father before he left, while he took Zeus 2 and set out as well. He suspected that Luo Qianlin, so quick to vanish, must have been up to no good. Although he didn't know what she did, it was better to go take care of it. In front of Lan Jue was that purple crystal swinging back and forth. With Zhou Di's stabilizing efforts, the crystal's impressive stores of energy acted much like an Adept's core. But it wasn't, it was an alien core. A core with enough inherent energy to rival an S-rank gem. The first core they'd carved free, he'd given to the bookworm and keeper. They'd used it to extend their lives. The bookworm's ultimate breakthrough to Paragon was due in part to the use of that strange crystal core. They showed up for the rescue on Luo because they owed Lan Jue. This crystal was muddled, it would need the power of the tear of Neptune to filter it. It would improve and supplement its vital force. From what he learned from father, the importance of these cores in the struggle between alien and man was already beginning to make itself known. Every beast that died left one behind, and the smarter ones were already on LYR looking for the tears they needed. The formerly cheap S-rank gems were suddenly in high demand, and the first ones there were representatives from Skyfire Avenue. Suhi was acting as the representative for the avenue in the area for all their purchasing needs. How many tears he'd purchased for them he couldn't say, it was being kept a closely guarded secret. Lan Jue had already promised his father that when he got back he would send the tear he had over. His father's aged state of mind still troubled him. Perhaps he would use the alien core to help extend his life like the keeper and bookworm. He wasn't sure the clairvoyant would need it. The 3 months since his last meeting with the clairvoyant was nearly up. It was time to go back to the avenue as he'd promised. The ship's incredible speed traversed the trip from Ziluo in half the time. He descended into the air hangar, and then discovered that his own space wasn't big enough to accommodate the much larger Jupiter 1. He had no choice but to lease a new one temporarily. A car was already waiting when he disembarked. Xiao had come to pick him up.
Boss.
She greeted him with a sweet smile, then drove them back to the avenue. You're always so considerate, Lan Jue praised with a smile. Xiao laughed, but behind her eyes there was a bitter light.
She focused on driving.
The car lifted off, and Lan Jue leaned the chair back to make himself more comfortable.
Things have been good these days? Xiao nodded. Everything's good. As per your instructions, we've suspended business. Our suits are all fully upgraded and ready. Good.
And Xiao, this last time when I went back, Dad taught me a new style. I'll show it to you when we have some time. Lan Jue said with a smile.
Okay. Her eyes lit up.
He hesitated for a moment, then said, Xiao.
These last few years I've wronged you.
Xiao laughed dismissively. Boss, what's this nonsense? Serving at your side has always been Xiao's mission. Lan Jue glanced at her.
You know I've never looked at you like an attendant. You're like my little sister. So stop acting like a servant, we're partners, friends. We're family, alright?
Xiao's face blanched somewhat, and her pretty lips puckered.
Boss, what are you trying to say? One struggled with this one.
The name of the suits are Yan and Huang, referring to the first 2 emperors of China. I chose to go with a clipped version of the suffix for ancestor, and what Google tells me is the prefix for king. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 506, Misunderstanding. Chapter 506, Misunderstanding. Lan Jue responded with a sardonic chuckle. I don't want to steal the spring of your youth. Xiao turned her head and gave him a look. I've never wanted anything from you. I've only ever wanted to be by your side. If you want to deprive me of that, then I have nothing to live for.
Lan Jue was stunned by the strength of her words.
You can't be serious? Lan Jue knew Xiao.
She looked soft, but she was made of iron. When she made up her mind, that was it. She proved that with her rigid answer.
Absolutely.
He gave a soft laugh and shook his head.
All right then. Pretend I never said anything.
Her mousy voice came again after a moment.
Don't bring this up again, okay?
I just want to see you often, and be by your side when you need me.
That's enough for me. I'm different from the other girls. I didn't stay with you out of affection. My reason is simple.
Lan Jue felt his heart sink from her tone. He knew Xiao was the one who felt most deeply of all the Amazons. That's why he spoke with her first. These were young women in their 20s, it wasn't fair for him to keep them so close. It was a waste of their precious youth, and he couldn't give them what they wanted. It was impossible that Xiao didn't have any interest at all. However, he'd always seen Xiao as a little sister.
After so long, that feeling was deep-rooted.
When later he met Hera, Xiao was even more the confidant and friend than a love interest. Through all the years, Xiao was unfailingly at his side. She never asked for anything, and she never brought him trouble. This truth, though, only made him feel worse. The verticar quickly made the trip to the avenue's periphery, then settled just outside. Lan Jue stepped out and began walking back when he was suddenly grabbed from behind. Xiao's soft body gently shook against his, her arms wrapped around his waist.
Please don't make me go, okay? Please, I beg you. Even if Lan Jue was a hard man, he couldn't help but crumble before Xiao's sad display. He heaved a sigh, saying, all right. I promise I won't say anything like this again. Xiao, I'm afraid you're in too deep. I'm not afraid. She answered resolutely. They separated and Lan Jue turned around. He gently stroked her hair, and Xiao fell into his embrace. Great tears tumbled from her eyes. Something tickled at the back of Lan Jue's mind as he held her, and he lifted his head. He saw another figure nearby, her face also wet. Zhou Qianlin stood in silence, with a black box clutched in her hands. She wavered slightly from side to side as though she might fall over, and her lip was caught between her teeth. Her delicate hand slowly rose to her chest where the precious soul collar gemstone sat. Deftly, she plucked it off her neck, followed by the twinkling pearl on her wrist. Lan Jue heard her voice in his head. Have these back. She crouched and placed the box, necklace, and bracelet upon the floor. Full of grace and composure, she rose to her feet and left. Lan Jue wanted to follow, but Xiao held on to him tightly. She was still shaking from her sobs. Without the soul collar, he had no way to explain. He couldn't see Xiao's red eyes, staring in the direction Qianlin had left. She cried for 10 minutes before being able to rein herself in. Boss, she finally managed to say, let's go home. She wrapped her arm in his and started back. Yeah, he answered, his heart heavy. His right hand rested at the small of his back. Out of Xiao's view, he indicated with a finger and the jewelry Qianlin had left flew over to his palm. When they got back, Lan Jue went straight to his chambers. The jewelry store on the upper avenue was still open as he walked through. It was just a normal jewelry store, after all. The other girls were ill at ease when they saw Xiao's red and puffy eyes. Yet they didn't trouble Lan Jue, who walked by them as though they weren't there. His face was dark and sad. Zeta. Didi. Lan Jue looked at his communicator as it rang. No one picked up on the other end. He let it go on as he stared at the heart-shaped soul collar and the pelagic pearl cradled in his palm. There was a dull ache in his chest that wouldn't go away. He could have guessed she would come quickly. Their shared connection meant she could feel when he was nearby. She was waiting for me, to tell me something. But she got there just in time to see Xiao hugging me. Of course she'd misunderstand. The communicator rang and continued to be ignored. Lan Jue couldn't keep the frustration from his face, and he heaved a deep sigh. He focused on her, thinking of them together. He reached out to summon her to his side. But, much to Lan Jue's shock, Qianlin had somehow cut their link. Her energy was still there intermingled with his, but without her cooperation he couldn't call her close. What in the world is all this? When it came to matters of love, sometimes it was best to step away from a misunderstanding and let cooler heads prevail. The fear, though, was how deeply entrenched that misunderstanding became. This wasn't something he was prepared to allow. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Although he'd worked hard at his cultivation these last few days, the specter of Zhou Qianlin had lingered in his mind.
It was clear she occupied a special and eternal place in his heart. Now he knew this to be true, and he understood what his heart wanted. There was no further reason to hesitate. He was on the other side of his pain from Hera, and he had grown tremendously as a person in the interim. It was maturity that came from time and experience, an important factor in being a man. He needed to find her so they could talk through their pain. When he saw her, he knew that she was not heartless, and that she had real feelings for him. Otherwise, what was everything they'd been through? After he calmed Duan, Lan Jue could see things much clearer. Sometimes matters of love needed logic too. A lot of intractable misunderstandings happened because the chance to resolve them slipped by. He took a shower and changed his clothes once his mind had been made up. When he left, he saw the girls gathered in the shop. They called to him all together when he stepped out. "Boss." They'd been with Lan Jue for a long time. Of course they would pick out his poor mood. Though, now he seemed better. The communicator on Lan Jue's wrist chose that moment to start ringing. He connected right away when he saw who it was. "Wine Master. Are you back?" The Paragon's deep voice answered. "Yeah. Come pay me a visit." Lan Jue's brows furrowed. Now. He's only just made the decision to go after Qianlin and explain things. He wanted to avoid future heartache, but the wine master seemed determined to change his plans. The Paragon affirmed. "Unless you have something very important to handle, then yes." "All right." Lan Jue replied helplessly. The wine master was insistent. The only thing he could think of that would need immediate attention would be the clairvoyant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, Meeting Mother Again. Chapter 507, Meeting Mother Again. Lan Jue stepped out of the jewelry shop out onto the avenue. The Gothic winery was only a few feet down the lane. The walk was short, but the familiarity and comfort of home helped put his mind at ease. Lan Jue was a little surprised to find the wine master waiting for him in the foyer. He welcomed him in with a smile. "Thank you." "Eh?" Lan Jue blinked. "Why so cordial?" "Come with me and you'll find out," the wine master cryptically replied. Lan Jue chuckled. "Well, whatever the reason, you can keep your thanks. I'll take a bottle of wine." This made the wine master chortle, too. "Fine, then we'll share a bottle later. Whenever you have time." Lan Jue was well and truly shocked, but he kept it to himself. He followed the Paragon deeper into the winery. They made their way back to the familiar long table they often drank at. This time, there was already someone waiting for them, seated at the place of honor. When Lan Jue saw who it was, he stared with wide yes and an open mouth. It had been no time at all. What are you doing here, Dot?" Seated on the other end of the table was none other the Bane of Zhou, the same woman who vanished at his request. Luo Qianlin, Lan Jue's new adopted mother. Evidently this had been her destination after leaving Ziluo. She shot him a sidelong glance. "Call me what you're supposed to call me. We're away from Ziluo and suddenly I'm not your mother anymore?" The wine master, hearing this for the first time, slowly turned to Lan Jue and lifted a curious brow. Lan Jue met his gaze with a sheepish expression. "So, what are you doing here, Mom?" The wine master continued to look from one to other, so stupefied he couldn't think of anything to say. "This used to be my home," she answered. "The shyster and I founded it. Why wouldn't I come back? You came back just in time. Take a seat." Lan Jue shot another look at the wine master, who was still trying to process what was going on. The jewelry master made his way over to the chair beside his mother, and took a seat. The wine master had a plethora of questions, but this was not the time or place. He took a seat on Luo Qianli's opposite side. When everyone was settled, she went on. "The fortune teller's life has neared its end. We used to be close, so I wanted to come and pay my respects. I expect both of you to keep all of this secret." Lan Jue couldn't help but interject. "Will you be leaving after this?" She turned her wide eyes his ways, the threat of violence ever twinkling in their depths. "Are you saying you want me to leave?" Lan Jue couldn't shake his head fast enough. "Of course not. With you at the head of the avenue, things are looking up." Her face lit up in a pretty smile. "Good, then I won't be leaving." "Truly, Aunt?" the wine master asked excitedly. The sniffed. "My baby is here, I'm not going anywhere." Lan Jue was resigned. What could he do? She certainly didn't look like she could be his mother on the outside, by the age difference alone. She was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother, but people only paid attention to what they could see. For the Avenue, though, there could be no better result. For a Nirvana-level paragon of her strength, none of the other Reliance groups had an answer. Beyond that, it was an excellent boon for humanity in their preparation against the alien invaders. The wine master fixed Lan Jue with a look. He knew it was completely ludicrous that the two would have a blood connection. He couldn't fathom under what circumstances he would send Lan Jue out to bring back his aunt, only for the kid to turn her in to his mother. It was something he would have to ask in private.
Luo Qianlin went on.
Again, my presence and the things I do here must be kept a secret. Whatever you all were up to before, keep it that way. When that palm reader wakes up, I'll go say hello.
Of course. The wine master was quick to answer.
Although he himself was a paragon, he had been growing up with his aunt since he was very small. A lot of what he knew had been imparted to him by her. He had a great deal of affection and respect for this woman.
Luo Qianlin turned her attention to her nephew.
You haven't improved much these last few years.
You still haven't been able to let it go?
The wine master's face changed, and a hard bitterness crept into his expression.
You still remember? Enough. Time changes all things. You need to put aside everything that isn't important.
There are always more opportunities, so long as you look for them. She has run off to the north, and it's been years. It's clear there's no place for you in her heart.
What's the point of obsessing over it so much?
I'll introduce another to you, don't you worry.
I hear Zhou mentioned this woman called the pharmacist. She sounded nice, what do you think?
The wine master suddenly looked very uncomfortable.
Aunt, let's not rush into making you a matchmaker. She sniffed dismissively. What's this nonsense? Don't you know I used to be known as first among matchmakers?
Never, the wine master begged.
100,000 times, no. I'm scared of you.
She changed the subject.
You've been looking after my shop. How are things? When can we start business again?
More or less ready, he assured.
In a couple days you can head over and take a look.
Lan Jue looked over to his mother with a bit of surprise.
Mother, what store will you be managing?
According to the rules of the Avenue, every counselor had to have a shop under their direction.
At least one was the prerequisite, either on the Avenue or the underground.
The clairvoyant and the wine master, despite being paragons, were no exception. The only ones who saw a slightly different circumstance were the keeper and bookworm. They worked together.
Luo Qianlin tittered. Your mother used to go by the photographer. When you're ready to get married, I'll take the wedding photos for you one. My shop is called Luo Qianlin's Wedding Photography Studio.
Lan Jue stared blankly at her. His mind went back to when he'd first seen her and the power she commanded. Connecting that with her designation as the photographer, he was starting to understand.
Her discipline was some variation on dimensional manipulation. All right, I'm leaving.
I'll be back when the shop's ready.
By the way, this place stinks like booze. It makes me sick.
I prefer my man Bupong's cigars. With her opinion given, she rose to her feet and strutted out the door.
My man Bupong.
Lan Jue didn't know how Zhu Di would have reacted if he'd heard, but he sure as hell wasn't going to take his place by contradicting her.
The return of Luo Qianlin to the Avenue was a tremendous boon.
Especially now, as the Eye of Tomorrow was closing, there could be no better news. Her return was also important for the Avenue's strength, if nothing else. Not only did it swell their paragon numbers, she was also damn strong.
Ahem. So, Jewelry Master. What in the name of the multiverse is going on?
The wine master quietly waited until he was sure his aunt was gone before whispering the question.
1. Pre-wedding photos are a required part of the wedding process. I have 2,000.
They involve several location changes, including an enormous set warehouse, wherein there were as many outfit switches as there were rooms to take pictures in. There were a lot of rooms. The other half took place in a pool. We spent so much time gazing longingly into each other's eyes that the chlorine blinded us for a whole day.
I'm not exaggerating.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 508, The Avenue will raise an army. Chapter 508, The Avenue will raise an army? Lan Jue rolled his eyes. If you don't know, how should I? The wine master pressed. She's met your master? The jewelry master nodded. She has, but I don't know what's going on there. I only know what I've seen and heard. Yeah, so it is. The wine master didn't push him any further.
After all, this involved one of the strongest paragon that has ever lived, Zhou Di.
Lan Jue went on. I also don't know why mother would want to come back to the avenue. At first she was dead set against leaving father's side.
She's the only one who knows why she came back. The wine master smirked.
Whatever the reason, it's good she's back. All of this, only you and me know. Even the gourmet, keeper and bookworm aren't aware of everything. Their relationship is likely cooler, since she left shortly after they came to join the avenue.
They aren't aware of the plans for her photography studio either. I've been keeping that under wraps. The two of them exchange looks for a moment, sharing an unspoken understanding.
None of this could leave this room. How is the clairvoyant? Lan Jue asked.
The wine master's face stiffened, and a despondent look crossed his face.
3 days, that's how long he has left. On that day we'll gather and send him off.
About a week ago he told me who he wanted to attend. And was on there, as well as you and your 4 companions and the other paragons.
Lan Jue offered a gentle nod.
He felt sad as well. The clairvoyant had done miraculous things for humanity, for the avenue. He spent countless years in defense of this place, and his time was nearly done.
Lan Jue asked, have my brother and the others come yet?
Not yet, the wine master said, but the air hanger has been alerted and spots are being held.
They should be here in a couple of days. But to business.
I called you here because of my aunt, but also to discuss something else.
All right, Lan Jue said.
The wine master nodded. As we're all painfully aware, the alien creatures will soon come upon human space en masse.
From all the information we've been able to gather, we know this is going to be one mighty struggle.
The clairvoyant's visions have shown us all that needs to be prepared. We've followed his wishes, and have started to expand the Star Alliance.
At present, all Avenue residents below the age of 60 have begun training with mechas.
Lan Jue looked at him in shock.
All adepts under 60? He nodded.
Of course, this was voluntary. No one was forced or coerced to get involved, and the loose structure of the avenue has been maintained. The paragons are not part of this, since a mecha suit has little benefit in the face of our natural power. Lan Jue was assured of that fact. It wasn't that the suits weren't useful, but that in order to be of use to a paragon, a great deal of top-shelf materials were needed. That kind of spending made sovereign-class suit construction look like a cheap knockoff. Most important, though, none of the modern crop of paragons had an interest in mecha piloting.
As paragons, they commanded power that would outclass a battleship.
The saying a paragon's reach surpasses the sky was no exaggeration. So what's you're saying, Lan Jue probed, is that the Avenue is making its own mecha combat division?
With the aim of sending it into battle against the aliens.
The wine master grunted.
That's the basic idea. I also wanted your input. We paragons will also be on the field.
From what we know, while our numbers are few, we can do tremendous damage to the enemy.
We're worth far more than one mecha suit. However, when it comes to planning, that's where we're deficient.
We need you and your brother for that.
Lan Jue's brows furrowed tight as he thought. This is a very serious matter. It'll need some time to think, so I can't give you an answer just yet. But that's not a bad thing. All of our adepts here are solid, too, strong. However, a good, tailor-made suit will need time and materials.
The wine master grinned.
Don't worry over that. Our coffers are not just theoretical. The mech suits are all being paid for by us.
We've been in the process for some time already, with the bookworm and keeper in charge.
They'll handle it.
So how many have joined the Star Alliance? Lan Jue asked.
The wine master thought for a moment.
At first it was about 1/3 of those eligible. After the tournament, it rose to 50% and growing.
1.
Lan Jue looked at the wine master in open surprise.
He didn't think that so many people would be interested in joining the Mecha Alliance.
This was a battle division being put together to face the alien menace. It was a dangerous posting.
As far as he knew, Skyfire Avenue had 40,000 registered adepts.
About half of those were in the age range they were looking for.
Half of a half still made for 10,000 new recruits. There aren't as many as you think. The wine master could see the shock written on the jewelry master's face. Doubt started to creep into Lan Jue's face. How many really?
We also have a power prerequisite, the wine master explained.
Recruits have to be a minimum of 6th rank. Under 60, 6th rank, those are the requirements.
Lan Jue gave the older man a flat look.
Stop running me around in circles, people are going to die, alright? With these restrictions we've got about 10 times fewer bodies.
The wine master smirked.
The avenue may be strong, but do you think we have sovereign-ranked pilots just waltzing around all over the place? What we're building is a strike force, the tip of the spear.
Of course we'll need to make sure our people are strong enough to handle it. The minimum requirement for an adept to register with the avenue was 4th rank.
Demanding that an applicant be 6th rank was cutting their pool by a huge margin. So tell me straight, how many people are there actually? Lan Jue asked once more.
More than 600, the wine master finally revealed.
With more joining every day. Lan Jue shrugged. So why are you telling me all this?
To this the older man gave him a flat stare.
Isn't it obvious? You have been given the Star Alliance, did you think that you wouldn't be in charge of it? We've been helping to get it started, but later things will depend on you. Your first job should be to get them strong enough to make a difference. A good adept doesn't instantly make a good mecha pilot. How you make that happen is up to you. I hear your training courses at the NEU were successful. You also have my approval to bring those young men and women into the avenue as full members. We'll create mecha suits for them as well, free of charge. What do you think? Wait. Lan Jue lifted his hands, entreating the wine master to silence. He frowned at the paragon. It's starting to sound like you expect me to lead your army. The wine master nodded matter-of-factly. That's exactly right. You've already promised the clairvoyant, haven't you? It's a little late for regrets.
Lan Jue stared at him, for a moment too stunned to finish his thought.
This was your plan the whole time, wasn't it?
The wine master nodded again.
Right. What would be the point of having the Divine Monarchs and Star Alliance fight otherwise? Advertisement for the Star Alliance, which you agreed to inherit from the clairvoyant. Lan Jue's face twitched. You're a pretty direct guy, huh?
The wine master grinned at him.
Always have been. So what am I supposed to do now? Lan Jue asked.
The wine master was the picture of astonishment.
How do I know? Like I said, we're just here to set you up. If you need money, we'll get you money. If you need resources, you'll have resources. What else could you possibly trouble us old men for? We're too old to do any teaching. The future belongs to the young. Lan Jue could outright puke blood at this old man's nonsense. What kind of mafia did he get himself drafted into? Lan Jue suddenly felt a lot less pity for the clairvoyant.
At first glance, training 600 pilots didn't seem like a very daunting class.
Lan Jue was a god-ranked pilot, and had the ARC experience to draw upon besides. But were things ever really as easy as they seemed? Of course not. Adepts weren't students. The NEU kids were young, willing, and without the burdens of adult society.
They were weaker, and Lan Jue could direct them as easily as the arm directs the hand.
But Avenue Adepts were different. They were bound to be cunning, experienced, and strong. He still remembered when the Citadels came. In the height of conflict, 100 Avenue Adepts came flying to their aid. Aside from Adepts with a flight discipline, only 9th rank Adepts could traverse the skies. 100 people that strong would not be quick to follow instruction. This didn't even take into account the loose nature of Skyfire Avenue. These people were used to doing what they pleased. If he was expected to turn them into soldiers, they would need a soldier's training. That meant discipline. This division he fell into was going to be a chore, be it in training or in battle. Seeing Lan Jue's crestfallen expression, the wine master piped up. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Whatever it is, let us know, and the council will do whatever it can to help you solve it. 1. This was and is a little confusing. As far as I understand, TJSS meant that everyone under 60 is in the process of training with mechs. However, only 50% of those have joined the Star Alliance. I guess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, Skyfire Avenue's Star Division. Chapter 509, Skyfire Avenue's Star Division. Lan Jue heaved a sigh. Is there any way I can get out of this? The wine master theatrically extended his hands toward the younger man. Look at you. After all the trouble you've caused the Avenue, not least of which stealing the Eastern Chairman's daughter on her wedding day. All right. I get it. Lan Jue pleaded. I agreed, and even if I hadn't, you would have found a way to make me do it anyway. But I'm telling you, if I'm running this, then my commands have to be your commands. Whatever I need, Skyfire Avenue will provide, agreed? The wine master nodded his head. We pay the money and you pay out in effort. The Avenue will do whatever it can to help. It was Lan Jue's turn to nod.
To start, any commanding officer will need to be a strong deterrent to breaking the rules.
Otherwise, controlling these adepts will be impossible. Do you agree?
I wish there was something I could do there, the wine master backpedaled.
I'm just an old man. I'm 60 years old. Lan Jue responded with a little irritation. I'm not talk about you.
The keeper and bookworm would be no help either, the three of you can help with logistics.
The gourmet isn't 60.
He can help me as assistant commander. The pharmacist as well, with those two I should be fine. The wine master agreed.
I'll be responsible for getting the gourmet on board. The pharmacist you'll need to manage on your own.
Her situation is special, you know more about it than I do.
Lan Jue nodded, indicating he understood. All right.
I think it'd be best if you call a council meeting and let everyone know. This seemed to amuse the wine master. You haven't been to an avenue meeting in days.
We've discussed it already, several times. Relax, everyone knows it's your job to get the avenue fighting ready.
The jewelry master's eyes popped wide.
You guys have been whoring me out when I'm not even around?
Well, you don't need to make it sound so crass, the wine master complained.
None of this was done on the sly, and we aren't hiding anything from you. Lan Jue shot to his feet. I'm going.
The wine master was nonplussed. We'll send all the relevant data to you, everything is more or less ready for you to begin.
We just need your ARC students. When you bring them over here, we can start training.
Lan Jue almost tripped over his own feet.
Suddenly he had the overwhelming impression that he shouldn't have come to visit.
Hell, he shouldn't have come back from Ziluo at all. This old bastard was ruthless. As he watched Lan Jue's retreating back, the smile slipped from the wine master's face and he sighed.
Foolish kid. You are the clairvoyance chosen.
It's a heavy burden, but we'll help where we can.
Zeta.
Lan Jue stomped out of the Gothic winery. A myriad of thoughts and emotions rushed through him, so much that he forgot about Qianlin. This was a big undertaking the wine master had laid at his feet. He suddenly felt heavy and tired.
This was not going to be easy.
He lost himself in thoughts and began to wander down the street. After a while, he came upon a familiar storefront, Wendy Wan's haute couture clothing. Almost unconsciously, he pushed at the doors and found them locked.
Usually visitors required an appointment.
But, after knocking, the barber pulled aside the blinds. He was surprised for a moment, then opened the door.
When did you get back? Lan Jue chuckled. Is that reprobate the driver hanging around here?
The barber answered with a nod.
Yeah. Come in.
The room was filled with the smell of revelry, and Lan Jue picked out the driver right away. He was seated with a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigar in the other, looking comfortable.
Ah, you're back. The driver never missed a beat.
He pulled out a glass from beneath the end table beside him, and placed it beside a bottle of whiskey. He poured Lan Jue a generous helping. Before anything else, Lan Jue plucked up the glass and took a sip of the golden liquid within. His lips spry into a bitter smirk.
I shouldn't have. You people, not a soul told me what I was walking into. The driver's chuckle was deep and mirthful.
Of course.
If we had told you, would you have come back?
You can't lay the blame on us, we were under orders from the wine master.
And isn't this a good thing?
They're grooming you for command of the whole avenue.
That's good, right?
Lan Jue gaped at him.
Good. I joined the avenue so I could mind my own business. Now suddenly there's all this responsibility set square on my shoulders. You think that's a good thing?
The driver felt he clearly needed more whiskey, and poured him some more.
All right, calm down. Things aren't as bad as you think, anyway. You've been around for a while and have a reputation here.
And speaking of reputation, we weren't the only ones who saw your performance at the tournament.
Everyone in the avenue knows who you are and what you can do.
Ever since the tournament ended, volunteers for the Star Division have increased by 30%.
Who do you think they came for? You're underplaying your role on the avenue.
The barber reappeared and placed a glass of ice water in front of Lan Jue with a nod.
He's right.
There wasn't a breath of opposition to the idea of making you colonel of the avenue's forces. Your qualifications were clear to anyone who watched that tournament. We saw the strength of your discipline, damn near paragon, but we also saw your strength of character. Your actions on Taihua were as telling as those on Luo. That's what their faith is built on, and why it won't be the nightmare you expect. And, since the council voted you in, we're obligated to make sure it works.
You've got a lot of people at your back. You won't be struggling alone.
The driver's words were convincing, but it wasn't until the barber chimed in that he started to feel more at ease. He was a smart man, and he quickly analyzed the truth of what they said. There were a number of strong adepts, but all of the strongest he knew personally. He'd at least have Paragon support, and help from the original members of the Star Alliance. It was by no means going to be an easy task, but it didn't look as hopeless as it had before.
The driver went on. Well, it is what it is. Worry about what you need from the council instead. And before everything, I think you need to consider how to direct your new army. We may not be tight-knit, but there are advantages. Nearly all of them have at least some experience with a mecha suit. A lot are legitimate mecha pilots. They may not know how to work as a unit, but they'll learn that with time. I think they're going to surprise you. But you can't treat them like soldiers. If you did, I don't think you'll have much of a division left. Lan Jue's brows knit as he thought. So you're saying we're going to need a different training method? The driver shot him a thumbs up. That's the idea. Lan Jue's eyes shuttled back and forth as his mind raced. Yes. A loose structure had its own benefits. However, while the adepts were strong individually, they couldn't compare to a soldier's cooperation. Battle groups like On and Luo were not the way to go. All of these fighters would have already been customized through their own training, used to a style. There would be power discrepancies and more to contend with. But if they each fought together, but separate. There weren't any forces like this in any alliance military. The only equivalent he could think of was. A telltale glint of excitement lit up Lan Jue's eyes. Drink. The driver lifted his glass, and gently struck it against his guests. Lan Jue obliged. He could feel the whiskey burn a path down into his stomach, before that comfortable heat spread all through him. I'll think on it, and call the original alliance members together when it's time. The driver nodded. Not a problem, everyone's already here to send the clairvoyant off. His voice trailed off at the end, and his face darkened. It was clear to Lan Jue that the Eye of Tomorrow meant a lot to this man. Lan Jue gave a small sigh. He knew he could ultimately turn all of this down if he had to. Maybe if the clairvoyant was in better health, he'd be more insistent. But things as they were, he had a responsibility to carry the task. Although it was hard to know his path was chosen for him, his hatred for the Eye of Tomorrow's meddling eased when he realized it had all been for his benefit. It smacked of servitude, but it was servitude to himself, and to all the world's people. The driver saw Lan Jue's expression change. He said nothing further. Lan Jue sat for another half an hour before leaving haute couture clothing behind. He hopped on his bicycle, and turned it toward Tianshan. Peace within to resist dangers without. He knew he would be very busy in the coming days, and now was the time to put his personal problems to bed. He needed to speak with Qianlin and clear up the misunderstanding. Otherwise, there could be no peace within. Lan Jue didn't steal up to the mountain top this time. He took the main road, tall and dignified. None of the checkpoints challenged him. He'd called the wine master on the way over, and had asked him to handle authorization. After the scan authorized his passage, Lan Jue continued the ascent. He pushed his bike along the road, and with every step closer to the peak his heart calmed. In his mind were two separate images, clear and distinct. One was Hera, and the other was Zhou Qianlin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Halt. I'm talking to you. Chapter 510, Halt. I'm talking to you. So who was it that held higher status in Lan Jue's heart? It was difficult to admit, but the image of Hera had begun to dim. Zhou Qianlin was sharper, more impressed upon his mind. However, deep in his heart there would forever be an overlap between them. He'd come to accept that this may always be the case. It doesn't matter, I like her. Lan Jue firmly reminded himself. There was no more time for looking back. It wasn't long before he arrived at the peak of the mountain. Lan Jue found a place to lean his bicycle, then walked up to the front. He pressed the doorbell. After a moment, the door flung open. Lan Jue was met by none other than the chairman of the Eastern Alliance, Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue went stiff. Ever since taking Zhou Qianlin from her wedding, Lan Jue had been left with an unhealed wound. He didn't know how he could explain, and apologize to her family. The chairman fixed him with steely eyes. Who are you looking for? This wasn't the kind of place solicitors frequented. Uncle, hello, Lan Jue began. I am looking for Zhou Qianlin. The most powerful politician in the East stood in the doorway, and sized up the young visitor. Lan Jue had chosen an ash gray suit, with a deep blue shirt and dark gray tie. His brown leather shoes were a stately addition, and with the suit set off his slender, athletic physique.
The edge of a white handkerchief peeked from his vest pocket.
"You are?"
the chairman asked.
"I'm her friend." "I'm sorry, is she home?" Lan Jue inquired. Zhou Qianlin shook his head. "She is not. She left early this morning and hasn't returned." "Why haven't you called her communicator, friend?" Lan Jue smirked sheepishly. "We've had a bit of a misunderstanding. She's not answering my calls." "A misunderstanding?" The statesman looked at Lan Jue curiously. "Come in." He stepped aside and pulled open the door. He didn't know how this young man got all the way up here, but in his years of experience he'd learned to read people well. This young man, in his estimation, had no ill intent. This was the first time Lan Jue entered this complex by the front door. The place was as Spartan as Qianlin's room. Only the simple essentials and tasteful decoration could be seen. Zhou Qianlin led Lan Jue to a sofa and Saturday. "You still haven't told me who you are." "Ah, I'm sorry, how impolite." "Uncle, I am Lan Jue." He was still a little out of sorts, otherwise he wouldn't have forgotten such a simple courtesy. "Lan Jue?" Zhou Qianlin searched his memory for the name, but shook his head. "I'm sorry. I've never heard Qianlin talk about you. How do you know each other?" Lan Jue fumbled for words. "I'm one of her instructors at school. I'm an etiquette teacher at the National Eastern University. It appeared those qualifications were enough for the chairman. His face softened once Lan Jue explained who he was. "Etiquette teacher, eh? No wonder I get a refined sense from you. Well, Qianlin isn't here. I myself have a meeting to get to. Won't be long." Was this a hint for him to leave? Lan Jue looked reluctant, but he was not slow in rising to his feet. "Uncle, if I could trouble you to give Qianlin a message? I have to speak to her about something rather urgent." "Sure," the chairman replied. "But I'm afraid, instructor, I must remind you. You are Qianlin's teacher, and thus should call me sir, not uncle." Sharp. No wonder he's the chairman. Lan Jue couldn't think of a way to answer. He only nodded, and muttered, "Of course, Mr. Zhou. I'm sorry for troubling you." Zhou Qianlin put in his daughter's number into the communicator. After a few rings, Qianlin's familiar voice answered. "Daddy, what is it?" Inwardly Lan Jue couldn't help but gloat. "Ha! I knew she was just screening my calls." "We have a visitor here at the house," her father began. "He says he's your teacher." "Lan Jue. He says he needs to speak with you about something urgent." "Oh. Hand him the communicator, please." Her voice was calm. Zhou Qianlin gave his communicator to Lan Jue, who thankfully took it from him. "Qianlin, where are you?" Qianlin's sweet voice answered. "Professor Lan, I'm out walking around with a few friends." "What's the matter?" He couldn't be direct with her father standing right in front of him. "Can we meet somewhere and talk?" Her response was soft. "I'm sorry. I've already left Skyfire City." "Left?" Lan Jue was surprised at the revelation. "When are you coming back?" "I'm not sure." Qianlin's voice was halting and timid. "If that's it, Professor, I'll talk to you later." Lan Jue rushed to fit in a last word. Look, everything was a misunderstanding. He could hear the dial tone on the other side. She'd hung up. He was forced to hand the communicator back under the chairman's fixed, curious stare. Lan Jue's face was both bitter but resigned. "I'll be leaving, uncle, sorry for troubling you." The former mercenary king bowed respectfully before the Eastern leader and then left. He didn't give any thought to addressing the chairman wrong a second time. The chairman didn't correct him. He simply watched the young man go, with a small smile on his face. Zeta. As he trundled down the mountain, Lan Jue was a lot less confident and a lot more depressed than he had been coming up. He hadn't seen this coming, and it was the worst outcome he could have dreamt up. But leaving without saying anything, how could he fault her for that? He'd just done the same thing. He could only blame himself. Lan Jue pondered on the sour matters as he rolled homeward. Oh well, he thought, I'll deal with other matters first. But wait, she'd said she was out with classmates. He would go to school first, then, and at least find out who she was out with. Maybe he could guess where they went. If time allowed, he'd go find her. It sounded like she was out of the city, but not off planet, so it wouldn't take too long time get wherever she was. It had been a long time since he had walked the campus. This was as good a time as any to get in touch with the ARC students and get them up to speed on the plan.
If they decided to join his division, he'd at least have a group capable of following instruction. It was a great deal for them as well. Aside from Avenue membership, they also got a damn god-level mechasuit for signing up.
However, he couldn't just show up looking like he did. He was too recognizable now.
If what the driver said was true, he was practically a celebrity after the tournament. He had to be careful, otherwise he'd get himself in trouble. He pulled off the path at where he and Qianlin used to separate after school. He put on his hat, mask and sunglasses, and then continued his trek to the NEU. To ensure he wouldn't be seen, Lan Jue didn't go through the main gates, either. He pulled the bike around the side and scaled a wall. If he'd wanted to come in the normal way, security would have had to ask him his identity. That would have been less than ideal. The NEU's perimeter wall was tall, and was equipped with an electronic fence to deter unwanted visitors. This, of course, was not a problem for an adept who specialized in lightning. He easily hopped the wall, and once inside began to walk the narrow alleys like everyone else.
Lan Jue chose not to visit Wu Junyi in the administration building, and instead head straight for the electives offices.
Wan Hongyuan would be there, and he could tell him about the future of the ARC class as well. His walk across campus was going well. No one he passed seemed to recognize him, and his destination was only a few feet away. At this time, most of the students were in class, so the roads were mostly deserted. He was congratulating himself on his luck, when suddenly a harsh shout pulled his eyes away from the electives building.
"Halt! I'm talking to you, the guy in the hat."
The shout almost made Lan Jue leap out of his skin. He unconsciously spun toward the source.
Of course he knew who it was.
In fact, he was starting to think the two of them were forever cursed to be in each other's orbit. He could always count on it, and always at the worst times. Tan Lingyun, known locally as the Savage Goddess, was in his face faster than he could gasp.
"Who the hell are you, skulking around the school like this?
Take off that ridiculous mask, and the hat and glasses while you're at it. If you refuse, don't blame me for the consequences." The sudden sense of déjà vu caused his hackles to raise.
Rude as ever.
He heaved a deep, helpless sigh.
It's clear that your temperament isn't ever going to improve.
We were born with opposing horoscopes.
Why is it whenever I expressly don't want trouble, you're always around the corner?
As he spoke, he lifted his head, pulled off his hat and glasses, and stared coldly at her. He didn't need to hide his identity from her anymore, not after the tournament. Running into her was probably a good thing.
She must have watched it, too.
When she saw his face, old habits kicked it.
"Again I run into you, piece of TR.
And then she remembered. Her curse caught in her throat.
Yo you are. I am what?
Lan Jue said in full resignation.
Trash? That's what you were going to say.
I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to hear your opinion, Professor Tan. The Savage Goddess stared at him with eyes so wide he thought they might roll out of her head. She was still as a statue, and suddenly she found she couldn't utter a single sound. Since the end of the tournament, she'd been waiting for him to come back. She wasn't sure he ever would, but she had been looking forward to the chance to meet him face to face again. She figured that the chances would be small, though, considering his sudden rise to stardom. After the tournament he was a household name, and she figured coming back to the school would have caused a splash he wasn't interested in. Still, she prayed that was the case.
And here he was he coming back?
Now, however, with the man right she wanted him, she couldn't think of anything to say. Here she was, and now everything was not what she imagined.
He was Lei Feng? Was that even possible? This was the demon drill master? Zeus? How could this be Zeus, though? How was he not a rough and rugged warrior?
1,000 questions flooded her mind all at once, so many that she couldn't even straighten her thoughts enough to pick one. She just looked at him, hardly able to believe her eyes. 1. The Chinese use a system of animals for their horoscopes that are different from ours. Anyone who's ever been to a Chinese restaurant knows this.
I'm a cow.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 511, I prefer the mask. Chapter 511, I prefer the mask. It was the only thing Tan Lingyun could manage to mutter. Are you alright, Tan Lingyun?
Lan Jue waved his hand in front of her eyes. Suddenly, there was a flash in the woman's eyes. Before Lan Jue could react, Tan Lingyun reached out and grabbed his hand, and tried to twist it around. Lan Jue was taken aback for a moment, but his subconscious reacted for him. He took a step back, his hand still held tightly by the Savage Goddess. He turned his wrist, forcing hers to as well.
A half-second glint of lightning flashed as a bolt struck her wrist.
Her whole body went numb, while Lan Jue took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance.
Professor Tan. I really don't understand why you have to be violent every time we run into one another. Is there so much hatred between us? Lan Jue was beginning to grow irritated. Yes.
She screamed back in challenge. She lunged at him like a leopardess, her fingers swiping like claws at his face. Lan Jue watched her coming, and grunted angrily.
I've tolerated you for long enough.
Lan Jue's body shimmered and vanished. All Tan Lingyun saw was a flash, and then suddenly, before her eyes, there were countless Lan Jues menacingly glaring at her. The whole world went spinning, and when she finally got her bearings she discovered she was on her back.
Luckily, Lan Jue was not the kind of person to react in anger.
She'd hit hard, but he'd floored her on the grass. He could have just as easily driven her through the concrete a few steps away. Lan Jue pressed her against the floor with a hand against her shoulder blade. His other hand kept her wrist twisted and pressed against her middle back.
Are you convinced? He asked, dryly.
She writhed in anger.
I am not. Let me go. I can do that, Lan Jue answered. But you have to stop acting like a crazy person. Tan Lingyun did not protest. She didn't say anything. Eventually Lan Jue let her free.
She took the opportunity to whip herself around, trying to sweep Lan Jue's legs out from under him.
Damn it, Lan Jue muttered inwardly, is she trying to cut my legs off?
He brought his legs together and launched himself backward. In the same moment, his right hand reached out and released a gust of gentle energy.
When it struck Tan Lingyun, it sent her spinning in the opposite direction.
He came to a stop, pointing threateningly with his hand. There was a flash of gold, and suddenly Lan Jue's face was replaced with the opulent golden mask familiar to Zeus.
Enough! Stay your hand! He commanded.
Tan Lingyun, upon seeing the true Zeus before her, was frozen in place. Her whole body quivered. For reasons unknown, when she saw him this way all violence drained from her. He saw her standing there, stunned.
What's wrong with your head? Are you finally finished?
She summoned enough gall to stammer at him.
Why you look better this way. I can stomach it. You're a damn masochist.
Lan Jue hissed at her.
Where are my ARC students? Take me.
Oh. She'd been a vicious tigress moments before, but dutifully pointed out where the students were and trotted off without any further argument. Behind the mask Lan Jue watched her go, truly speechless.
Mean women need mean men, apparently. This lady. Tan Lingyun quietly led him to the distant building, never once looking back.
She managed to get herself under control, but she could feel the hard eyes behind the golden mask at her back. It made her shiver, and memories of the ARC class swam through her foggy head. It was a feeling she found she liked, one she didn't get from Lan Jue.
Am I really a masochist? Tan Lingyun worried over the question. None of that mattered, though. He came back.
Her lips spread into a sinister grin.
Drill Master, now that you're back, do you need your assistance again? She queried. Lan Jue nodded behind her. If you all agree, we can continue the training. But it won't be on campus. I agree. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation from her. Inwardly, Lan Jue sighed.
Those were the words he wished he'd heard from Qianlin.
If only.
But pondering the what-ifs wasn't helping anything, and it was all too late. She was gone, and he didn't know where.
Other than Qianlin, which other ARC students have left campus? He asked. Tan Lingyun called back over her shoulder. They're all here, except for Qianlin. Me and Wang Hongyuan, too. With his identity and exploits made public, Wang Hongyuan's was also caught in the crossfire. Everyone knew about him as well.
In fact, the two of them had been in charge of the independent ARC
program since his departure. What's been going on with the university lately?
They continued to walk as Tan Lingyun caught him up to speed.
Things are very good. Ever since the news of who you are broke, enrollment has skyrocketed. A lot of foreign instructors have applied for positions, too. The local government's been keeping a close eye, and are angling to turn this into a military university. Lan Jue nodded as she explained. That's good. Let's see how the students are doing.
He kept the mask on. It seemed to command respect from the savage goddess, so perhaps the students would react similarly. Under Lingyun's direction, they traversed the college and walked into a separate area off to one side of campus. A single building and a small training field had been constructed there. The school sure was generous. Lan Jue looked over the additions with silent praise. Of course, the university was run by a couple of crafty old bastards.
After Lan Jue's victory, it took them no time to capitalize on it. Snippets of the training he led were inexplicably leaked and served as wonderful advertisement. The ARC kids were the university's trump card.
As a unit, they were spectacular. When you added in their gear earned from Luo, they were definitely the center of many discussions. Not least of this was Wu Junyi's clandestine trip to Luo, where he tried to convince the university to come for another round of competitions. His goal was obvious. Suhi was no longer part of the university's teaching team. LYR had many good pilots, but the school didn't have the benefit of Lan Jue or his training program. Nor did it have the likes of Tan Lingyun or Wang Hongyuan. You didn't have to be the clairvoyant to see how that competition would play out.
The NEU's teaching director also called in the media once the story broke.
Under his sneaky dealings, students from worlds away were trying to find a way to get into his school. The ARC students themselves suddenly awoke to discover they were hot commodities. Stellar offers were being thrown at them from everywhere. Thankfully, Tan Lingyun had remained to look after his students, and she kept to his strict teaching doctrine. With her keeping careful watch, they worked to solidify the things they learned during training. Firming up after a period of laziness was always harder than just maintaining.
We're here. At around this time, they should be training. Tan Lingyun indicated the stadium.
Right, let's go take a look.
Lan Jue followed behind her.
When they got closer, he started hearing the sounds of activity. They slipped in and stood in one corner to watch. 49 crack pilots in training practiced battle stances under the close watch of drill master Wang Hongyuan.
One-on-one fights. Limitations in space kept the groups to 4 each.
They alternated, and it appeared that the day's training focused on discipline integration.
Can you ensure safety while training like this? Lan Jue asked Tan Lingyun. She nodded.
We've thought about that. Every fight has either Wang Hongyuan, myself, or a high-rank adept keeping close watch. They all know to take it easy against each other. It doesn't have the same benefits as a real life or death struggle, but it helps them. They're much better at employing their discipline in combat now, and that means more efficient use with their mechas as well. Lan Jue nodded in appreciation.
You've taken a good tack, but they need to be stronger.
Let's see how much they've improved. Even before his words disappeared from the air, Lan Jue vanished in a flash. Like a bolt, he raced toward the oblivious trainees. His sudden and dramatic reaction startled Tan Lingyun and excited her. Big green eyes sparkled, and the verdant green aura of her discipline surrounded her. Her voice boomed across the field as she raced after the demon drillmaster.
Enemies are at the gates. Attention!
Her call was like a password. All at once, the students broke off from one another and scattered in all directions. Defensive mechas were in the front, filling the stadium with light as their discipline birthed shields.
Lan Jue was a golden arc of electricity.
He always preferred to start things off with his own people. His first target was Tang Xiao. The young adept hadn't changed much since the last time Lan Jue saw him, still a little fat.
Tang Xiao reacted immediately when he saw the figure approach.
Crouching low, human flesh became metal and what was a mecha became an orb of metal.
Dozens upon dozens of dangerous spikes suddenly sprang out from its surface. As crafty as ever.
Lan Jue came to a sudden halt in midair. A single finger stretched out, and from it shot a bolt of lightning. The wild blast of electricity struck Tang Xiao, and coiled around in preparation to blast him away.
However, in a shocking reversal, Lan Jue watched as Tang Xiao reacted.
The spikes around him stretched taller, then splayed out like umbrellas. This second metallic shell protected his inward body from being directly affected. He got hit, but there was no conduction for the lightning to cause real damage. His head snapped around when, suddenly, he heard an earth-trembling scream coming from his flank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 512, The Demon Drillmaster Returns. Chapter 512, The Demon Drillmaster Returns.
Lan Jue extended a palm just as Jin Tao came rushing at him. The berserker went tumbling over his head, but Lan Jue was genuinely surprised as how strong he'd suddenly become. Flooded with his discipline, he stretched over 8 feet tall.
Coarse, golden hair sprang out from every pore. He looked like a wild lion, and was just as fierce. It reminded him of the Wolf King, Mu.
His discipline wasn't as strong, but Jin Tao was no less savage. But so was Lan Jue. The drillmaster broke away from Tang Xiao and Jin Tao, pressing into their protective circle. His right hand shot up and pointed to the sky.
Bolt after bolt of feral lightning exploded out from Lan Jue in all directions until it swallowed up the whole field. Even Tan Lingyun and Wan Hanyuan were swallowed up. No corner was safe from the forest of lightning. It was time to see what his students could do. How would they react to an attack like this, something so sudden and all-encompassing? React they did, by clumping together into groups. Each student drew upon the full strength of their disciplines for defense. Mutual support formations? Good choice. A single person's defenses could be overwhelmed, but there were limitations to lightning. Its strength and damage depended on conduction, and that meant it could be countered. By making the target bigger and consolidating defense, the students diffused the lightning's power over a bigger and sturdier bulwark. It was the perfect contingency measure. However, not everyone was quick enough. They had to manage in other ways. Tang Xiao, for instance, was too far away to quickly join a group. The metallic ball became human-shaped again, and he threw himself at Tan Lingyun soaring by overhead. But Tan Lingyun saw him coming. When he got close enough, her long leg shot out and booted him away. Deflect a single bolt and facing a whole forest of lightning was very different. Tang Xiao couldn't protect himself. The lightning callously ignored his screams as the pudgy pilot was swallowed up. He wasn't the only one. Several students had been caught out and lay splayed across the field. The stronger ones, like Tang Xiao, were able to scream. The others could only convulse. Lan Jue watched and gauged their reactions as he attacked the young unit. He never let them see it, but he felt pride. It was obvious these kids hadn't been wasting time. They were better than before. None of their control or experience had been lost to idleness. Very good. It hurt, but the pain served as a reminder and an inspiration to them. That golden mask glinted in the harsh light of lightning, bringing with it a bittersweet revelation. He's back. The demon drillmaster is back. Just like Tan Lingyun, how could they not be excited at the return of their harsh but effective teacher? They had worked hard every day for this very moment, to avoid punishment. It was the time of reckoning, and perhaps the beginning of the next phase of their training. Few realized this, however, as the weaker members were too busy trying not to lose consciousness. Gung Yang had improved his tenacity. He could handle much more now than he used to. Wan Hanyuan had also refined his abilities. And Tang Mi, her legs were looking even longer. But if she was here, it meant she wasn't with Qianlin. If she wasn't with Tang Mi, then who in the world was Qianlin with? It couldn't be a male classmate. The mere thought reflected itself in his discipline, and the lightning he released became stronger. The shakes and cramps of the afflicted worsened. Wonderful. The feeling was wonderful. He held the flood for a long time, but eventually the power receded back into him. Eventually, the students began to recover. Lan Jue looked over the scores of collapsed bodies with his hands stuffed casually in his pockets. Your resistance is garbage. I bet if I keep this up, every one of you will end up pissing your pants. 5 minutes, anyone else who thinks they can take some more had 5 minutes to get themselves in order. Flashes of light and color flared around the field as students fought back onto their feet. 5 minutes was 5 minutes, this man would give them not 1 second more. All through their struggle he could see it in their eyes, the ferocity and excitement. It was more than that, though. That was the light of fanaticism. These kids had grown up quick. Tan Lingyun recovered the fastest. She stood before the drill master panting lustily. That green aura shimmered around her, while those pretty green eyes blazed. Lan Jue looked back at her in surprise. You've advanced? She was filled with pride when she nodded to him. She had advanced, 9th rank. And on the cusp of being a god-rank mecha pilot. She was responsible for the ARC, but that hadn't been an excuse for her to work less than anyone else. On the contrary, she pushed herself the hardest. He was looking at the result of hard work, and she was better for it in every way. Lan Jue nodded. Keep up the hard work. You're advancing, but you've still got a long road ahead. Remember that you can't train with the goal of quick success. Every time you rise in rank, firm up your foundation, do you understand? The next time you're about to take a step up, tell me. I'll check your bases. Recultivation had served to deepen Lan Jue's experience and understanding, especially of 9th rank. He could use this knowledge to help the newly promoted Tan Lingyun. All right. She punctuated the response with a nod of her own. She could hardly contain her excitement now that he was back. She was buzzing with it. Next to come to their senses was not Wan Hanyuan, as he expected. In fact, it was Tang Xiao that took up position behind the savage goddess. His thicker girth had its advantages, although he still suffered from the occasional tic.
Wang Hongyuan had a stronger discipline than Tang Zhao's, but the dark nature of his discipline was a variable to take into account. For him, the terror of lightning was real and hard to overcome. This applied to his bioelectricity, as well. One by one, the students pulled themselves up and arrayed themselves in organized rows for presentation. Lan Jue had very high expectations for them, but he felt safe enough behind the mask to smile. All of the work they'd put in had not been for nothing. The ARC class had been a success. Drill Master, reporting. 49 of the 50 ARC participants are present. We are missing one student. Wang Hongyuan called out. The demon drill master nodded slowly. Not bad. I don't yet regret the time I've spent on you. At least you haven't been spending your time with your thumb up your asses. So congratulations, you've done the bare minimum. The backhanded praise was a surprise to them. It felt unnatural. But this made their backs straighten. Deep in their hearts, a dark joy grew. He's back. He's back. The demon drill master returns. Lan Jue sniffed contemptuously before continuing. None of you are anywhere near as strong as you need to be. Clearly your training needs to continue. Just like last time, this is your opportunity to bow out. If you don't think you can handle it, you have this one chance to leave. For those of you who decide to stay, today marks the first day of your military service. We will be leaving the university, and I will train you like an army. I will make you into a unique fighting force. I don't need your answers now. Take 3 days to discuss this with your families. When I come back, those of you who are ready for the next step will leave with me. The rest will be left behind. Disperse. Lan Jue shouted the order, but no one complied. Not a single student moved, they only looked at one another with strange expressions. Sir. Tang Zhao's voice cut the silence. Speak. Lan Jue swung his eyes to his disciple. Drill Master. I don't need to go home. I'm ready to join. Not a hint of doubt was in his voice. And me. Jin Tao was half a second in following. Lan Jue lifted his hand to dissuade others, who were ready to shout their agreement. His voice was low. I don't want your declarations. If you join me, it won't be long before you'll be facing a real enemy. Not pirates, not even men. You will be expected to put your lives on the line fighting those alien beasts. Even now we don't know what these things are capable of, and that means there's a real chance coming with me will cost you your lives. It's a life that doesn't just belong to you, but to your family. You have an obligation to go home and speak on it. Come back when you've really made up your mind. If you do join, I will do everything in my power to protect you. You will have access to the best training and equipment. So long as I draw breath, I won't leave a single one of you behind. Do you understand? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, The List. Chapter 513, The List. Understood, Drill Master. The students called out in one voice. No one else rushed to say they'd join. Lan Jue nodded. That is all. He turned his back on them and walked away. The students remained where they were, looking at each other speechlessly. The expected return of their drill master was at hand, and they suddenly realized fully what that meant. Lan Jue had pulled no punches in telling them about the danger, but he also promised to protect them as much as he could. The students felt inspired by it. I want to be a soldier, and nobody's gonna talk me out of it. If it wasn't for the drill master, I'd have signed up already. My family always said I was good for nothing. Well, I'll show them. I'll protect them, and the whole alliance. Without a country, how could we have a home? What makes us different from those aliens then? I'll kill every one of them. Jin Tao's spirited voice carried on the air. He was a very frank, very direct young man. In all the students of the class, he had improved the most. From the moment he agreed to start training with Lan Jue, he was a new person. Before meeting Lan Jue, Jin Tao secretly thought he'd never be strong. He never thought people would look at him with pride and concern, instead of pity and disdain. His family no longer looked at him like a waste of space. His desires to join the army never changed, though. He'd told Lan Jue the dream long ago, and now his drill master was to become his division commander. There could be no better outcome for dumb mutt. Tang Xiao chortled. Yeah, you're the smart one, right? I'm definitely going, too. Your elder brother isn't so morally obligated, though. Listen. If I die under Professor Lan's protection, then that means it's lights out for humanity already.
When it's war, you want to put yourself right next to the strongest person, that's the safest place to be. It's a simple concept. Easy as that. Let's go, I gotta take a shower.
Jin Tao's fire and Tang Zhao's practicality were mirrors of what all the students felt.
Lan Jue, who had not gone far, secretly lauded his choice and disciples. Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun fell in with their drill master, the dance instructor leading the way.
They left the small stadium and entered the nearby building.
Wang Hongyuan led them up to the offices. Back at last.
You don't know how much the kids have been looking forward to this, Wang Hongyuan chuckled.
Lan Jue pulled the mask away, revealing his true face. It was always the plan, there was just a lot to do. Now that things are handled, of course I'd want to come back. After all, I raised these pups. I can't just abandon them, I want them to grow up strong. I want them to be a benefit to humanity. Wang Hongyuan nodded. Where've you decided to bring everyone? At least me, anyway.
I've decided to bring them to Skyfire Avenue, Lan Jue answered.
Tan Lingyun looked at him, surprised by the answer. Skyfire Avenue? Lan Jue affirmed. Yup. It's where I come from, and I'm a council member. Those monsters will be here soon, and the Avenue's going to prepare by building its own army.
We've got full coffers, which means the best equipment and the best training. They're going to be part of a force that will protect the Eastern Alliance.
Tan Lingyun spoke up. Why didn't you say so?
If the kids knew they were headed to the Avenue, and were going to be so well equipped, no one would give up that chance.
But Lan Jue shook his head. I don't want them to join for the benefits.
We aren't interested in numbers, we want quality recruits.
I hope you both understand this. Drill Master. Tan Lingyun's self-control slipped for a moment. What is it? He asked. Would you mind wearing the mask? I'm not used to seeing you like this.
Lan Jue fit the mask back over his face, and heaved a sigh of resignation.
Pay close attention to these kids over the next few days. If they make the decision, there can't be any reluctance. Leaving is not an option. I hope you both understand this, too. Yes. Tan Lingyun was less uncomfortable now that his face was hidden. Wang Hongyuan shook his head.
Not a problem to me, and the students are smart enough to follow their own ideas.
What about the university, though? How are you going to explain it to them? Lan Jue waved his concerns away. Easy to handle, I'll speak to them. We're going to need West Hill, too. West Hill was the closest military installation to Skyfire City. There was enough space for what they needed.
Especially now that they were creating the Star Division, they would need a place to train.
After some thought, Lan Jue determined West Hill was the best place for it.
With his connections to the Keeper, Lan Jue knew it wouldn't be a problem to talk the administration into it. They had no reason to refuse.
I'll go with you to the dean, Tan Lingyun announced. Lan Jue nodded. Fine. As he suspected, no one opposed the idea.
There were, however, some small requests. They asked him to keep special excursions to a minimum, and give 2 lessons to the top students once a month.
None of their requirements were a problem, and Lan Jue agreed. With his business complete, the demon drill master replaced his mask with the 3-piece costume he arrived with and left on his bicycle. As he rode along back to the school, he was suddenly struck with a thought, and pulled off onto a side street heading a different direction. Zeta. Grace Hospital. Lan Jue rolled up to the combination hospital and retirement home, and set his bike against a nearby wall. He pulled open the door and walked in.
He hadn't been by in so long, and Qianlin had been off on the trip as well. His old friends popped suddenly into his mind. He remembered feeling that spending time here felt renewing. Things were about to get very busy, and he wasn't sure when, if ever, he'd have a chance to make it back here. Ah, Grandma Li, you're looking radiant. All rosy cheeks. Grandma Zhang, how's your leg feeling? Hey now, slow down. Let me help. Zeta. Lan Jue learned that Qianlin had been visiting the hospital a lot lately, at least 3 times a week. He, however, had been gone entirely too long for a polite young man. Reminders of his troubles with Qianlin made his heart sink. Their problems needed to be addressed, at least before he started training in earnest. If he didn't, that painful distracted would eat at him every day. By the time he got back to the avenue, the sky had darkened to night. He ruminated on the fact that he hadn't had a single day of solid rest since coming back. He stumbled into his room and fell on his bed, bone-tired. Still, he couldn't rest. Her image kept flashing through his mind. Qianlin. The night passed without incident. The next day. Lan Jue woke early in the morning, had his breakfast, then left Zeus' jewelry shop. He made the short trip across the street to the Gothic winery. So early, the wine master said in greeting.
Eager to embrace your new role.
He sat at the head of his long table, dressed in very gentlemanly attire, enjoying his breakfast. Bread, milk, jam, fried eggs, and a glass of white wine.
Lan Jue pulled out the seat next to the old man and took a seat.
He took a glance at the fluted wine glass in front of the winemaster before commenting, "They say only lovesick gentlemen drink sweet white wines.
To drown their sorrows." The cosmogus dropped his knife and fork onto the table with a clatter. "Do not disturb my pleasant breakfast." Lan Jue chuckled.
"I just can't stand to watch a prideful man gloat over his breakfast." The wine master didn't take the bait, instead lifted his hand over the table. He snapped his fingers, and in a flash of silver light a parchment appeared in his grasp. Lan Jue smirked at him.
"What year is it? Who uses paper anymore?"
The wine master sniffed in disapproval.
"Paper is the best way to keep secrets. There are only 2 people in the universe who know about this list, you and me." Lan Jue was captured by curiosity, and leaned over to get a better look.
Across the top of a sheet was a string of script, name, age, discipline type, specialty, mecha piloting rank and more. What followed was a detailed list of data.
The top entry on the last was familiar. Name, Jewelry Master. Age, under 30. Discipline type, Thunderbolt. Specialty, Eastern Martial Arts and Discipline Integration. Mecha Piloting, God rank.
Below him was the driver, then more familiar names after that.
Not all of them had designations, either.
Several of the names were true names of outsiders. When Lan Jue saw what it was, his face went solemn. The wine master went back to delightfully finishing his breakfast. Though, perhaps tellingly, he didn't touch the wine glass. He eventually finished, wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin.
Only then did he address Lan Jue. "What? Is there a problem with the list?" "Of course there's a problem. A lot of problems," he answered. "Off the top of my head, the mechas. If every one of these people are going to get a custom suit, that's going to require time. Where are we with that now? That's just one. Another thing, are all of these people even here on the avenue? I've found a training area on NEU's West Hill. If we want to make a fighting force that means anything, we're going to need to understand that time is a factor. There's a whole lot to do, and only me to do it. I'm going to need help." The wine master fixed him with his steely gaze. "I'm here to work with you to solve all of those. First, the mechas. Your first, time is important. By our estimates it will take between 3 and 6 months before tailor-made suits are completed. But, your training can start right away. You've forgotten, DreamNet's upgrades are completed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 514, Solving Problems. Chapter 514, Solving Problems. Lan Jue's eyes glittered. "That's right. According to the time frame announced earlier, DreamNet's upgrades were either complete or very nearly so. He was sure this would turn out to be a huge boon, since now users could integrate their disciplines into the virtual world. Students would be able to integrate their abilities in mecha combat just as though it was happening in real life." The wine master grinned in self-satisfaction. "The real suits are being manufactured, but we've already begun to port the schematics into DreamNet. 10 days at the most, and they'll all have been uploaded and ready for use. When the time has come, you can begin training your Skyfire Star division right from the comfort of a pod." "Stop. This division is not mine." Lan Jue glowered in irritation. "I'll also be bringing the ARC students from the university, so they'll need suits as well. When will we be getting the new pods?" "Already here," the wine master answered. "I'd originally planned to put them in the arena here, but since you've decided on West Hill I'll just have them delivered there instead. I've already spoken with the gourmet, and he's agreed to help you with the division. You should make a visit to the pharmacist yourself sometime soon. The other members of the original Star Alliance will be your right hand, and any problems you run into will be their problems, too." Nodding, Lan Jue praised the Paragon. "Very thoroughly prepared. It looks like my manipulation wasn't hastily thrown together, at least." The wine master's brow rose. "Manipulation is an art. I'll gather everyone together once the time comes for the clairvoyant's departure. After we bid him farewell, the training can begin." "Ah, yes. Also, to stir up interest in the division, we've put out information about the alien core. We've come to call them Animuli. Lan Jue was excited by the implication. So you're saying that the Keeper and Bookworm's experiments are finished?
Nodding, the wine master explained. After purification through the tear of Neptune, the animula's energy can be directly infused into a human. We found that cells which have been exposed to this process are revitalized, thus leading to a complete internal renewal. We've taken a cue from our animal brethren and call this mechanism exuviation. At present, the first stages of research are complete. You've seen for yourself how it's transformed the bookworm. Exuviation was particularly effective on him. He's probably lengthened his life by at least 50 years. It isn't an easy procedure, though, and one needs a lot of experience if they want to reap stable healing benefits. A major concern is how this applies to varying skill levels. We've only tested the animula on a paragon. How will a lower level adept react? Can the exuviation procedure be used on non-adepts? Only once these questions have been answered can a final determination on its use be made. Unfortunately, we have a critical shortage of testing material. The sample you brought back with you is nearly used up. If we wish to refine more animulae, then we're going to need a great deal of the base material, the monster cores, but... Lan Jue immediately picked up on the winemaster's unspoken implication. You plan to announce the current progress for exuviation? A smile spread across the old man's face. I do. If this process ends up being everything it promises, the benefits to humanity would be priceless. But all of this is predicated on having enough supply. In order to get what we needed, we entered into deliberations with the Eastern Parliament. After some discussion, it was agreed that experimentations would continue in return for the Eastern military having a say in the distribution of the first batch of animulae. Lan Jue shook his head and fixed the man with a steady stare. Winemaster, you really are a cunning old fox. In tones that were equal parts pride and apathy, the winemaster replied. All of this wasn't solely my doing. The decision was reached by everyone. If I'm a cunning old fox, then we have an avenue full of them, but... All this work on one person's promise, Lan Jue replied with a sigh. Assurance was in the winemaster's answer. But this promise is real. The life of a human being has its limits, paragons included. About the only exception are paragons that keep rising in rank, like your master. Only the smallest fraction of adepts will ever achieve something close to that, but everyone deserves a long life. We only get one. One if exuviation works, then money and man-hours are a small price to pay. Fighting for the people has always been an honorable endeavor, and those who pay the highest price are cheered the loudest. The Eastern government has already passed a bill which promises to staff the experiment with soldiers as long as they're needed. From what we've found through trials, the data points to life extension of at least 50 to 100 years, and we're not sure yet if repeating the process is dangerous. But we have the subjects, we still need the materials. We went to the other alliances, but the problem is the same, not enough of the raw stuff needed. I guess in a way, the appearance of these monsters isn't a total tragedy. Lan Jue felt something within him stir, noting the excited glint in the winemaster's eyes. So you're saying that if this experiment succeeds and the aliens don't attack, we'd start a war anyway? The winemaster sighed in frustrated resignation. Survival of the fittest, it just doesn't apply to the beasts of the forest. Everything in the universe follows this cruel tenet. In the end, only the strongest species will be allowed to propagate. I don't think I need to explain this to you. Lan Jue nodded. Survival of the fittest, you're right. If that's the case, then humanity must be the one to come out victorious. Should one of the division's goals be collecting animulae? He answered first with a nod. Right now, our greatest asset is actually LYR. A few months ago the tier of Neptune was considered trash, and neither the North nor West made any attempt to retain a stockpile. In the last few days, resolutions had passed in all three alliances, designating the tiers as war assets. Any outside sale is a punishable offense. But this, as with all things government, was subject to bureaucracy and took time to implement. Forward-thinking organizations with money were smart enough to buy up a great deal of LYR's exports before the rules could take effect. Chief among them is your friend's Poseidon Group. Ali? Lan Jue exclaimed. The winemaster continued. The Avenue still currently has the largest cache of tiers, but as we continue to refine animulae, they're consumed. I hope you understand how important this and exuviation are to the East. Lan Jue nodded. Of course he understood. Once the East perfected exuviation, it would become Mecca for the best of humanity. It had incredible implications for the development of their alliance, possibly even usurping the North. The North and West have appealed to open trade with us for tiers. We're in the process of negotiations, which I imagine will involve a number of conditions. The Avenue must continue to focus on obtaining animally so research can be completed as quickly as possible. Upon hearing once more of their need, Lan Jue's response was to lift the pinky finger of his left hand. Thor's promise glinted as it caught the light, and suddenly there appeared before them a large purple alien core. The wine master gaped. This is... On the way to meet father I ran into one of them, Lan Jue explained.
It must have been a scout. I got this from its skull after I killed it. This must be one of the animuli you mentioned, similar to the one we got from Taihua, seems to me. The wine master looked at the crystalline structure between them with open surprise, and nodded. Spectacular. With this, research will definitely speed up. We have no way to determine how expensive something like this is. What do you want for it? To this, the jewelry master shook his head. Nothing. I am a member of Skyfire Avenue. I just hope somehow this exuviation process can be used on the clairvoyant. But the wine master sighed, undermining Lan Jue's hopes. That doesn't seem possible. The clairvoyant's problem isn't just vitality. His body is like a funnel, and whatever life-giving energy we try to give him is just swallowed up and disappears. If we could, we would absolutely save him from the brink of death. All I can promise is that when this is finished you and whoever you like will have access to exuviation. All right. Lan Jue didn't see the need to be polite, and instead of fighting the courtesy simply accepted it too. The allure of a prolonged life affected everyone, he was no exception. In addition, he had a number of people he cared for, who he promised to look after. This process improved vitality, lengthened life, and keep one's spirit young, something everyone could benefit from. Zeus Amazons were always his worry. For women hell-bent on standing at his side, but he was only one man, he couldn't give them the affection they wanted. Perhaps he could repay taking their youth by extending their lives. Maybe then he wouldn't feel so guilty. Earning the right to use exuviation on more than just himself was an important point. I'll take the list with me, then head over to the pharmacist's. Hopefully she'll agree to join the Star Division. After the wine master's explanations and a glimpse at the big picture, Lan Jue felt a little less apprehensive about what was to come. Even the most unruly of adepts would find it hard to pass up exuviation. With such an impressive carrot, managing everyone should be easier. Lan Jue's first priority had to be the setup of this new fighting force. Then, training. Only once they'd started would he be able to see what his recruits were capable of, and what they were good at. That was when the future of Skyfire Avenue's Star Division would be planned. 1. At least in the areas of China I've been to, religion is not really a thing. You have practicing Buddhists, but ideas of reincarnation and so forth aren't really present. The ceremonies are traditionally more than spiritual. This is compounded by the flip-flopping of the Communist Party, which will alternatingly allow and forbid members from openly participating in a religion, and if you want to be anyone in a powerful position, business or politics, you need to be in the party. There are a number of secret Christians I've run into, though. 2. This is a constant concern. You have to be very diligent in the reception and giving of presents. You must vociferously deny a gift or offer of a gift, but only up to a certain point. You must also vociferously fight to give gifts, and are constantly chastised for gifting someone or paying for dinner. The trick is finding when it's appropriate to accept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, Nearby Godblades? Chapter 515, Nearby Godblades? Lan Jue left the Gothic winery and took the elevator down to the underground. His destination was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. When he entered, he encountered no resistance. The workers there were under instruction to allow him in without question previous notification. The pharmacist sat in an 8-pointed pagoda, plucking at a guqin set before her. She was a vision of classical beauty, clad in a shimmering white qipao. You're here. Her delicate fingers stopped, resting upon the strings and bring them to silence. She smiled at him. Where's Juner? Lan Jue asked. The wine master came to pick her up a little while ago. He said the clairvoyant wanted to see her, she replied. Lan Jue felt his heart flutter. The clairvoyant. The pharmacist cut him off. The clairvoyant is nearing the end of his life. I don't know what he could be giving my girl, but it can't be bad. Brows knit, Lan Jue fixed her with a serious gaze. Is this the path you want for her? The road laid out before her, even before taking up the mantle of the next clairvoyant, was a difficult one for a child. Her life would be sacrificed for it, her childhood. She will have to face many things a little girl like her should not have to face. She sighed, clearly troubled by the idea. My little girl is already doomed to a life without the ordinary. What reason do I have to stop this?
She may be small, but she has her own idea. I asked her, and she said she agreed, she wanted to help. He hung his head, and spoke again after thinking for a moment. She's made up her mind, our job should be to support her.
But I'm also here to talk to you about something else, sister. Why are you standing? Sit.
She said, changing the subject. Her small hand reached out and picked up a beautiful red enamel teapot, and poured him a glass of steaming liquid.
Lan Jue took upon a seat across from her. Sis, I'll just go ahead and say it.
The wine master has approached me, and asked that I turn the Star Alliance into Skyfire's own army. He went on to tell her the rest of what the wine master had revealed. The pharmacist listened patiently, with a faint smile on her face.
And you came here to ask me to help manage it?
Yes, he replied frankly, looking at her.
All right. You agree?
Lan Jue had come fully expecting her to turn him down.
She laughed. Why shouldn't I? This exuvium sounds beneficial to me, too, not to mention Junior. Plus, I'm a woman. What woman doesn't want a few more years of youth and beauty? He chuckled. Thank you, sis. You can be sure exuvium is going to happen, we just need to wait for news of success. You'll be first in line.
Smirking, and shaking her head, the pharmacist replied.
There's no rush. Actually, there's something to discuss first. Fighting I can do, but commanding a unit is not something I'll be doing. Instead, I'll act more like your bodyguard. How's that? Ugh, Lan Jue reacted. Don't even say that, I can't handle it.
Her clear and pleasing laughter echoed through the temple interior.
There's nothing to handle. Relax, I'm perfectly pleased with the idea. Junior would be happy, too. I'm not much of a mecha pilot, though. I'll need to learn from the beginning. What do you think should I start studying? Lan Jue shrugged.
As strong as you are, it doesn't make much of a difference if you learn or not.
The advantage of a mecha suit is personal protection. It also makes deep space combat easier. Even a paragon would benefit with the right suit. But in terms of power, there's nothing a suit can offer you that you can't do better.
Her nod said she understood.
There's truth in that. I'll have a suit made for me as well. A strong defense is also important.
I'll rely on my own abilities in fighting, so the mecha won't need to focus on amplification. She'd never touched the controls of a mecha suit, but Lan Jue was confident she would learn quickly.
People as strong as she was usually did. However, joining one's discipline with their suit was something that took time and wasn't necessary in her case.
She was a breath away from Paragon, and once the threshold was crossed, even the defensive benefits of a mecha suit didn't mean much.
Lan Jue's eyes lit up. That's a thought.
The beautiful fairy of destruction was so strong she didn't even need a mecha weapon.
Oxisis was strong, stronger than he could know. Has there been any news from Zhou Qianlin or Xianyuan Shishir? Lan Jue asked.
Things were busy, but he couldn't forget his interaction and possible future with the Banishing Blades.
But she shook her head. No word. I haven't heard anything since you left. However, I do have an inkling, in the back of my mind. It's possible they're already on Skyfire.
There's a connection between them and Oxisis, but I can't use it to tell where they are exactly.
After all, I still can't even fully command the weapon. He nodded in understanding.
It is what it is, we'll let things take their natural course. He was anxious, but the only option was to wait for the right time. Lately he had improved a great deal, both in ability and comprehension. While the weapons would be a tremendous help, he still felt he would break through to Paragon in a couple years, if this current trend continued. The clairvoyant had put a lot into quietly arranging Lan Jue's path. At least it was a path aimed at helping him succeed. That's all the important stuff that needed discussing, sis. After we send off the clairvoyant, training will begin, Lan Jue announced.
All right. She nodded. And if you need any money, I'm happy to help.
Lately business has been quite good.
He laughed in spite of himself. Far more than quite good, I'd think. You have a line out the door. Medicine and power gems were different. Power gems were non-renewable resources, once you used one it was gone.
Lately, gems were becoming invaluable military resources.
Medicines, though, were easy to cultivate. Modern scientific technology made regrowing them even quicker.
In a short time, exhausted supply could be replenished. The rarity of a medicine lay in their combination and preparation, both things the Hall of Supreme Harmony specialized in. Making money was not a problem for this place.
All right, but do you need money? How many power gems did you bring back from this last trip to the north? She asked, a little irritated. Lan Jue answered. It shouldn't cost us anything personally to build the division. The wine master has assured me that all costs will be borne by the avenue. Our target is going to be these animuli, and once we're all set up I imagine we'll be called on to be the tip of the sword for the East. No resting on the backlines for us. As you can imagine, those animuli are going to be exceedingly rare. However, they're also going to make all three alliances much more dangerous. Right now, it's hard to say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Even if these invaders were headed elsewhere, we'd probably be coming after them for their cores. In essence, I guess we're no different from them. She saw the light of disappointment in his eyes, and it made her frown. It's not helpful for anyone to think like that. We are different species, with different needs. Remember that they were the aggressors. Whatever their purpose, our two species were meant to kill one another. Put the thoughts to rest. You have a good heart, but when it comes to survival of the species, sometimes we have to do bad for the ultimate good. The pharmacist's voice became hard but resolved. It made him shiver. Yet, her resolve put his heart at ease. His eyes hardened. Yes, I understand. What he didn't realize was that arrow of compassion's effects were what he felt. Humans were good-hearted by nature, but reacting to everything with empathy wasn't the right course. There was a time and place to be good. The pharmacist watched his expression become sober. All right, she said, then, I'm afraid you're going to be pretty busy for the near future. If you need anything, give my communicator a call. You don't need to always come here in person. All right, he answered. They were friends, he didn't need to be overly polite. Zeta. He stepped out onto the underground avenue after leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony. For a moment, he just stood in front of the doors, lost in thought. Then, after a moment, he began to head toward Zeus' jewelry store. While things were going to get busy very quickly, right now he had the time to get his thoughts in order. He needed to figure out how he was going to train his new soldiers. As soon as he entered the store, though, the door chimes were joined by the buzz of his communicator. Bro! Have you arrived at the avenue? The number belonged to Lan Jue. Lan Jue started their conversation with the question. His brother's low, even voice answered. Come out and get us. We've at the entrance. He hung up. Here already? Lan Jue turned on his heels and walked out again. He was already heading toward the avenue entrance when it hit him. It didn't take him long to get to the avenue's gate. He saw three figures waiting patiently outside. Chu Chang was as flashy as ever, wearing a dark red blazer and his collar popped up. His eyes were hidden behind dark glasses and his shock of red hair had been slicked back. Huali kept a much lower profile. He was dressed in a dark blue blazer, sunglasses, and a mask to hide his identity. He apparently felt safe enough to leave his hat at home. Lan Jue stood in the center. He was dressed entirely in black, underlining his severe countenance. Compared to the other two, he was much more stately and respectable looking. In front of them was a young woman. She was none other than the captain of the guard, Enlu. Enlu, he called to her, these are my friends. He hurried over to join them. She greeted him with a nod, but her eyes went right back to Lan Jue's stony face. It was then the younger Lan saw something strange in his brother's face. It lasted for only a fraction of an instant, but he'd caught it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Gathering of the Monarchs. Chapter 516, Gathering of the Monarchs. So what is this, a fashion show? Lan Jue looked pointedly at their matching outfits. Xu Cheng chuckled lazily. Nah, great minds think alike is all, I shouldn't have to tell you that. Or maybe I should, it looks like you aren't part of our unspoken psychic connection. He did happen to own a similar blazer. His was part of a dark blue suit. Let's go. He curtly waved them into the avenue. Enlu stepped aside to let them pass. He led them to his own Zeus jewelry shop first. As they traversed the avenue, Lan Jue turned to his brother. Why didn't you guys tell me earlier? I'd have gone to meet you. Wasn't worth the trouble, Huali answered. Didn't you just get back? Lan Jue shook his head. Isn't any trouble. They arrived before the sapphire entrance of the jewelry shop. He pushed open the door, and they found all four of his Amazons inside waiting. They rose to their feet as the monarchs entered. It wasn't a very large store. 8 people started to make it feel stuffy. This didn't go over Lan Jue's head. This place is starting to feel a little small, he ruminated, there's no way to make it bigger, though. Let's head inside.
They traversed the store and entered Lan Jue's quarters located behind the service counter. Xiao brought in some seats, and with the sofa it was enough to accommodate everyone. Lan Sheng took a seat and then turned his attention to Lan Jue. "How's father?" "Well, his face looks the same, but his character sure has changed," Lan Jue replied. Lan Sheng's eyes dimmed as his thoughts turned dark.
"I've been so busy.
I should go see him, too." Xu Chang, his tones regretful, chimed in.
"Are the things you're responsible for handled?" It was a fair question.
Humanity was about to be embroiled in a war, and Lan Sheng was one of the foremost commanders in the East. He was personally responsible for a whole planet, and Luan.
How could he leave with all this going on?
His presence on Skyfire was only possible because the Avenue requested his presence from the Eastern military. He was given special permission to leave his post, otherwise this would have been impossible. Once this business with the clairvoyant was done, he would have to return right away. When Lan Sheng didn't answer, his younger brother spoke up instead. "Dad's got cabin fever. I heard him say it a few times while I was there."
"He may not be on Ziluo anymore." "Can't know unless you go there, I guess."
A hard light glinted in Lan Sheng's eyes.
"I suspect the arrival of these aliens and father's sudden wanderlust aren't a coincidence. Zhu Di was the single strongest human living today.
If he were to show up in the fight against these invaders, then the benefits were self-evident." A smirk touched Lan Jue's lips.
"My hope is that he comes to Skyfire Avenue. But at least for the time being, that probably isn't going to happen, but..."
Xu Cheng thrust his head toward Skyfire Museum.
"How's the clairvoyant? When is he supposed to break his hermitage?" Lan Jue turned to Chu Chang. "Soon, within the next couple days."
His mood soured when reminded of the clairvoyant.
Every human life has its conclusion. Hua Li's soft, sage-like words joined the conversation. "Don't be too sad, it's the natural way."
Lan Jue swung his eyes to Hua Li. "This reminds me.
You guys at Poseidon are damn slick. Got a nice haul of tears, I hear." Hua Li gave a demure smirk. "That has nothing to do with me.
Mo Xiao deals with all of that. I don't do much on the business end."
"Tears, are you guys talking about those useless S-rank trinkets from LYR?" Xu Chang gave them both curious looks.
Lan Jue darted him a look down his nose.
"Your head for economics. The Poseidon Group knows what they're up to. Not a moment's hesitation when they sensed opportunity."
"What I mean by that is those useless gems are going to become one of the most precious commodities in the universe very soon. It cost them a pretty penny to buy up what they did, but the potential returns I can't even imagine."
Lan Cheng's low voice added to his brother's explanation. "The group also knows how to get what it wants."
Their purchase was originally blocked, but they leveraged the help they'd given Taihua to push the purchase through.
"A one-time deal. Wait, hold on. How is it all you guys know this and I don't? What the hell is going on with these tears all of a sudden?"
Xu Chang swung his eyes from one face to another.
Lan Jue explained.
"Here's the deal," he went on to fill him in on the anomaly and how the tears fit in. Xu Chang's eyes got progressively bigger until Lan Jue finished.
"So you're telling me that we've discovered a way to stay young? Forever?" "Forever?
Unlikely, but at least extend your life and delay old age," Lan Jue said. "These anomaly follow the law of conservation of energy just like everything else. This is a transfer of energy from one state to another."
Xu Chang took a deep breath.
Then, he fixed Lan Jue with a solemn look.
"Does the Avenue need any more people?" "Sure," Lan Jue said. "We always want people. Not swine, though. People."
Xu Chang's face lit up at Lan Jue's first words.
Soon, though, that face was less bright and more constipated.
He vomited a string of curse words. Hua Li, meanwhile, was guffawing loudly.
Well said, my ass."
Xu Chang challenged.
"Life is precious, and love is worth even more. Not that any of you lonely sad saps over here would have any idea what I'm talking about. Sooner or later society is gonna weed you bastards out, mark my words. Now speak, is all of this even possible?"
His last question was put to Lan Sheng. The super soldier nodded slightly.
"Preliminary experiments have already concluded, but the next step will need more research. We aren't the only ones working on this.
The North and West have their own programs looking into it." Xu Chang whistled appreciatively.
"So that means we're gonna live longer than anyone before, and still look good while doing it." "Ha ha."
Lan Sheng just stared at him with a flat expression. The best way to stay young forever is to stop wasting your energy chasing women and cultivate instead. Once you hit Paragon, your body will stay the same until the day you die. I would also highly advise all of you to decline exuviation until after you've broken through. So far, we aren't sure if this process has an effect on an adept's potency. The bookworm might have been a special case. He was trapped at peak rank for many years, and the exuviation process helped him to shed the blocks of his old body. For others, if they have the possibility of breaking through naturally, then that should be their priority. It might end up posing as an impediment. So you think it has the potential to stop us from advancing? Lan Jue asked. His brother nodded. I'm not certain, but the evidence has shown that the possibility is significant.
Outside energies are outside. No matter how well purified it is, there's a chance your body will reject some of it. Until you break through to Paragon, it will of course affect everything. Still, the best way to keep your youth will always be working to become a Paragon.
When you are immersed in understanding of the universe, your life will naturally be extended.
Lan Jue nodded.
He definitely agreed with his older brother's thinking. His foundation was much stronger than it had been, and since recultivating his ultimate breakthrough to Paragon was certain.
It wouldn't be long.
Hua Li looked back at him, his eyes full of meaning. After taking the championship, the Avenue's status in the universe has grown.
It may not be a good thing, ultimately, but at least it's an opportunity. Lan Jue's face fell.
He looked to his brother. Lan Qing sat ramrod straight, immovable as a mountain. The desert wants the rain, the maid seeks to get married.
What will be, will be. We will resist what we can. Lan Jue smiled.
In this moment, he was glad to have an older brother.
Hua Li nodded slowly. Just prepare as early as you can. Jue, you've got a lot swirling around you lately. Be cautious.
Chuckling, Lan Jue spoke up. I was hoping just be an observer, but that won't be the case. The Avenue is making a mecha division, and the wine masters put me in charge.
It's given me a headache. They're all adepts, and the Avenue has always been a loose organization. Commanding a group like this won't be easy.
Xu Chang and Hua Li were both visibly survived by the news. Only Lan Qing's face remained impassive, like he already knew.
Hua Li eventually recovered and nodded. That's definitely a problem. What are you gonna do about it? Lan Jue answered. The best I can. I'll figure it out when training starts. I need to know where they're at. Lan Chang was encouraging. It won't be as difficult as you think.
At the very least you're all fighting for the same thing, and have similar goals. What you need to do is you make sure you're all on the same page, then divide and conquer.
Divide and conquer?
He looked at his older brother, eager for advice. He'd brought it up so he could get Lan Qing's thoughts.
It would have been a waste otherwise.
Lan Chang nodded. An adept's greatest strength is their individual fighting ability, which is much higher than an average soldier.
The Avenue won't be sparing any expense for these machines. These men and women won't find army training suitable.
Fighting as a cohesive unit takes time and training, and it won't allow them to employ their full strength.
Adepts are too different to work effectively together that way.
I suggest you separate them into small groups, and watch how they progress then. Have them separate when the fight starts, and stay away from the main battlefield. I have the same thinking, Lan Jue replied.
The front won't be suitable. That'll be up to your army. We'll be backup and support. Lan Chang went on.
You can use the pirates as a proof of concept.
Hit them hard then retreat, protecting yourselves by disengaging.
In this way, if the war goes south you'll be poised to give aid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 517, Lan Qing's Suggestions. Chapter 517, Lan Qing's Suggestions. Pirate fighting techniques?
Lan Chang was, of course, referring to the clans of the Shattered Starfields.
If that was the case, didn't they already have fighting pirates? Su Xiasu's figure flitted across Lan Jue's mind. She hadn't made contact since leaving Skyfire Avenue. Lan Qing continued with his advice. Another important point. The number of adepts isn't something to worry about.
Remember that adepts are also separated into the strong and the weak. The system is built so that those who are strong command faith. If you can earn the respect and obedience of the strongest adepts, the others will fall into line.
That will make managing easier.
Lan Jue was inspired.
Yes. Lan Chang was right.
He didn't need everyone to follow his commands, just the unit commanders.
They could handle their own men.
In this way, he needed the support of a lot fewer people. He only needed to look at the ARC class, and recognized that he could turn 50 kids into a crack mecha squad.
With Tan Lingyun and Wang Hongyuan, the task had been easy.
He'd pick out the strongest and make them leaders.
Then, with enough faith and familiarity, command would be shared.
Lan Qing recognized the look in his brother's eyes, and didn't interrupt his thinking with more pointless talk. He was confident his brother had the head for it.
Chu Chang, seated to the side, poked Lan Qing.
"Bro," he said, voice low, "look. You know Zeus is sitting all high and mighty with this championship he won.
Don't you think you should challenge him? I mean, being the best has to feel great, am I right? It'll be an opportunity for you to see if your little brother's improved."
Lan Qing stared at him with that stoic, stony expression, silent as a statue. A malicious expression touched Lan Jue's face, as he turned his eyes to Chu Chang.
"Your jaw sure is flatpin around a lot, Chang. Maybe you need me to help you knock it back into place?" A dark chuckle answered from the red-haired northerner. "You think I'm scared of you? I've been making strides, too." Lan Qing appeared slightly confused as he addressed Lan Jue. "I sense that you're weaker than you were during the finals. Almost like before. What's going on, Dot?"
None of them completely understood his relationship with Qianlin yet. He sighed, and spoke in a low voice. "My situation is somewhat special." He then proceeded to give them the simple version how he and Qianlin fit together. He talked about how they were stronger when joined, and how cultivation was better together. All three of them, Lan Qing included, sat in shock as Lan Jue told them the story. The worst was Hua Li. He looked like he was half lost in a trance the whole time. This is a thing? Recultivation? Has this always been a thing? Chu Cheng's surprised questions came in rapid succession. "No wonder it felt like you were all funky, and I knew you were hiding something the whole time."
"This is cheating. I'm gonna report you." Lan Jue just cast him an irritated look. "Go on, then." Chu Chang snorted. "Why aren't I showered with infinite gifts, huh? No wonder you're with that broad every day. Speaking of, where is she, anyway?" "We're in a little bit of a spat," he said. "She ran off." He got no sympathy from Chu Chang, who chortled back. "So, if we fought now, do you think you could take me?" Lan Jue's eyebrows shot up. "You think my discipline isn't high enough to do the job, eh?" His friend's expression seemed to ask, "Is that not obvious?" "That's right. Without a strong discipline, how could you be a challenge for me? Let's go. Let your older brother teach you a thing or two about Kung Fu."
A grin spread across Lan Jue's face.
"Fine, let's give it a shot. Bro, you coming?"
Lan Qing nodded. He'd seen all the videos, but being there in person was still more vivid, the details were clearer. Lan Qing wanted to see what his brother was capable of with his own eyes. For adepts of their level, there was only one place nearby where they could really test their skills, the Wine Master's Reaper Arena.
He didn't mind troubling the old man with accommodating them.
He'd caused Lan Jue plenty of trouble, lately.
Lan Jue had the 4 women close-up shop and come as well.
It would be good for them to watch combat at this level and take notes. It was a good opportunity for their future development. They walked across the avenue to the Gothic winery. Lan Jue entered without announcing himself. "You've all come," the wine master greeted. When he saw them enter, he gently relinquished a glass of wine onto the table.
Lan Qing gave the paragon a respectful nod. "Hello, Your Majesty, Cosmagus."
"You've been working hard, Commander," the wine master responded.
"Let me get someone to arrange rooms for all of you." Lan Chang was the one to answer. "That won't be necessary, thank you.
We've arranged for our own accommodations. We would like to trouble you for use of the Reaper Arena, however."
"Arena?" The wine master's eyes immediately went to Lan Jue.
He looked strange.
Lan Jue's face was stern. "As future commander of Skyfire Avenue's forces, I feel that my personal abilities are far below adequate.
Sparring with other adepts of similar rank is sure to have a positive bearing on my development.
You said that we would have whatever we needed from the Avenue in the establishment of this fighting force. This is therefore an official request.
In addition, I have brought in Commander Lan Qing for consultation, and as this is an official function, I expect the Avenue won't require payment." The Veen Master's voice was thick with aggravation.
"Fine. If you don't want to spend money, then just say it. I didn't need the self-righteous diatribe." Lan Jue sighed. "Didn't I learn it all from you?" The wine master could clearly sense the young man's resentment.
He had no recourse.
"Very well, I'll go along with you.
I have to make sure you don't destroy my arena with your horsing around."
The wine master led them down to the underground.
before long they were at the Reaper Arena. Business here had also flourished in recent days. There was no small number of adepts who came to test themselves and help each other improve. The elderly paragon waved a hand, and his astrum scepter appeared in a flash of silver light. A pale light filled the corridor, and on the far side was revealed a doorway. This place sat amid many dimensional pockets, divvied out to adepts as they came to test their strength. Lan Jue had been here a few times, but he'd never seen this silver doorway before. It was a large and silver, with hinged double doors. The surface was engraved with old-style patterns. Most importantly, space-time was strange here. The energies were thick and potent. The dazzling dimensional scepter gestured toward the far door as the wine master waved his hand. The great doors opened inward. What was revealed was a portal of undulating energy that warped space. The wine master turned to face the four of them. He nodded. "Come with me, Dot." They walked through into a space between. Then, in the next moment, they were somewhere else. It was different from the Reaper Arena Lan Jue knew. His first sensation after walking through was that this place was real. The other pockets he used always felt a little surreal, and it was clear that you weren't in the primary reality. This place, by contrast, felt very stable. He could hardly tell it apart from the reality he lived in every day. Sweeping their eyes around the space, they found it to be no less expansive than the great conclave arena, with nothing but a void all around them. "Who's come in here to bother me?" A sweet, melodious voice wafted over to them. When the wine master heard the voice, he was struck with surprise. Then, a helpless smile spread across his face. "Aunt, how did you get in here?" Lan Jue was well aware of who Aunt was. The others, however, had no idea. Even Lan Xing, who was about as expressive as a rock, looked taken aback. The Cosmagus was a paragon, and while not as old as the clairvoyant or keeper, he was still on in age. For him to call out Aunt, while the voice sounded so young, what was going on? A flash of light, and suddenly there was another in this pocket dimension. Luo Qianlin. The woman almost completely ignored the wine master. Her attention went immediately to her son. She quickly became a bubbling font of joy. "Ah, my adopted son. Have you come to see your mother? And you've brought friends, so lively. Which one of these lovely young women is your wife? Or, are they all?" The line of questioning immediate turned every Amazon's face red, but curiosity kept their eyes on this woman. She couldn't have been past her 30s. Adopted son? Since when did their boss get a new mother? Lan Chang was particularly speechless. However, it wasn't her words that struck him. It was her power. Lan Chang was the strongest of their group aside from the Cosmagus. That was, until Luo Qianlin appeared. When his perception fell upon her, he was struck by the flood of energy radiating out of her. No matter how hard he looked, Lan Qing could not sense the depths of her strength. That could only mean one thing: she was a paragon. Only the breadth of a paragon's power felt this vast. Skyfire Avenue actually had another paragon? Luo Qianlin, as though sensing Lan Shang's thoughts, turned to him and pressed a finger to her lips. "You have to keep secrets. Why do you look so much like my son? You must be Qi Bupong's other adopted charge. He speaks so highly of you." Lan Jue was afraid his brother might not react properly, and rushed to his aid. "Yes, mother, you've guessed right. This is my older brother, Lan Chang. Brother, this is Dad's very close lady friend. Our mom." He caught his brother's eye, silently pleading with him to go along. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 518, Recognizing a Son. Chapter 517, Recognizing a Son. Lan Chang looked between Luo Qianlin and Lan Jue, clearly confused. However, he remained perfectly respectful, bowing before her. No matter who she was, as father's woman, she was their elder. "Your Majesty, hello." Lan Ching greeted. She flicked a wrist, and then there was something else resting in the palm of her hand. A silvery metal that shimmered in the light. "Call me mother. Here, take a gift for our first meeting." "Ah, if only I had children as handsome as you two." Lan Shang wasn't sure how to take that, but he accepted her gift all the same. "Thank you so much for the consideration, but I can't accept. This is too expensive." Her face darkened. "What? You don't want to get to know your mother? Bro, take it." Lan Jue plucked her gift out of Luo Qianlin's hand and gave it to Lan Chang. In truth, Lan Jue fostered a silent pity for Luo Qianlin. She was infatuated with Zhu Di, but he only wanted to hide from her. As members of the younger generation, it was their duty to try and help work things out. Lan Cheng held himself to a strict code of morals. This felt inappropriate, but before he could say anything further, Chu Cheng took a big stride forward.
Hey auntie, if you want some more sons to look after, I'm available. What do you think?
He put on his best charming smile and directed it to Luo Qianlin. She looked him up and down, her brows furrowing. So young with those bags under your eyes.
I can tell you're a lusty sort of youth. I have no interest in a son like that. Chu Cheng's face twitched. Auntie. The bags are just because I don't sleep well. There's no lustiness about it. He didn't believe she could see him that clearly after half a moment.
Appearing almost bored, she explained.
It isn't something you see on the face.
I've had decades of experience reading people, so I know precisely the kind of person you are. It's not hard to see that you're kidney deficient, either.
Kidney? Kidney deficient?
Chu Cheng's face drained of color.
Mother, in front of so many people.
Chu Cheng had a thick hide, but right now he desperately wished he could dig a hole and disappear.
1.
Mika, Xiuxiu, Ling Guogua and Kor couldn't help it, and all burst into a fit of tittering laughter.
Hua Li and Lan Jue were howling. Lan Cheng even joined in with a sensible chuckle. Luo Qianlin wasn't done.
Her eyes darted to Hua Li. This one's grown up well. A pity he's so girly. Far too soft, and manly deficient. My Bupong does have a good eye, my boys are good choices.
Lan Cheng couldn't stand it anymore.
He was the soldier of a generation, and he was expected to simply become adopted by this crass woman. But he took a cue from Lan Jue's expression. He could tell his younger brother didn't seem to mind. This was the only woman their dad had ever appeared close to on any level.
Mom made a kind of sense. What's your name?
Luo Qianlin fixed her eyes on Lan Cheng. I am Lan Cheng, he replied.
Call me mother.
Let me hear how it sounds.
She cooed a genuine plea.
For a moment the commander hesitated, stunned. His thin lips twitched, and after a time he managed to chew out a word.
Mother.
Her face dropped into an admonishing frown.
Ah, little Cheng. You're not as obedient as my little Jew. Say it with warmth. Remember next time. Aunt.
The wine master rushed in to interject.
Oh, right. What did you bring them here for?
She turned her attention to her nephew. He gestured to them. They're friends, here to spar for a little while. I promised to offer them a space to do so.
Ah, there's going to be a fight. Excellent, I'm in.
This was a woman who surely thrived on chaos. The wine master entreated calm.
Aunt, please.
Be reasonable, they wouldn't be a challenge. You should serve as proctor. It was a long shot, but he couldn't let her wreak havoc in this place.
Who could be her opponent, anyway?
She acquiesced, though clearly displeased with the idea.
Fine. You need a ref, I'll be a ref. How are they fighting? Boy-girl pairs or full-on melee?
The wine master stood there speechless.
He shot Lan Jue a look.
The jewelry master hastily replied.
Chu Cheng and I are going to test each other out first. Then it'll probably me and my brother. So about standard and boring. Fine, start whenever you like. Make it interesting.
She clapped, and even before the ringing sound dissipated, there was a flash of strange light.
Lan Jue and Chu Cheng were by themselves. Lan Jue shivered.
He'd easily sensed that transition, and to him it felt like reality was being carved up like a loaf of bread. This place had been carved apart just for them, and they were transferred into it. It had happened so quick that it looked easy, but even the wine master would find it difficult to manage so fluidly.
Her strength was proven once again.
At the very least, she was stronger than the Cosmagus. The two young men stood, staring at one another. The light of excitement was reflected in one another's eyes.
Hey Ju, I'm not going to go easy on you. I will turn my grief into power.
His public humiliation at the hands of Luo Qianlin had him ready to fight, like an angry bull. It was clear in his eyes that he anticipated what was to come. He'd prove it by deed, he was not kidney deficient.
Lan Jue, by contrast, simply smiled.
He did not stomp or puff himself up dramatically. His right hand slowly rose, and motioned for Chu Cheng to come at him. He blinked, and suddenly Chu Cheng's eyes were dual balls of fire. The air around him swirls and was replaced by a thick red aura. He set his stance with his left foot, and punched with his right fist.
The punch itself looked simple and direct.
However, there was a rooted sense to it, like it was followed by all the force of a mountain. More importantly, Lan Jue could feel the hidden, explosive quality wrapped up within it. This was the protogenic essence of fire, explosiveness. Chu Cheng had been honest, and it seemed he hadn't spent all his time chasing skirts. After the tournament he must have also worked hard on his cultivation, which resulting in this power spike. All four of the monarchs knew each other as well as brothers, so even small changes were quickly spotted. Lan Jue strafed to the side while his arms rose. They swirls and arcs that sought to seal off Chu Cheng's punch. All of a sudden, everything about Lan Jue seemed softer. There was no more radiation of energy from around him. Instead, all their surrounding energy seemed drawn to that spot between his arms.
Puff! The force of Chu Cheng's punch vanished into a void. His capable attack was swallowed up by what he could only describe as an infinite vacuum. There was no resistance, like his opening move simply failed to find a target. In that instant, Lan Jue's figure vanished. Half a breath later, he reappeared from Chu Cheng's flank. Lan Jue crashed into Chu Cheng's shoulder like a freight train. Chu Cheng growled, and bent his knee so as to maintain stability. He dropped his shoulder into Lan Jue's charge. Fire poured out from his shoulder like a river of magma. Chu Cheng's control over Hades' fire was muscle memory by this point. Lan Jue had already exposed his secret, and Chu Cheng knew his opponent was no more than 5th rank. The northern Hades descendant was 7th rank, nearly 8th, far higher than Lan Jue's. The gulf in power was enough, he suspected, that he could simply overwhelm him with overwhelming offense. Bang! Two shoulders met. Just before contact, a shimmering light of black and white, the mysterious energies of yin and yang, appeared around Lan Jue. The swirling image of black and white forced Chu Cheng's hellfire away to create passage. Lan Jue found his target. Chu Cheng could feel the incredibly unloading force as Lan Jue made contact. He reeled, and Lan Jue followed up with another shoulder smash. Their encounter occurred in a very small radius, but Chu Cheng was able to recover and push back with gusto. He fought for a few inches, then lunged to the side to increase the distance between them. 1-inch guard. A rare and difficult taiji technique, only one who understood the true nature of the martial art could call upon it. Zhu Di had imparted the knowledge to him only recently. A practitioner who mastered this skill could diffuse tremendous destructive power in a very small area. It was a nigh-mythical ability. Chu Cheng was not aware of it. The unforeseen reversal took him by surprise. Lan Jue, in the midst of his retreat, thrust out his arms and threw dual bolts of golden lightning at his dumbstruck opponent. He was on his back foot, but Chu Cheng would not be caught off guard so easily. His right hand quickly shot forward with fingers splayed, and from the gesture a thick shield of flame was born. The lightning bolts hit it and were deflected away. Lan Jue's arms were moving again, tracing out a slow circle in front of him. The pull of the void sprang up around them once more. Chu Cheng fought desperately to resist it, eventually stabilizing once his discipline activated. Lan Jue slid his foot forward in shifted posture, suddenly within striking distance of Chu Cheng. He swung his hips, and his right hand exploded forward. Skimming hammer punch. Bang! The shield of fire broke apart into a million errant flames, then vanished. Chu Cheng stumbled backward. Lan Jue was like a leaf on the wind. He leapt forward, 7 alternating steps. Every silent footfall sent waves of pressure out to Chu Cheng that forced him to keep up the retreat. On the 7th step, his 7-star hammer punch was poised, ready to flatten mountains. Chu Cheng was out of defensive maneuvers. He could only try to defend by putting his arms between them. When they made contact, he was almost crushed beneath wave after wave of explosive force coursing through the jewelry master's fist. Beneath the alternative waves of pure force and gentle retreat, his defenses were unable to cope. He went flying. The others watched from a distance. Each of them looked at Lan Jue with new eyes. Luo Qianlin, though, carefully watched with no visible change in expression. Lan Xing was quietly nodding his head, for he recognized that his brother's comprehension of taiji was much deeper than it had been when he saw him on Enluo. Their fight wasn't a dramatic display, but the skill they demonstrated was incredible to watch. Chu Cheng found himself at a disadvantage, even though he was stronger than Lan Jue. His foe wasn't letting him call upon his full strength, dictating the pace of the fight. It was very telling. Lan Jue was relying entirely on the properties of taiji to undermine Chu Cheng's advantages. Technical superiority was winning the day. 1. The short version is she is saying he gets down too much, either with girls or with his hand. She's calling him a slut/sex addict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Too Nasty. Chapter 519, Too Nasty. Chu Chang flew for a dozen meters before falling to the ground with a crash.
His arms were numb and limp. Lan Jue was going easy. If he had used lightning with his taiji, Chu Chang would be feeling it. Chu Chang's fighting spirit flared at the humiliation. The hellish red light in his eyes flickered, and then a murderous aura crept out from around Hades. It started beneath his feet, but the dead gray light that consumed the ground quickly started to spread in all directions. Everything was cold, gloomy, and still as the grave. His numb arms were drained of color. They were gray, like they belonged to a corpse. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding him felt like a chasm of alluring death that would cripple a normal man.
Lan Jue didn't press the attack.
He stood tall and straight, with eyes that blazed with battle lust.
Tendrils of golden lightning emerged and swung about him erratically.
Soon they relaxed, becoming a layer of golden clothing. However, unlike Chu Chang, his power didn't radiate through the world.
Lan Qing couldn't help but keep the pleased reaction from his face.
Turning lightning into such a thin shell required tremendous control. Lan Jue was much improved over where he had been even only months ago. This was an accomplishment, as thunderbolt disciplines were notoriously difficult to command. The two men stared at each other from across the field, one gold, one gray. The potential destruction was palpable as their auras clashed between them. The wine master waved his hand. The scepter clutched in his gnarled hands flared, and a protective silver light sequestered the fighters from the others.
Chu Chang once again made the first move.
He knew that if his friend had a chance to focus his discipline, its explosiveness would overcome his hellfire. He raced forward so fast that a blurry afterimage of himself traced his path. He crossed the field in a heartbeat. To Lan Jue it looked like a dissolving swath of gray that melted heaven and earth into one wherever it went. His response was to slowly extend his pointer and middle finger into the air before him. A glorious pattern of lightning hung where his fingers crossed. The indomitable press of Chu Chang's charge broke off at the last second and he moved to the side. Their disciplines clashed. Lan Jue juked around his foe and the two changed places.
Lan Jue's sword fingers one traced another outline, all around Chu Chang. This time the lightning appeared as a full circle, suspended in air.
The flickering light set off the hard lines in Chu Chang's face. He could feel its buzz affecting his body. Hades saw his leverage slip away. The uncomfortable sensation broke his rhythm.
Lan Jue's orb of lightning was a dazzling display.
But as he looked on, it grew sluggish and an ominous sensation filled him. Hades' protogenic capabilities specialized in immediate extinction, the thin line between life and death.
Lan Jue's orbs changed this, though.
Somehow, Chu Chang found he couldn't command that division as easily. It was like Lan Jue's discipline was keeping them glued together.
He flailed and jerked, trying to free himself from the prison of electricity.
His form swelled as he railed, and two beams of gray light fired out like a pair of luminous scissors, right for Lan Jue's neck.
Lan Jue traced another circle with his fingers and darted back.
Chu Chang's beams of gray were swallowed up by the attractive force of his lightning before being destroyed. At least it had earned Chu Chang some breathing room. In that moment of respite, his body joined with a gray sword that surreptitiously appeared overhead.
Chu Chang drew circles.
The sword broke its constraints and fractured into a dozen copies. They surrounded Lan Jue and besieged him on all sides. Lan Jue still traced circles. Wave after wave of gray light raced toward Lan Jue. Each one was thick with a sense of death, so numerous that they were like a life-devouring tide. But, no matter how many attacks Chu Chang threw at Lan Jue, they vanished into the depths of those golden orbs. Chu Chang was a raging force of destruction, and Lan Jue was fighting to hold everything together. He was there for every step his foe took. 78 attacks, and not a one found its target.
Lan Jue's defense was absolute. Ting!
Chu Chang had to stop. The last ringing sound of his attack being deflected away hung between them.
He couldn't sustain that level of offense for long.
Already Chu Chang sensed his energy reserves down by a third. While it may not have looked it, Lan Jue was glad for the pause. That brief exchange had been grueling. His style had changed, no more the reckless warrior like his opponent.
But that defense had required endurance.
He didn't dare stop, else he'd be drawn into its all-consuming vacuum himself.
Chu Chang fought for breath, trying to concede.
Lan Jue was also taking big gulps of air. That clash was intense.
Lan Jue didn't give him the chance.
His fingers flicked out, flickering with a golden haze. A sphere of roiling lightning surrounded Chu Chang. The northern monarch's discipline flared as he shored up his defense. What was fierce at fore grows weak at aft. Chu Chang was exhausted, and yet that mysterious orb from Lan Jue was robust.
Defending against it was as impossible as fighting destiny.
Little by little, Chu Chang's energy slipped away. Soon he couldn't stop his body from being swept up into the swirling tide of the orb's power. It was like being caught in an undertow, only getting worse as his discipline wore out. Lan Jue's fingers spiraled out and away, causing Chu Cheng to fly spinning like a top to the distance.
He was just adding insult to injury.
The golden light in Lan Jue's eyes dimmed.
The buffeting force that filled the arena fell away.
Outside of the force field, a host of shocked eyes followed him. Even for Huali and Lan Xing, who knew Lan Jue very well, this was beyond comprehension. They both knew that Lan Jue, recently crowned champion at the tournament, had a better chance at victory. What they saw instead was a masterful performance.
Lan Jue hadn't laid out a single straightforward attack.
Instead, his defense had done all the heavy lifting.
It matched and surpassed everything Chu Cheng threw at it.
It didn't look like much, but the simple fact it withstood the full force of Chu Cheng's attacks proved its magnificence. Lan Jue retracted his finger and stood tall. He stared at his defeated opponent, looking as lofty as a mountain, as deep as the ocean. He was surrounded by a strange and charismatic aura. The swirling vortex of energy finally swirled into him and vanished, just as all rivers flow down to the sea.
For a full 8 seconds Chu Cheng stood where he'd landed, solid as a rock, staring at Lan Jue. Then he began to sway, until ultimately he stumbled and fell on his ass. His face was pale and drawn. Lan Jue rushed over to his side. He clenched his hands together into a double fist, and bashed them against Chu Cheng's back. The other man jolted, then seemed to recover. "Goddamn, what the hell was that? So nasty." Chu Cheng managed to angrily spat the words after recovering. Lan Jue stood over him. A defensive technique. Chu Cheng shot him a detestable look. "I am never sparring against you again. That shit sucked. I prefer head-to-head, getting a beating would be much less uncomfortable."
"Bro," he said, looking at Lan Xing, "look at your little brother.
How can you look at this bullshit and not want to smack him around?"
Lan Xing regarded his brother with a placid gaze.
"Do you need a rest?"
He was anxious to test himself, now that he knew what Lan Jue was capable of.
Lan Jue shook his head. "No need. But I do need a sword." "All right." Lan Xing acquiesced. "Little Jue." Luo Xianni's voice interrupted. "Mother?"
He answered respectfully, something he reminded himself he needed to speak with Lan Xing about. He couldn't help but be a little scared off his new, somewhat off-kilter, mother.
She answered with a smile.
"Your Taiji sword play is very good.
More agile than Shi Bupong, but less stately. You need more vigor. From light to heavy, something you'll learn with experience." Lan Jue's eyes lit up. "Thank you, mother."
By this time Lan Xing had arrived at the center of the ring. Lan Jue turned to Xiao and waved her over. She smiled, then quickly jogged to his side. Xiao rose to the tips of her toes, as a gentle silver light enveloped her.
Her body lengthened and warped until she became a shimmering longsword hovering in the air. The handle hovered before Lan Jue, awaiting his grip. Lan Jue took the Azura Godblade.
The golden aura sprang back to life, and he charged. Lan Xing's face was as still as a dry lake bed. He slowly retracted his right hand to his chest, then exhaled evenly as he stretched it out again. He stood out, the definition of towering majesty. As his hand stretched out, it seemed the bearer of stillness. Everything around them, the whole ring, suddenly became calm and silent.
Lan Jue knew that facing his brother would be completely different from Chu Cheng. Hades was like a volcano that could blow at any moment. Lan Xing's strategies were as layered and boundless as the night sky.
Lan Jue lashed out, commanding the power of Xiao and the Azura Godblade. The blade traced a beautiful arc but, to Lan Jue's surprise, no hint of power followed in its wake. It was as though Lan Xing's singular hand was drinking it all up. Lan Jue understood suddenly that Lan Xing had long since learned to join his discipline with martial skill.
But his reactions were quick.
His experience against stronger opponents had been bolstered in the Great Adept tournament. He channeled the energies of the Azura Godblade, and concentrated his own thunderbolt discipline. He swung the blade through the air again, but this time agility was replaced with intent.
Fu!
Lan Xing thrust his palm forward. Lan Jue felt himself shake, and the circle he was tracing was knocked off course. The super soldier of Enluan curled his hand into a fist, and struck again with an explosive 1-inch punch.
The deafening blast of an explosion tore through the arena.
Wisps of cyan energy coalesced into a fist, half a meter across. It quickly crossed the 10-meter distance between him and Lan Jue. Lan Jue suddenly began to move faster. A rapid succession of swirling orbs were cut in the air, and knocked the fist aside. In the next instant, it was surrounded by a net of golden lightning.
It exploded.
The cyan fist became a ferocious tornado of compressed wind that obliterated Lan Jue's defensive circles.
1. This is where you put your pointer and middle finger together, extended like the blade of a sword. I remember this was taught when learning the Taiji sword styles. I never got to weapons, sadly. Seems like a good way to lose your pointer and middle fingers, really. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Live Life Like Luo Qianlin. Chapter 520, Live Life Like Luo Qianlin.
In that instant a nimbus of light surrounded Lan Jue, while a white phantom shimmered at his back. He thrust his index finger forward.
For a moment, nothing happened.
Lan Jue's pupils contracted, and without hesitation he dropped his sword. He retracted his hands, then returned with the mightiest of the 9 Taiji hammers, downward hammer strike.
Boom! The concussive force shook their surroundings.
Lan Jue staggered back, nearly falling before regaining his footing some 10 meters back.
Lan Qing had not moved. Both Huali and Chu Chen watched the brothers in awe.
It was no surprise that Lan Shang was strong, the strongest of all of them, no doubt.
Only now, they had some measure to compare it to.
Both of them had plentiful experience with peak adepts. Chu Cheng's father was one, after all, but even at the highest levels there were enormous discrepancies in strength. Aftershocks of his power still caused the floor to tremble.
Palm, fist, finger. 3 strikes, straightforward and unobtrusive. One might even call it drab. And yet, its strength was such that Lan Jue's Taiji sword couldn't stand up to it.
This was not just an inferior discipline, but inferior martial technique. Lan Qing could see his brother was still a beginner with the sword. His opening tactic was no different than Chu Cheng's, overcome with superior force. The difference lay in Lan Qing's strength.
Chu Cheng's outright offensive couldn't penetrate Lan Jue's defense. Lan Qing's storm of energy put Lan Jue and the Azura Godblade on the ropes. Very good.
Lan Qing's hard voice called.
He raced forward to press the attack.
As invasive as wind, as aggressive as fire, in a moment he went from being rooted as the mountains to a raging lion.
Lan Jue saw him coming, but didn't back down.
On the contrary, a hint of a smirk cracked his lips.
And why wouldn't he?
This was the first time in all their clashes that Lan Jue had been able to withstand his brother's Prajna triple attack one.
And he didn't even get wounded.
He'd done it with only rudimentary sword training. He dropped his weapon, not because he didn't have an answer with his sword style, but rather because he feared the attack might injure Xiuxiu. In substitute he fell back on the more familiar Taiji defense. He knew that Lan Qing hadn't used the full strength of the 3 Prajna charms, but just defending it all was a success. In an instant, Lan Qing was nearly on top of his brother. He struck at him with a fist. Lan Jue responded with a cross-step, and dropped into a defensive posture with his hands at the ready.
His Taiji technique prepared to meet his brother's fist. Boom, boom, boom.
3 blast, as the 2 brothers clashed 3 times. Lan Jue's 9 hammers were iron wrapped in silk, imbued with his intrinsic lightning. His Taiyang bearing was on full display.
Lan Chang was as omnipresent as the wind.
His attacks were heavy as a tumbling mountain, then light as a summer breeze. From time to time, he'd lash out at Lan Jue with another Prajna charm to keep him on his toes. They danced around each other, faster and faster, until gradually they were just a pair of blurry shapes. The arena was buffeted with the screeching howl of their powers. For the spectators, this was a much more pleasing fight than the one before. Lan Jue was forced back with every collision, but he still managed to defend against his brother's attacks. He was on the defensive, but wasn't losing too much ground. Careful! Lan Qing suddenly cautioned. The nimbus that had appeared around his head before appeared anew, and Lan Qing's entire demeanor changed. His iron exterior seemed to soften with an ethereal benevolence. He thrust out with his palms, alternating one after the other.
Each press added to a tide of concussive force headed for Lan Jue. However, not all of them were of equal strength.
Some were deceptively soft, which made the stronger ones more acute. The whispering green energy became a fierce wind that kicked up dirt and stones in its path. Within it was the faint trace of protogenia. Lan Jue did not retreat, but rushed forward. The golden aura around him blazed. Behind him, the image of yin and yang, black and white, rotated around one another. His clawed hands rose as though lifting something heavy, then he pushed forward with all of his strength.
It was all in total contrast to Lan Qing's measured strikes. Boom!
The arena became an explosion of color, as hurricane-force blasts of energy filled the area. Reality collapsed in the center of the ring, and rebounded with a violent detonation that sent Lan Jue flying. Lan Qing tumbled out of the sky and staggered back, but kept his footing. Lan Jue caught himself, and swung his eyes toward his brother. Gold light poured from them before the whole ring became immersed in it. Lan Xing fell back on his heels, while the halo of light surrounding him fanned out like a holy aureole too. Behind him, another image of a cyan Buddha spontaneously sprang into being. He pressed his palms together in front of him as bands of white and cyan intermingled all around. Everyone could feel the energy levels rising.
Stay your hand.
The wine master's booming voice interrupted their exchange. The brothers were too caught up, and had begun to call upon their protogenic domain. This was the arena, and while it may look real, it was still a constructed reality. If he let them employ the full breadth of their protogenia, he feared this place wouldn't survive. But they had already passed the point of no return. Even if the wine master intervened personally, it would just be adding his own flame to the raging fire. It could make matters worse. However, before the critical moment, a strange energy infiltrated the arena. A figure appeared, followed by a bone-crunching crack. Everything around them froze as time was arrested. Lan Jue and Lan Chang were unable to even blink, frozen in the instant before their collision. Protogenic coagulation? Lan Jue and Lan Chang had awakened from their battle lust, but found they couldn't move. The protogenic domains they summoned coalesced in on themselves impotently. Neither of them had experienced anything like this before. They weren't paragons, but at least their command of protogenia wasn't anything to sniff at. This kind of protogenic coalescence, what sort of power could do that? There was an odd flash of pink light. Lan Jue and Lan Xing seemed to shrink, no more the doughty titans of the ring. There was another flash and pop. Luo Qianlin busily flicked a Polaroid photo in her hand. It had captured the perfect moment, just at the peak of the two boys' conflict, with all their power swirling around them. At some point during their clash, she had produced a delicate-looking pink camera from somewhere. She smirked at the collective stares directed her way. If you want to know how to life, learn from Luo Qianlin. Always carry a camera along. Oh, yeah. 3. They'd been changed into a picture? Chu Chang was struck dumb with amazement. He could only stare at the newly revealed paragon. They had all guessed, but now they knew. This woman who claimed to be Lan Jue and Lan Xing's mother had to be one of the old-style paragons. She was unknown, a hermit, and now they saw how powerful she really was. Two men in the midst of calling upon the peak of their power were immediately reduced to a pretty picture. All of that impressive protogenic energy, gone. How was that even possible? Even the wine master looked stunned by what he'd witnessed. After all, it had been many years since he last saw his aunt. His memory of the woman wasn't what it once was. She tittered on, her face split in a wide smile. Not bad, not bad. These two young men are an impressive pair. Strong, good potential. Bupong really knows how to pick them. If only they were my real children. In the midst of her lamentations, the flicking photo vanished in a flash of light. Two figures then appeared, suddenly and without warning. They were Lan Jue and Lan Chang. Neither were employing their powers anymore. The two brothers shared a wordless look, and saw the shock mirrored in one another's eyes. Lan Jue remembered her telling him she was once known as the photographer in these parts. Even the avenue's photographer could move mountains. Luo Qianlin chuckled to herself. It's been so long since I've used my camera, I'm a little rusty. When you're fighting, try not to move around so much. It ruins the picture and makes it blurry. Alright, I think that's enough for today. Come and find me if you ever want some pictures. They left the arena. All four of the monarchs were silent as they stepped back out onto the avenue. Lan Qing, especially. Luo Qianlin walked right beside them. Mother, where are you going to go? Lan Jue asked. To my store to take a look around, she answered. It should be more or less ready for the grand reopening. Make sure I'm the first one you call when it's time to get married. I promise, you'll have photos unlike anything you've ever seen. It's up top, called Luo Qianlin's wedding photography. Mother, I have a question. How long can you seal time like that when you take a picture? Lan Jue pressed. She thought for a moment. Not too long. At your strength, no more than 3 years, I suspect. I wasn't able to take pictures though, a pity. 3 years. Lan Jue just stared at her. The concept was terrifying, worse than any prison. Only a moment ago he felt what that was like, he could think, he could even control his discipline, but he couldn't move even a centimeter. Nor could he find a way to break free. This was the containing power of protogenia. Imagine, no one under the rank of paragon could deny her a picture.
It was terrifying. Lan Jue went on. If the photo is destroyed, what then? Her answer was thoughtful. That depends on what you mean by destroyed. I'm the only one able to damage the photos. If I rip up your image, then you are ripped up too. The higher the discipline, the more difficult it is to tear up. 1. I can't recall if I've described Lan Qing's martial art before. I believe it was noted somewhere that he and his brother were taught different styles that suited each of them. If I gave it a name before, I've forgotten. Henceforth we'll refer to his style as prajna technique, where prajna is the Buddhist concept of wisdom and insight. 2. Like this. 3. This exclamation, in English, is popular among young girls or women who are trying to act young. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Unexpected. Chapter 521, Unexpected. Lan Jue gulped. Mom, you must be busy. Luo Xianni answered with a charming smile, then sashayed away from them looking for all the world like a carefree young woman. But who would dare tell her that to her face? Your Majesty, has your aunt always been this terrifying? Chu Chang asked the wine master. The wine master shot him a look. She taught me everything I know. At the inception of the avenue, my aunt was the most experienced fighter we had. She would have been chosen our leader, except her terrible temper wasn't suitable for the job. Even then there weren't many who knew her, and she wasn't one to brag about her strength, so most never knew. She stopped coming to the avenue frequently, until eventually she disappeared for 30 years. I haven't seen her in a very long time. The others exchanged quiet looks. Lan Jue's mind, though, went back to what the clairvoyant had told him. At the height of the crisis, he was to find the hidden paragons littered through human society and recruit them against the threat. He didn't give it much thought at the time, since the 10 recorded paragons were the only ones known, not included the Avenue's recent additions. However, since then he'd had a number of unexpected run-ins with paragons, each one stronger than the last. How many secret paragons were there, hiding under rocks in distant galaxies? What's more, the longer Lan Jue spent on the Avenue, the deeper he became embroiled in its secrets. The clairvoyant's time had come, but his machinations would continue long after he passed away. The pauper and the pharmacist were the future paragons of the Avenue, and unique additions at that. His brother was set to lead the charge, with no obstacles on his path. If in the future that included himself and Qianlin, then Skyfire Avenue would be by far the wealthiest nation in regards to paragons. The East would never need fear for their defense. Everything had the clairvoyant's fingerprints on them. The eye of tomorrow's greatest strength was never on the battlefield, it was controlling the fate of humanity. Ignoring the rest, the oppressive power of the photographer was enough to instill fear. She was stronger than the Terminator, and even back in the day she was a better fighter than the clairvoyant. She could only have improved since then. She was the only paragon new, aside from Zhu and Celestial Master Qian, ever to reach Nirvana. Wine Master, Lan Jue asked in curiosity, what is Mother's paragon title? The wine master thought quietly to himself. She doesn't use it often. Usually she prefers the photographer. I've forgotten what it was, I suppose you'll have to ask her. Lan Jue turned to Lan Qing. Shall we go, then? His brother nodded. The group bade farewell to the wine master and left. They didn't return to the jewelry store, it was too small, so they went to the hotel that had been arranged for Lan Qing and the others. Lan Jue led them from the avenue, and drove them into the city. When they arrived, Lan Qing pulled him aside. Hey Zhu, I have something I want to discuss with you. All right. Hua Li and Chu Chang left for their respective rooms. Lan Jue followed his brother so they could talk. Ask your question, Lan Qing said. He waved his hand, and a pale green aura hung over them. Lan Jue nodded. You've taken the step? Though Lan Qing had been the one to invite him in, he'd done it because he saw the glint of doubt in his brother's eyes. Yes, he said. And no. My situation now is similar to your recultivation. The further I walk the path, the more I see my path. To do that, this step needs to be done as slow and careful as I can. I never recultivated, and your foundation now is already better than mine. Without that benefit, slow is better. If I control my domain and pay attention to its changes, it will remold me. Then I will learn all its secrets. Realization dawned on Lan Jue's face. No wonder. He'd sensed something was off during their fight. Lan Chang was holding something back, even though he was as strong as ever. He could feel the power lurking underneath, and it made him shiver. That final, fateful step could happen at any moment.
All Lan Jue needed to do was be calm, be patient, and maintain control. Lan Jue's latest race to catch up with his brother had seen some strides. Lately, his improvement had been incredible. Still, it looked like the gulf between them was as vast as ever. He wasn't discouraged, though. On the contrary, the extra challenge was motivating. Lan Jue handed him a bottle of water.
You've made some very impressive strides lately. But what's going on between you and Qianlin? There's got to be some problem you're going through. Will it affect your cultivation? Lan Jue sighed. It was a misunderstanding, but there's something else separating else. She wants to tell me something, but this confusion is making it harder. I'll deal with it, don't worry. It won't affect my cultivation. But I want you to know, if I agree to establish a division here, I won't be able to help you. Lan Jue shook his head. I don't need your help. And Luan has organized its own Blood Iron Cons, a mecha unit of adepts like yours but weaker. We've gathered crack soldiers and we're going to train them to fight in units to improve coordination. If you need help with anything, ask. All right. Lan Jue said with a nod. I'm out, then. You take it easy. Lan Jue followed him as he rose to his feet. What do you think will happen with the clairvoyant? Lan Jue considered for a moment. Right now I'm not sure. I guess he'll announce a successor. That's what the Avenue needs most. What Huali said was right, the East is on the upswing. The North and West are going to be much more vigilant. When the fighting starts we can't rely on anybody. We'll need to watch our backs. Lan Jue nodded sagely. I've long believed the only one you can rely on is yourself, and the soldier at your back. You be careful. Winning the tournament is going to be a double-edged sword for you. You've got a big target painted on your chest, so if I were you I'd stay put a little while. Yeah, he agreed. Lan Jue rose, wished his brother a good night, and left. His fights today with Chu Chang and Lan Jue had improved his understanding of Taiji. Victory and defeat were both vehicles for improvement. Since it was so rare for them to get together like this, it was good to take the opportunity to test themselves. He left the hotel and was heading for his car when a sudden chill spread through his chest. It was unnatural fast and sharp. Without hesitation, Lan Jue reached out and slapped the hood of his car. The jewelry master dissolves into 100,000 bolts of lightning, then vanished. He appeared a moment later inside the car. His lightning's conductive nature allowed him to pass through the metal. His eyes snapped to the window. In the space where he had stood, a tranquil gust of energy swept by. If he had been even a second late, he had no doubt that energy would have pierced right through him. Lan Jue didn't dare waste time. All at once the car and everything around it was swallowed up in a ball of electricity. Lan Jue's hands were brought together in a circle which galvanized his Taiji powers to create a field of energy. Even as his powers surged, Lan Jue could see reality around him draining of color. He could see everything, but it was all reduced to shades of black and white. Domain. A paragon. In that moment, Lan Jue felt a chill boring into the center of his back. He knew who this was. He had to rely on area attacks, it was the only way to deal with them. He wouldn't be able to tackle a paragon in a straight fight, but if he bought enough time his brother might notice something wasn't right. It was his only hope for survival. As though to taunt him, a shadowy figure appeared just outside of the car's windshield. Lan Jue's plan had been to become electricity and get lost in the forest of lightning, but his opponent's timing was masterful. It left Lan Jue with nowhere to hide, against a foe who stood amidst the sea of lightning like it wasn't there. As a Thunderbolt adept, one of Lan Jue's specialties was speed. However, he was surprised to find that somehow his speed was being restrained. It wasn't just that his foe was faster, which they were, but that his agility was curtailed. His enemy's domain was doing this. An entry-level paragon's domain was strong enough to overcome any adept. No matter how strong, the difference between a normal talent and these superhuman beings was enormous. In this instant of crisis his body reacted instinctually. The familiar swirl of black and white as his Taiji powers swelled appeared at his back. Lan Jue's hands thrust forward together, and his body shook as a shell of consuming lightning surrounded him. 1-inch guard. Fu. A spear of ethereal power pierced his defense like paper, and buried itself in Lan Jue's chest. Thankfully, the 1-inch guard lived up to its promise. The attack narrowly missed his heart. There was no pain, only an instant of cold. Even that was short-lived as a breath later he felt a crazed flush of energy rampage through his chest. He was going numb. Poison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Blocking Daggers. Chapter 522, Blocking Daggers. This small victory was thanks to the 1-inch guard. Without it, the evil energies would have been far worse. The poison would have been injected right into his organs. As things got more chaotic, Lan Jue grew calmer. He did not fluster, because losing his cool meant death. He reacted by shutting off all the meridians in his chest and creating a defensive net of electricity around his core. Everything leading to it was locked down. The toxin and the rampaging force it rode in on couldn't invade. His eyes blazed as they filled with golden light. A stately and commanding aura poured from him. Stagnate. The deep voice boomed from Lan Jue. He was like a star, blazing in the center of the black and white vortex. Everything slowed, like they were stuck in a mire. He could see a black dagger in the air, the dark image that had attacked him. Ascension and protogenic command. His 1-inch guard had bought him the opportunity to call on his full strength. It had been some time since he'd had to use his ascension, but it benefited from his deepened protogenic understanding just like everything else. Eh? The whispered gasp of surprise came from all around. The dark weapon became translucent, and from it radiated rays of impenetrable darkness. Gold and black fought in the skies overhead, while color returned to the world below. This showed the disparity between an adept's comprehension and true domain. After all, Lan Jue had not entered into the realm of protogenia. He was simply an adept, and fleeing the full force of a paragon's domain would be very difficult. His struggle continued as he shoved his palms forward, delivering 9 palm strikes. They spread all over the area before him. This crucial moment was the time to go all out. The 1-inch guard bought him time, so did the ascension command. He could hit like a paragon, but he had to join the powers of yin and yang with his lightning to get there. The first time he tried protogenic lightning was during the DreamNet battles. He led the driver through the process of joining their disciplines, yin and yang. Results were mixed. After some training, he and the driver tried again. His comprehension of Taiji was better by then, and he came to understand protogenic lightning more deeply. His ascension, meanwhile, was protogenia, but there were degrees. The domain he was fighting against could only be commanded by someone who had truly broken through. Protogenic lightning was different. It was a single attack, not a sustained state. He could cross the barrier to paragon strength if he could condense it into a single attack. It was the same power he relied on to win the Great Adept tournament. That time he'd been joined with Qianlin and commanded the power of a peak-level adept, with 1 foot in the realm of protogenia. Now his discipline was dropped to 9th level 5th rank. Summoning protogenic lightning was going to effort. His ascension did serve to boost his abilities, but to bring yin and yang to its brink with protogenic lightning would require power he did not possess. He watched as the yin and yang energies reached their apex, could feel his internal energies failing to meet demand. It was ravenous, even the phylactery stone would serve no use. Lan Jue bit his tongue and drew upon every ounce of power within him. Success hung upon this singular moment. He would life or die for his cause. He suspected his enemies would send men after him. His failure had been in underestimating how soon, and how violent their pursuit. Clang! The golden light scattered. The world regained normal speed as the ascension command was overcome. The darkness closed in from all around. The dagger re-emerged but translucent as before, details hidden beneath an unnatural blur. Just in time, for in that moment a column of lightning exploded out from Lan Jue. Protogenic lightning lanced out every which way, warping reality in its wake. Even the swirl of black and white behind him warbled threateningly. "I." The surprise sounded as countless holes appeared in the shimmering world of black and white. The evil energies assailing Lan Jue seemed to calm, but only for a moment. Soon the world was back as it had been. Lan Jue had used up everything he could. He was finished. He'd done the best he could. Only once you faced a paragon did you realize how powerless you really were. His protogenic lightning had been strong enough to cut through his enemy's domain, but only for a moment. He thought it must have been enough to get Lan Qing's attention, but his brother was nowhere to be found. It was too late, the final blow was near at hand, and even Lan Qing couldn't contend against this domain. Just as hopelessness was threatening to overwhelm him, Lan Jue was blinding by a beam of white light. All of a sudden, he felt like he was nothing. The enemy paragon's domain was slow to close, which allowed Lan Jue to slip through. The living dagger cut at the beam, but couldn't stop Lan Jue's retreat. In his place there appeared the stifling aura of a paragon, and a rain of cyan energy. Humph! The irritated grunt reverberated through the air. All of the hues of black and gray were swallowed up into a single point, then blinked out of existence. It looked like nothing had happened.
Lan Jue, his face pale and livid, descend from overhead followed closely by Chu Chang and Huali. Another group of figures appeared swirling with protogenia.
Jewelry master? Zeta. No.
Lan Jue's body bucked and shook, down to his very soul. He could describe it, other than to say it felt like his heart was being carved out of his chest. He was in a dim room with stone walls. Refracted colors danced across them as light filtered through stained glass windows. In the center of the room a pale figure rested in the arms of a woman in a snow-white dress. They were a dramatic centerpiece to a drab scene. A few moments ago Lan Jue was sure death had caught up with him.
But then, a familiar energy. Summoning.
Yes, it was the intrinsic bond he shared with Qianlin. Everything was gone, only Qianlin holding him protectively. Then, through that portal a tendril of evil power lurched through. It was quickly repulsed, but not before digging into Qianlin's body. She threw herself between him and the killing blow.
No. No. Qianlin, wake up. Don't die. Wake up.
Lan Jue gathered her into his arms now, holding her tight. Tears covered his face, his emotions unmitigated. He felt the soulless hand of death with its grip on his heart, strangling every beat.
Qianlin's face was white as snow.
It was amazing how quickly blood left. Her eyes were wide and unfocused. He could see the light of life within them start to dim. She never said a word, all through the terror and pain.
Not a single word.
She knew it the moment Lan Jue fell into the ambush. Right away she turned her whole focus to him, thinking only of him so as to summon Lan Jue out of danger. But the Paragon's domain had cut him off. Her heart had been full of fear, much worse than Lan Jue's. She'd cried bitter tears as each attempt to summon him failed. She focused on the hate she felt for the idea of never seeing him again. She prayed desperately to exchange her life for his. Then, when that dagger struck, she was filled with an unspeakable sorrow. As the darkness came down on her, she welcomed it. In the end it seemed her prayers had been answers. Her desperate tries had summoned him to her side, but in exchange she took his place. It was a choice she made consciously and willingly by putting herself between him and that mortal blow. Fresh blood stained her favorite white dress. Flows of deadly energy slithered through Qianlin's veins. Their enemy had managed to infect her with his poison, and now she looked up at Lan Jue's tear-streaked face with no way to say what she felt. It was a cruel sort of torture.
How did this happen? Qianlin's life was quickly slipping away.
The poison had managed to overcome Lan Jue's blockages as well, and surged through his meridians. The jewelry master set his jaw, his face full of a grim resolution. If they were to die, then they'd die together. He'd watched helplessly while Hera died. He couldn't bear to have another woman he loved die in his arms.
Dying together wasn't so bad.
The morbid promise swam in his brain as Lan Jue looked into Qianlin's beauty, hazy eyes. He dropped his head and kissed her pale lips. They were cold, so cold it made his heart skip shudder.
But he didn't pull away.
He kissed her deep and long.
We'll die together. This single thought echoed again and again in his head. A lone anchor as everything else slipped from his mind.
Nothing existed anymore, just her lips and her smell. Sure as the rising sun, Qianlin's body was slowly consumed by light infused with Lan Jue. They would bear this pain together, he inwardly assured her. As his meridians spread the rapid increase of power, he felt the cold and numbness consume every inch of him.
It was Qianlin's power, and that poison. It was all through him now, too. Lan Jue sat, his chest heaving. If today is the day it ends, then I'm ready to go with you.
He stared ahead with hard, firm eyes.
All the locks sealing the poison in place gave way.
He felt the potent toxin flood through him like a tsunami.
Soon it infested every meridian and every vein. A poison this strong would kill a normal man in under 2 hours.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 523, Antitoxin. Chapter 523, Antitoxin. As adepts he and Qianlin were more resilient than normal people.
But, like any poison, once the Paragon's toxin spread through him it would spell his death.
The assassin's blade cut through the fissure in their domain, but couldn't strike accurately.
The dagger struck Qianlin as she placed herself between it and its target, but luckily it missed any major structures. Now that they were joined, both of them would defend against the poison together.
But if they failed together as well.
Lan Jue clenched his jaw, aware of every moment the cold and numbness ate at them. Thankfully, joining brought his discipline, and thus defense, up to peak level. His core was desperately injecting his meridians with energy to protect them and counteract the poison's corrosion. Sharp pain sharpened Lan Jue's focus when he bit down on the tip of his tongue. A golden corona of energy sprang out around him as he called on his ascension. This poison was from a paragon. He hoped, that Protogenia could help him defend against it.
Lan Jue had his suspicions as to the identity of the assassin.
He'd discovered a number of hidden paragons, but the famous ones were widely recognized. There was only one on that paragon list who was an expert in both speed and poison, the once weakest paragon, the Astral Phantom. After this brief encounter, Lan Jue placed the assassin ahead of the Karmic Scholar or Infernal Vanguard.
What could be more terrifying than a superhuman assassin?
He'd attacked Lan Xing a number of times, forcing the super soldier to rely on several methods to keep himself alive.
He was the only one of the Phantom's targets still walking around.
Likewise, Lan Xing owed some of his impressive power growth to the constant assassin threat. At least for right now, Lan Jue was part of the very short list of survivors. For how long, was the question. Paragons were already creatures of unfathomable power. They became the thing of nightmares when they choose to specialize in murder. It was too fast, too sudden. Lan Jue had been smart enough to respond right away, but he was fighting a paragon.
The only one who could compete was someone on the same level.
Lan Jue took personal control of the flow of energy through his meridians. He needed to carefully direct it to combat the poison.
Perhaps he could force it out. I command you to stop.
Lan Jue's voice was low and dictatorial. Suddenly, his entire body became flooded with resplendent golden light.
He looked like a statue made of precious gold.
His ascension command had stopped the blood in his veins.
Lan Jue wouldn't be able to hold it for long.
He was still human, and without moving blood he would soon be dead. But it was his only choice.
Sadly, he soon discovered his efforts fruitless.
This poison was too strong, he could feel it eating away at his cells.
How could you expel something that was destroying you on a cellular level?
The words of command would help him live a little longer and stop the spread of the poison, but without a way to remove it from his system it was only delaying the inevitable.
Even the phylactery stone couldn't help. Qianlin, I don't know if you can hear me. I just needed to tell you I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you, and you shouldn't have had to suffer so much because of me. I love you, Qianlin. Whether or not you love me back, I love you with my whole heart. But no, I shouldn't be saying this nonsense. After everything you've done, how dare I question your feelings? It's me who's wrong. Me. Lan Jue's heart was full of regret. The bitter realization that it was too late was crushing. Qianlin didn't answer.
The poison must have put her in a coma. Hopelessness and a whole host of negative emotions threatened to break his will.
Damn it, no. I'm not supposed to die like this.
A silver light cut reality in twain right in front of Lan Jue's face. An alluring figure emerged.
Capture spirit.
The voice was boisterous and strong. The force in it put some of Lan Jue's despair to bed. Although the poison had begun to take his sight, he knew who it was by the sound of her voice. It was Mother.
The photographer, Luo Qianni. Luo Qianni's hands were pressed against Lan Jue's back.
In the next instant his ascension command gave way, but instead of poison he felt another strange energy permeate him. Lan Jue was locked in place, but it was different than his command. This time even his thinking was sluggish, though he could feel everything that was going on around him. Silver silk-like strands slithered into Lan Jue's body. They were impossibly thin, but beautiful. They seemed to move at Luo Qianni, who looked at her son-in-law absent her usual coquettish smile.
It was quite the opposite, for her eyes betrayed a deathly calm overhanging smoldering rage.
As the slivers of energy invaded, Lan Jue's body began to shake.
Luo Qianni retracted her hand and took a step back. The frail, pink camera was in her hands again. Ka-cha!
Lan Jue became a photo, frozen in time. The Polaroid gently fell into Luo Qianni's hand. She gripped it by the top of bottom, then pulled to stretch the photo larger. Lan Jue flickered with a strange silvery light against the face of the picture. It wasn't all silver, though. It clashed against threads of dull gray. Luo Qianni continued to fiddle with the photo as her fingers, ethereal and enigmatic, danced across its surface. Every tentative flick galvanized the gray energy, and hung around the top of Lan Jue's head like an evil shadow. Before long there was a copy of Lan Jue in gray, like a ghost image from the camera. Luo Qianni reached in and pulled the flickering silver Lan Jue from the photo, depositing him on the floor beside her. She left the gray Lan Jue in the picture. She clapped, and it shrank back to normal size within her palm. Lan Jue had a moment to check himself over. He felt remade, but the process had him reeling. It was like being slices into 100,000 paper-thin slices. It felt like even his soul had been segmented and cut apart. Though the pain was brief, the sensation was seared permanently on his memory. The numbness was gone, but tremendous pain remained. He felt like he'd been broken into 1,000 pieces.
Evidently, Luo Xianni's healing had side effects.
He winced when his eyes were assailed by another flash of silver. This time it was the wine master and the doctor who arrived.
What happened?
The wine master hurried to Luo Xianni's side. Her face was cold and callous.
He won't die. You guys are really something. An assassin was able to get right up to your front door and attack one of your people. If he hadn't used that special retreat, he'd be dead. Did you catch them? A dangerous glint shone in the wine master's eyes as he shook his head. A crafty one. He took his shot then ran. Too fast to catch. Luo Xianni's eyes narrowed. What's the name of this assassin's crew?
A chill ran through the wine master's chest.
And, you. She rounded on him, eyes wide and wild. Don't tell me someone gets to attack my son and get away with it. I'm not done with them. An assassin never does anything for free, right? I'll follow the money and find their employer. If they won't tell me, I'll wipe every trace of these arrogant bastards from the universe. They'll all face my camera.
Blood phantoms, that's what they call themselves.
The astral phantom founded it.
We have some more information on them, I'll give it to you when we get back, the wine master said. The doctor rushed to Lan Jue's side and clapped a hand on his shoulder. An emerald green light spread out from within the doctor and into his patient. The pain was starting to take its toll on Lan Jue. He fought against his dimming vision, but eventually succumbed to darkness.
Zeta. Ah! A searing pain shook Lan Jue from sleep.
He shot up, and after a moment recognized the interior of his rooms behind the jewelry shop. The pain was gone, it was only a memory that woke him up. Everything felt like it was in its proper place. When he groped a hand against his chest, he couldn't feel a wound. Internally he searched his discipline, 9th level 5th rank, thankfully the same as before the attack.
Wait. What about Zhou Qianlin? His pupils contracted to 2 dark points. 9th level 5th rank, it meant he wasn't joined with her. So where did she go? Boss, are you okay?
Xiao hurried into the room. When she saw him sitting up, and so tense, she was filled with concern.
Am I okay? He gasped.
Lan Jue took deep breaths and tried to calm his racing heart. Everything that happened before his coma came rushing back, like some kind of dream. It was more than a dream, though, that pain was real, and he would never forget it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 524, The Last Clairvoyant. Chapter 524, The Last Clairvoyant. He remembered Qianlin turning to light and being absorbed into him. He remembered her eyes, no pain, no despair, just satisfaction. Happy to protect. Zeus was supposed to be the one protecting her, but she was willing to pay her with her life to save him. Where is Zhou Qianlin? Have you seen her? Lan Jue asked Xiao, standing by the bed. This gave his Amazon pause, and a subtle change overcame her expression. She recovered with a quick shake of her head. Nope, haven't seen her. The pharmacist was the one who brought you back. You up? Lan Jue looked past Xiao to the door when his 3 brothers came walking in. Each of them had dark expressions, especially Huali. Lan Jue had never seen the singer so upset before. When he saw Lan Jue sitting up, though, his mood improved. The jewelry master nodded. How long was I out? 2 nights and 1 day, Lan Chang responded. Lan Jue wanted to follow up, but his brother cut him off. Don't talk too much right now. If you're feeling alright, we need to see the clairvoyant. Lan Jue fought the tearing urge to make them tell him where Qianlin was. How was she? But as he awoke and calmed down, his perception widened. He could sense Qianlin, somewhere. She was alive, she was still alive. Wait for me outside. I'll change and then we'll head out. He was, of course, aware of the fact that beneath the covers was nothing to protect his modesty. Xiao's face reddened as she walked out of the room. Nothing I haven't seen before, she said to herself. Lan Jue felt weak and woozy as he got us from bed, like he'd lost a lot of blood. Fumbling with his clothes, Lan Jue thought about what happened. Astral Phantom. One day I'll pay you back 1,000-fold for the pain you put me and Qianlin through. He remembered the thoroughly bizarre process by which Luo Xianni had saved his life. He couldn't understand by what power she'd managed to do it.
It had felt like he was cut into sheets and put back together while the poison was drawn out. It was not a feeling he wanted to experience a second time. Far, far too painful. He changed into some clean clothes and joined the others outside. Lan Chang was by the door, and when his brother emerged, the super soldier placed a hand on his shoulder. An infusion of energy swept through Lan Jue. After a second, the Eastern general removed his hand and nodded. His face was calm, but there was the promise of violence in his eyes, and it was clear who that homicidal intent was meant for. Xu Cheng's angry voice filled the shop. Astral Phantom, there will come a day when him and his little group of fairies will be wiped from existence. Hua Li's voice was low, but no less harsh. We won't stop with them. The blood phantoms are a business. Whoever paid them for this job is the most important target. Who else could it be? There are only a few people with the capital to hire the Astral Phantom. Xu Cheng's voice was cold and calculating. The North or the West, the Great Conclave or one of the citadels. That's about it. Hua Li nodded thoughtfully. It's gotta be one of those. How are you feeling, Ju? I'm fine, the former mercenary said. We'll talk about this later. Let's go see the clairvoyant. The four of them left Zeus' jewelry shop without any further discussion, and headed for Skyfire Museum. As they walked, Lan Jue took the opportunity to examine his internal state more carefully. His energy felt plentiful, and there didn't appear to be any after effects. It was the second time Qianlin had saved his life. The attack had been so sudden and so fierce. It had nearly killed them both, but it also shattered something inside of him. There was resolution in Lan Jue's eyes. Skyfire Museum was as quiet as the name implied, and as empty as one might expect. That is, except for the person waiting for them by the front door. When they got close enough, the wine master nodded to the four of them in greeting. He never said anything as they pushed through the doors and made their way to the back of museum. As they made their way through, Lan Jue could sense a strange energy lingering in the air. It was soft, but confining, soothing for mind and spirit. Lan Chang, Huali, and Chu Cheng felt it too. Their furious thoughts eased as they passed through the eddies of pacifying energy. Footsteps were the only sound as they ascended a flight of stone stairs. A set of large but simple double doors stopped them when they reached the top. Several others were already waiting. All of the Star Alliance was present, along with the Keeper, Bookworm, and Gourmet. Many of the Avenue's counselors were also here, along with the pharmacist. When Junior's mother saw Lan Jue approach, she waved him over. Relax, she said when he came close, Qianlin is fine. I sent her back myself. Lan Jue had suspected as much, but hearing it from her did help settle his worries. He nodded his thanks and tried to get his emotions under control. Everyone was quiet and somber. There was no idle conversation or chatter as they awaited the clairvoyant's appearance. No one looked happy to be here, for they knew what this gathering meant. 3 months ago they were told this would be their leader's final revelation. Afterwards, he would die. Silence prevailed as they waited, with many going so far as to bow their heads before the double doors. The atmosphere was as bleak as a funeral. Half an hour passed, but no one seemed eager to get on with it. Most of the Avenue's denizens hoped this day would never come, or at least not for a while longer. That was the hope they kept quietly to themselves as they waited. Finally, a familiar old voice whispered through the hall. Come in, everyone. The clairvoyant. Heads rose, and people roused from their contemplative stillness. The old seer's voice was as gentle as they remembered, but everyone heard the notes of grief. The enormous double doors slowly opened. Waves of ultraviolet light flowed out like a breeze. The mourners entered, led by the 4 paragons. Next followed the Avenue's leadership and the 4 divine monarchs. What greeted them was an extraordinary scene. Crossing the threshold took them into the center of an infinite universe. It was spectacular. The door vanished to reveal the glittering expanse of the cosmos laid out in all its splendor. Everyone's reaction was different. For Lan Jue, the sea of stars was a backdrop for a light show, with rays of brilliant light radiating from the highest point above him. Whatever it implied, it had something to do with him. Raising his head brought everything into sharper focus. He peered deep within the galaxies as their light washed over him. A change of perspective helped everyone forget their sorrow for a moment. Hearts eased as eyes swept the majestic cosmic vista. Then a single point no brighter than any of the others intensified, scattering the others like snowflakes. 3 figures stood out against the blazing starlight. 2 were tall, and 1 small. The small one was little Junior. She'd been dressed in a pretty yellow summer dress that made the adorable child look like a pixie. What struck Lan Jue wasn't her clothes, though. There was a sparkle in the little girl's eyes that wasn't there before. There was also a silver crystal between her eyebrows, a third eye. The child felt her father's gaze. She looked right at him and smiled the sweetest smile, but obediently stayed in place. Leading her was a gallant-looking man in his 50s. He was dressed in a flowing robe littered with twinkling gemstones. Two deep black eyes reflected the image of the universe around them. Standing beside him was the photographer, Luo Qianlin, clad in a pink dress that made her appear even younger and more vibrant than usual. Her expression, however, was calm and impassive. Lan Jue didn't know this middle-aged man who stood in the center, but he knew his aura. That infinitely deep, almost surreal aura. "You're the clairvoyant?" Lan Jue asked. He smiled. "I allowed my body to show signs of aging so that I might save energy for living. That's no longer necessary, and I like this look for me." It was him, the clairvoyant. The gathered luminaries of Skyfire Avenue bowed in respect. "There's no need for that." He smiled affectionately as he addressed them. "I can feel your sadness, but I will tell you there is no need for it. Abandon your sorrow, because for me this is a liberation. I can give up my burdens to you and join what I have watched for so long. A prophet's soul never dies, so long as you continue to believe the eye of tomorrow is watching over you." "Is there really no other way?" The wine master sighed. The clairvoyant gave his old friend a sad smile. "Why? I am losing nothing, what have I to regret? I have only one final responsibility, and I have called you here today so that I may pass it on to you. My time has come to rest, but the Avenue and humanity still need all of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 525, The Link. Chapter 525, The Link. The clairvoyant paused, and dropped his eyes to look fondly upon Junior at his side. His face was full of contentment. "I'm grateful I got to meet our sweet Junior before I had to leave. I have already passed the title of Eye of Tomorrow to her and she will continue my legacy. Once I have gone she will be the proprietor of the Skyfire Museum, and the new clairvoyant." The gourmet quietly added his voice. "We will do everything in our power to protect the legacy of the clairvoyant. The Eye of Tomorrow will watch over Skyfire Avenue for a long time to come." Nodding in appreciation, he continued. "I elect the wine master as your new chairman, and the jewelry master will take the position he has vacated." Everyone's eyes fell upon Lan Jue. He anticipated this would happen, but nerves still fluttered in his stomach. He strode forward to stand by the wine master's side. "I won't let you down." The old paragon sighed and then, under Lan Jue's shocked gaze, he bowed to the jewelry master. Lan Jue wanted to rush forward and pull him straight, but an enigmatic column of light fell from the sky and froze him in place, stopping him from interrupting. "This is..." Lan Jue shot back, surprised. The clairvoyant straightened, a glint of something in his eye. "I've had my eye on you for quite a while, jewelry master. Longer than you'd probably care to know. All that time I have been quietly guiding you. By now I suspect you know I will try to guide your path again. I must start with an apology. No one's life should ever be under another person's control. I know the pain of it more than most. But I was left with no choice. I saw the first signs of this disaster in a vision, 15 years ago. Mankind was devoured beneath a tide of purple. Humans became extinct. I realized I was witnessing the end of our species. These kinds of ominous visions are rare, and it was my first as a seer. I was so frightened. Was this the way our people were meant to end? I was established in the East by then, of course. I thought, I must convince the East to find other planets to flee to. However, it was unachievable. The process was too long, and finding a habitable planet far enough from harm was difficult. Later, I became less frantic. I remembered something my teacher told me. He said, "Destiny is never certain. There's no such thing as unavoidable extinction, and the more dire the danger the brighter the gleam of hope. If we could just harness that hope, we could save life from destruction. We still had a chance." Even near death, there was a fierce and fervent light in his eyes. He looked at Lan Jue. I decided a way had to be found at any cost. Using the most powerful techniques I knew to perceive the future, I searched time for that one in a million hope. All the danger, all the cost, it all paid off. I found that one in a million chance. I found you. Lan Jue felt his heart seize. He's heard the clairvoyants say things like this before, but now, after everything that had happened, it felt different. The clairvoyants sensed this. High voice was low and soothing. At first I didn't understand.
A single person is capable of only so much. We don't live in a universe with grand saviors. How could one lonely boy save us from our fate? But every vision led to you, so I went myself to see how you were different from the rest. I wanted to know what hope you bore. Ultimately it came to me. He stopped, and pride overtook his bearing as he looked at Lan Jue. You're the link. Even if you were as strong as your master, you couldn't save us all by yourself. However, you could be the link. Everything you do affects the people, the places, and the organizations around you. This connection and your good fortune could be used to give all of humanity its best shot to save itself. Once I realized this, I started to exert my influence. With you at the center of my visions, our chances at survival were under 20%. It was apparent that I would need to make you a stronger link. Something radical would need to happen, and I would need to guide it, either directly or indirectly. That pride was gone now, replaced with an expression of deep shame. His voice soft, he continued. I cannot ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that you choose to continue to bear this responsibility. Would you grant me this? Lan Jue looked at the storied paragon calmly. If you want me to reply from the heart, then no. I am not a hard-working man, on the contrary I love life and I love to enjoy life. If I had my choice, a real choice, it would be for lazy days without stress. But you succeeded, and I'm stuck in this storm whether I like it or not. I will acknowledge that your guidance has brought me here with all these friends, and a life I'm proud of. Once my goal was to experience everything the universe had to offer. Now I've experienced a great many things I never would have without your meddling. It never contradicted my desires for myself, so after some thought I decided it wasn't all bad. You can relax, I'll keep walking this path because now there are a lot of people I want to keep safe. For them, for me, I won't stop. He didn't mention humanity in his impassioned speech. He stuck to simple, and he stuck to true to convince the clairvoyant of his commitment. Thank you, the dying paragon replied. Lan Jue shook his head. If anyone should be thankful, it's all of us. The words alone aren't enough. You have been an unparalleled defender of humanity. But if I may make a small request. The clairvoyant urged him on. Of course. Lan Jue looked at him in earnest. You've been watching for so long, please tell me who heard Hera. I know Hera is dead, it was all real, but there was never any trace. His voice went low. I will tell you, once we've finished here, He turned to the others, then. I tell everyone this, because it is my hope you will help him through. Our organization is loose and free, but when it counts I believe we will unify. The exuviation technique has also inspired many. You stand on the cusp of a major step in human evolution. If we survive this dark time, mankind will enter into an unprecedented golden age. It will be a step toward becoming the true masters of the universe. The fiery resilience from before blazed in his eyes again as he looked at each person in turn. We must band together and face this foe with our full strength. Everyone nodded. The keeper chimed in. Clairvoyant. What have you seen in your final visions? The question made him sigh despairingly. I've seen all that I was meant to see. That which I see now only confirms what we know. I'm as blind to the future as you are. Opportunities are there, but all I can do is my small part in making them better and easier. I am finished, I guess you'll have to see if those opportunities arise. The paragons were unpleasantly stunned by what they heard. They had expected more instruction before the clairvoyant's passing, but he had nothing more to impart. He gently patted Juner's head. Go to your mother, sweetheart. Yes, teacher, Juner answered respectfully. She then quickly tottered over to her mother's side. Her eyes were bright, but it still seemed she was blind. Lan Jue rushed forward to take up one of her groping hands and lead her to the pharmacist. Little Juner has more talent at her age than I did when I was older. She wasn't in any of my visions. It appears as though the universe has its own ideas of providence. She was a gift. He watched Juner for a moment longer before returning his attention to the adults with a smile. It's time for me to bid you all farewell. If we have the chance to meet again, someday at the end of time, that would make an old man happy. Your Majesty. The collected adepts and paragons bowed low to the Eye of Tomorrow. Only the oldest, the keeper and bookworm, declined to bow. However, they nodded at their compatriot, with eyes full of respect. Thank you, I ask that you all return to your homes. Zeus, Prometheus, Hades, Poseidon. If you would stay. And the pharmacist as well. Hey, you old scoundrel, I'm not staying? Zhou Qianlin looked at him ready to disagree. The clairvoyant looked back, and seeing her set expression could only sigh in resignation. You stay too then, I suppose. She sniffed. Right. As it should be. The wine master shook his head. When it came to his crazy aunt, there wasn't anything he could do. Adepts and paragons filed out. They weren't sure why, but after seeing the clairvoyant, the sorrow that clouded their hearts seemed lifted. Now they felt disappointment, like saying goodbye to an old friend for a long time. The clairvoyant turned his attention to the 4 divine monarchs. He waved a hand through the air, and 4 distant points of light twinkled in response. They rapidly grew larger and more defined, separating into 4 dazzling flashes of green, red, gold and blue that in front of the 4 adepts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Starlight Pendants. Chapter 526, Starlight Pendants. The clairvoyant's face grew solemn. He turned first to Lan Jue. Prometheus. You have spared no effort in your work for the Eastern Alliance. You and people like you are the reason we persevere through these hardships. The future strength of our nation will rely on you. I have 4 protective talismans. To you I impart Arius, and wish you calm seas and blue skies. The azure-green star descended unto Lan Jue. It flickered incessantly, from a dark jade to pale aquamarine and back again. They were buffeted by gusts of vigorous wind. Lan Jue was a spot of darker green against the blaze of jade until, suddenly, the light erupted out in all directions in an incredible supernova. The core of the storm merged with the Enluan super soldier and vanished. Lan Jue felt the center of his chest grow warm. A pendant sat against his sternum, feeling as much a part of him as blood or bone. For a moment it was as though he were in a place of nothing but stirring winds. He recognized it, the essence of wind he'd borne on his heart for so long. Now it felt as though he were a part of it, tapped into its elemental nature. Next, the clairvoyant turned to Zhou Qianlin. His smile was wide and pleasant, like this was a weekend get-together, but underpinned with a quiet dignity. The man's words were calm and sparse, but all of them could recognize the true weight of it all. This great man had used the last days of his life to create these for them. Hades, the master of death, so full of life. Of all those who held the title before, your heart is the kindest. Beneath your impetuous exterior is a heart that beats in defense of the righteous. You are destined to go far. Remember that the master of the underworld does not just command death, but also that which comes after. I present Ember Blossom, and hope that you continue to strive for that spark of life in the fires of the underworld. Everything around them was bathed in red light as the star approached. Flashes of crimson red interspersed with a rainbow of colors were ejected in violent bursts along with a gratifying warmth. Its corona soon engulfed Zhou Qianlin. The others looked on as Hades burst into flame, becoming a raging column of fire. He felt it sear all the way down to his soul, a cleansing ache. He understood it now. If he wanted to master the flame of Hades, he had to know it like he knew himself. Zhou Qianlin stood amidst the swirling clouds of ash, renewed. The flood of understanding brought him to his knees. Ember Blossom smoldered against his chest while inside, realization raged like a tempest. The clairvoyant nodded. His third gift was for Lan Jue. You have a languid nature, but an honorable heart. You have been touched by destiny, an old god reborn. You bear the hopes of mankind, future paragon. There will come a day when you transcend it all, and will wield power that make the universe shake. However, you must never act against your nature, for when you stand at the precipice it is your essence that will bring you happiness. Look to it to keep you from losing your way. In that way you will control destiny, it will no more control you. Compassion, honor, courage, persistence. For you I have created Lumina. May it help you become a shining reflection of the heavens. The golden star approached, slowly entering into Lan Jue's chest. The intensity of its light surged for a moment, turning Lan Jue to gold. To the jewelry master the pendant's power felt like a piercing beam through his soul. The deluge of energy was difficult to describe. He saw things with new eyes, like the frailties scarring her heart were washed away. The resplendent light fell upon him. It illuminated his body, but also his heart and soul. The arrow of compassion, glittering and translucent, flickered with light. It fluctuated in reaction to the pendant. Lan Jue's apprehensions about when and how to use the arrow inexplicably eased. Meanwhile, a star-shaped talisman appeared upon his chest, pouring golden light. A storm of light surrounded him. Zeus closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the current of power. At last, the clairvoyant came upon the final monarch. However, his face did not bear the happy smiles he'd had for the other 3. Instead, there was pity. You are a reflection of what you command, as relentless, as soft, as pure as water. You possess its fragility and gentleness as well. If you were a woman, you would grow to be a great queen of nations. Alas. Hua Li shook. His watched the clairvoyant with wide, stunned eyes. The clairvoyant's own twinkled like starlight. You will bear cerulean. May it lift your might and mind, and help to cleanse the ills of the world. A mollifying blue light arose as the star came to Hua Li. It entered through the performer's chest and went supernova like the three before. Hua Li became a blue silhouette in the flood of light. He was different than his companions, though. He looked through the blaze to the clairvoyant beyond. Deferentially he spoke, "Please, show me the path." The seer hesitated, but his low voice eventually replied. "The tide of destiny needs you to proceed. There will come a time when you may." Pale blue light erupted from Hua Li, cutting the clairvoyant off. Poseidon felt something within him give way, and like a dam the roaring tide of awareness swallowed him up. The clairvoyant said something, too soft to hear. His face was full of sympathy. The four divine monarchs stood suspended in the infinite expanse of space. Their pendants blazed with shimmering light, for lustrous stars in the sky. Lan Chang and Arius, Zhu Chang and Ember Blossom, Lan Jue and Lumina, Hua Li and cerulean. The colorful light surrounded them, infiltrated them, making them extraordinary. "You're quite the artiste," Luo Qianlin loudly commented. The clairvoyant chuckled. "This is the last of what I can offer. What use are tools and baubles beyond this, these days?" Then, he looked to the pharmacist. "It will be a little while before they snap out of it. I am delighted to see that you have shaken yourself from that haze, pharmacist." Her eyes lit up, and she smiled. "That is because Juner's father has returned." The clairvoyant nodded, knowingly. "Indeed. The two of you are very happy. Be wary of Oxysis, for there is nothing sharper. As you strive to neutralize the danger, come to lean on the jewelry master's Taiji to redirect it. Remain close to him, and you shall reap the benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 527, The Clairvoyant's Flaw. Chapter 527, The Clairvoyant's Flaw. The pharmacist nodded. "I've sensed it already. There's a comfort when I'm near him, now I know why." The clairvoyant then turned a warm eye upon Juner. "The little one has already been gifted my inheritance. She will be the future eye of tomorrow. Soon she will surpass even me. However, precisely because she is my successor, I cannot see what the future holds for her. Even now, with my sight at its clearest, there is nothing I can tell you. Protect her, and she will grow naturally. It's a shame I'll never see the things she accomplishes." The pharmacist took up Juner's tiny hand. She stood tall and proud. "She's my daughter." The clairvoyant smiled softly. "It's time to bring her back home. Then, I must trouble you to return here." "All right." She didn't question or argue. She knew by now the man must have his reasons. The two of them left for the Temple of Supreme Harmony, leaving only the clairvoyant and photographer conscious in the swirling sea of stars. "Qianlin, do you still blame me?" The clairvoyant's voice was soft and low. The emotion behind Luo Qianlin's eyes shifted somewhat. Her warm smile faded, replaced by a rigid expression. "It's been decades. What could I still have to blame you for?" The old paragon sighed. "If not for me, the two of you would have been together long ago. It was I who told him so much that was better left unsaid. I instigated that change of heart." Her eyes hardened the more he spoke. Her responses bore a distinct chill. "I said it's done." This brought an apologetic smile to the clairvoyant's face. "There are many I owe an apology to in this universe. More than I can count. But of them all, you are the one who's owed it most. My involvement made him leave." A secret pain surfaced behind Luo Qianlin's eyes. "Involvement? You are an instrument of chaos, clairvoyant, but don't delude yourself into thinking our relationship problems were all you're doing. He's always loved his freedom, that wasn't something you made. Even if we'd never met you, it wasn't likely we would be together long. You helped him see his own heart more clearly and fermented his fear of mediocrity. He was being true to himself when he left. I did hate you. I hated how your damn fingers were in everything. Later when I thought about it though, I questioned whether he really would have stayed otherwise. That's when I came around, and knew there was no looking back." The clairvoyant dropped his head. "There are flaws in every human. I once thought I was somehow separate. Maybe since I was such a perfectionist, I figured I must be perfect by extension. But nothing's perfect, and even someone with a view as long as mine can't escape fate. Luo Qianlin took a deep breath, then turned a glare to the paragon. I've told you there's no need for explanations. Why do you insist on bringing it up? Do you need me to hate you, just before you die? I have always looked at you like an older brother, and when I knew that you had to bear the consequences of what I did, I didn't just leave because I was angry. I didn't know how I could face you. So I left. I came back so that I could at least give you a happy send-off. I don't want to rehash old times, and you are determined to open old wounds. The clairvoyant was silent. She took another breath. Fine, if you want to talk about it, then let me get a few things straight. Why did you do it? Why get involved in the relationship between me and Qi Bupeng? How in the world did I offend you so deeply? You were the kindest, truest, most selfless person I'd ever known, and then you stained my life for years. How? His face jerked as she spoke, like he was being stabbed. He winced against her cutting words. When he answered, he was full of regret. Yes, I was wrong to intrude. I knew what I was doing, but I couldn't control myself. I never saw you as my little sister. Luo Qianlin froze, unsure of how to respond. The clairvoyant went on, the words hard and bitter in his mouth. Clairvoyant, founder, eye of tomorrow. I had everyone's respect. Respect, but I never had anyone's affection. I hoped that would be different with you. I thought about you every day since the day we met. Yet, as founder, there was so much to do. You were with me every day. I had hoped you understood me. All through the creation of Skyfire Avenue, you and I strove side by side. I saw everything falling into place, like a stream carving out a channel to flow through for the rest of its days. It was all I'd hoped. Ultimately, you and I would walk the path together. Not as my sister. As my wife. But then he came. At first I was overjoyed. I thought, with his support, surely the Avenue would become the greatest gathering of adepts in humanity. Soon, though, it was clear you liked him. I may have been kind, and I may have been selfless, but when faced with losing my one chance at love, I lost control. Jealousy took root. I couldn't wait to see him torn to pieces. He couldn't leave fast enough. I'd chase you right back into my arms. Because I love you. A pair of tears rolled down the clairvoyant's cheeks. Luo Qianlin was stunned to silence. A million times she'd racked her brain, trying to puzzle out why he acted the way he did. She could find no answer. Hate came then, for infecting her relationship with Bupeng. That hate was a real part of her reason for staying away. Then all of this, all these years, was the result of jealousy? He was her brother, she never looked at him any other way. She never knew, and this is where they ended up. It was like a dagger cutting at her heart, but all that resentment was bleeding away. It took the clairvoyant some time before he could get his emotions under control enough to go on. I am no competition for Zhou Di. Otherwise I may have actually fought him for you. Unfortunately, I was never on his level. There was nothing I could do, only the stupid and desperate decision to try and break you two up. I've regretted it my whole life, but it hurt too much for me to confront you. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you now, at the very least because you've given me the chance to say sorry. If I could have a final wish, it would be to have told you this from the beginning. In the end, though, I got to tell the woman I loved, that I have loved her for my whole life. Luo Qianlin bit her bottom lip, saying nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Cripple. Chapter 528, Cripple. The clairvoyant sighed. I've searched my heart in all of this, all the work I put into the Avenue and to humanity as a whole, all of it was to distract me from the guilt I felt. I am sorry, Qianlin. I was wrong. All right. Luo Qianlin suddenly snapped. It's over. Enough. I will always see you as an older brother. The clairvoyant was hopeful as he looked her way. You're willing to forgive me? She shook her head. I don't forgive you. But I don't hate you. The clairvoyant pressed her. It made Lan Jue leave, too. Only she knew where my heart was. Then she left. This whole thing has been a sour combination of errors. I liked you, she liked me, the wine master liked her. Love is the strangest to human emotions. It's as wonderful as it is agonizing. I knew Lan Jue liked you for ages, Luo Qianlin replied. She told me in confidence once about how she felt. I told her you were my brother and there wouldn't be any competition. She was so happy, you shouldn't have failed her. With a bitter voice, the clairvoyant nodded.
Affection does as it wishes, I'm sure you understand.
You will always see me as a brother, for instance. To me Lan Jue is like a sister. Both mighty paragons were silent as they ruminated on things. Everything that had happened lingered like a painful memory.
The clairvoyant sighed again to break the silence.
Thankfully you decided to come back. When I am gone, I wish to impart the avenue to you. With you around, I can go in peace.
Her face also turned bitter and hard.
Maybe I fell in love with the wrong man. Zeta. The first one to awaken from their haze was Lan Jue.
He ached all over, but despite the discomfort his spirit felt anxious. It was bursting with energy, ready for anything. He turned his perception inward to discover his core acting strangely. It would swell and contract like it was breathing, and the power it exuded had become a dazzling gold. Lan Jue stopped for a moment, surprised.
This was protogenic lightning.
Before, he could only manage it when conditions were right. However, in this quiet time, this lightning around his core seemed no different. His thunderbolt discipline was at the next level, but he didn't expect it to get there until after he'd become a paragon.
What was going on? Was it because of the pendant?
He opened his eyes, and saw the clairvoyant watching him with a heavy expression. While Lan Jue had only been out for a short time, it looked like the clairvoyant had aged a decade.
Come with me.
The clairvoyant waved a hand at him.
Beams of pure white starlight appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them both.
In the next instant, Lan Jue felt like they were lost somewhere out in the expanse of space. The stars and galaxies were suspended in the darkness around them, not unlike the room they'd just been in. Their twinkling light illuminated the two men from all sides.
Clairvoyant, where are we?
Lan Jue looked around as he asked. The clairvoyant quietly replied.
This is my domain.
The jewelry master felt odd. There was another flash, then they were joined by a third presence.
Qianlin.
When he saw her, Lan Jue was overjoyed. It was short-lived though, for in the next moment he looked into her eyes and saw nothing. There was no light, no consciousness, no signs that a person existed in there.
Like she had no soul. What's the matter with her? Lan Jue asked. He was obviously distressed. The clairvoyant took a deep breath.
Your saviors were a moment too late. The photographer recognized the problem right away, but not before the poison had started to affect Qianlin's brain.
We've done everything we can, but she won't wake up from this persistent vegetative state.
She reacts to stimuli, but there's no consciousness.
A vegetable. 1.
It was all so sudden.
From one moment to the next, Qianlin was no more than an empty home.
Lan Jue looked at her in a daze. He'd have been dead if Qianlin hadn't come along, but she was paying the price.
The clairvoyant's face was bleak.
Perhaps this was as a cruel turn of destiny. When the universe gives us great gifts, it often makes high demands as well. Corded muscles rippled along Lan Jue's jaw as he clenched his teeth.
No.
No one's taking her away from me.
This woman is going to be my wife.
The eye of tomorrow looked upon his in surprise.
What if she never awakens? Will you live like this forever? Gradually, calm came upon Lan Jue.
His face and eyes relaxed and softened. Then I'll care for her, every day, until we grow old and die. The old paragon nodded. This young girl's love was not misplaced. There was something that she wanted to tell you, but since she cannot, the task falls to me. Lan Jue suddenly turned his whole focus on to the clairvoyant. By the way he'd spoken about Qianlin, he had reason to believe the old schemer knew her personally. All the signs were there, in his explanations and apologies. If Lan Jue couldn't figure at least that out by this point, he would be a very poor Zeus. The clairvoyant's voice was low and solemn.
You've probably surmised that Qianlin and I have met.
This is correct.
I also met Jin Yu.
To be more precise, my relationship with them can be compared to the one you and Lan Cheng have with Judy. I raised those girls.
Lan Jue went rigid.
He had some idea, but when the jewelry master heard the words, it felt like his heart seized. The clairvoyant had said his influence over them was extensive, and now he knew how much.
Hera, you told her to stay with me?
His voice cracked.
An indescribable fear hung over him like a hurricane. The clairvoyant nodded again.
The best way to influence a man is to have the ear of the woman beside him.
Yes, I asked Hera to remain with you. She would be my hand, guiding you without your knowledge, a positive influence.
She helped me to make you kind, compassionate, just and strong.
Lan Jue's hands curled into fists. And our relationship? Was that all fake, at your command?
He'd loved Hera for years. After her death, he was devastated. If everything they'd experienced had been manufactured, if he was just a mission, he wasn't sure he could handle it. The clairvoyant heaved a sigh. I admit that I had a measure of control in everything. I believe you underestimate how much control over destiny I possess. But that's precisely why you shouldn't fear. Hera's love for you was real. My manipulations took her affections into consideration. Lan Jue stood there, still and silent. He didn't really understand. The clairvoyant went on. When I had Hera approach you, my only order was that she try to influence your behavior by osmosis. Stay by your side, and protect you. Beyond that, she had no other instructions. Lan Jue just looked at him, still trying to process what he was hearing. Hera's love was real, the clairvoyant assured. Everything you experienced together was her choice. I would never send her to seduce you, as a matter of principle. I was trying to guide you to be good. Underhanded methods are counter to that message. Once Hera realized she loved you, she came to me and asked if it was okay that you were together. I told her of course it was, and that whatever happened between you was her decision. All I required was that she kept guiding you on the righteous path. At last, the muscles all through Lan Jue's body began to relax. Gently shaking his head, the clairvoyant continued to explain. You have so little faith in yourself. You are a disciple of Zhou Di. If you cannot see truth from falsehood, how can you become the link my prophecy describes? Jean Yu loved you. Qianlin loves you. This is undisputed truth. Hera's death was a great tragedy, not just for you. I was greatly saddened. I searched time, even going so far as to use my greatest techniques. The only thing I could discover about who was responsible was that they must be powerful, with amazing destructive capabilities under their command. This is the only way this accident could have been pulled off so flawlessly. Beyond that, they must be someone who was very familiar with you. That's how they were so accurate and precise. The North's reason for remotely destroying the planet was because of a dangerous radioactive source. If left alone, it would have influenced the planet's core. The explosion would have impacted star systems all across Alliance space. The closest planets would be stripped of their magnetic fields. A preemptive strike would avert the danger before it could affect innocent lives. Before the attack, the exploration team was evacuated. Hera went there to help save someone. Who, we never discovered. She never said in her final correspondence. Whoever it is, it's someone you and Hera knew well, otherwise she wouldn't have trusted them. 1. I considered changing this because it's somewhat of an offensive term. However, the visceral impact of it, and the emotional state of Lan Jue led me to keep it in. I imagine that, in situations like this, my mind might go to the worst way to describe something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 529, Hera. Chapter 529, Hera. Someone who knows us? Lan Jue's breath was coming faster. There weren't very many people he knew, both he and Hera. That narrowed it down, and with some investigation he might be able to find a thread. The clairvoyant went on. I believe now is when she would show you this. He lifted his hand, laden with a small box. The sight of it made Lan Jue quake. It was the same box she was holding the night she saw him with Xiuxiu. The pang of sorrow in his chest sharpened. The clairvoyant opened the box to reveal that it was in fact a computer. The screen inside flickered to life and displayed a stream of data. Lan Jue looked at the screen, then back to Qianlin. Her pretty eyes were open but saw nothing. His hands clenched into quivering fists. The truth was steadily revealed. When the computer was booted, the clairvoyant navigated to a specific folder and opened it up. Within were a number of video files. The Paragon chose the first one, and they were greeted by a pretty face. Beautiful figure, black hair, blue eyes. A long, white dress. She was standing on a sunlit beach with the ocean waves crashing behind her. Hera! She and Qianlin were very, very similar. But Lan Jue knew his lost love. He could recognize her spirit in her eyes. Her eyes were warmer, whereas Qianlin's were more alive. I met him today. Hera's slightly distorted voice issued from the computer. He's a little arrogant, looks okay I guess. Cocky, certainly. Master wants me to get close to him. We'll see. Here's hoping he isn't too hateful. The first clip stopped. Lan Jue got a faraway look as he stared at the screen. He recognized that place, a resort planet called Zodenka. That was where he met Hera, yes. That was where they'd first met. And the same day, this was like a journal or a mission report. The clairvoyant opened the second video. This one also featured Hera, though the location was different. Ugh, I'm so tired.
We were out playing around all day, and I'm sure he's trying to get closer to me.
Heh, I guess I'm pretty charming.
He's pretty haughty, but he's got class, I have to give him that. He knows a lot, so at least it's interesting being around him.
Alright, that's about all for today. I need a shower. Entry 2 finished. They opened the third. It was a good day today.
I was apprehensive when Master gave me this mission, but it isn't looking too difficult.
This is a good guy. Yeah, a good guy. I fell today and sprained my ankle. He carried me all the way to the hospital on his back. Even when we got there, he wouldn't put me down.
When they were done, he picked me back up and carried me back. I could feel that he was anxious, and he didn't try anything.
Entry 4. Ah, why is my face so red?
Today there was a development.
He took my hand. He said he liked me. What should I do? What should I do? Should I tell Master?
I was told to guide him, but, what should I do?
I'm so confused. Entry 5. Excellent.
Master said I could make my own decision, he had no opinion.
I mean, he didn't look upset. So should I tell him I like him back? No, it can't be that easy. He won't appreciate it if it's easy. I've got to string him along a little. Entry 6. Zhou Qianlin, you are useless. I said I'd string him along, right?
Then why, the moment I'm in front of him, I lose all restraint?
Ugh, his eyes. You get lost in them. Alright. I said yes, and that's that. Gah, why is my face so red? I mean, really. I can't keep watching. Lan Jue grabbed the clairvoyant's hand, stopping him.
He was choked with sobs, and tears streamed freely down his face. Each video was a knife in his chest.
Hera, it was Hera.
As she used to be, as the girl he loved. This was a record of all their time together. He didn't seem to appear anywhere, but the memories were clear and bittersweet. Lan Jue liked to think he was a strong and stable man, but these videos exposed the chink in his armor. 6 short videos had reduced him to a sobbing mess.
The clairvoyant looked at the younger man with an expression of sorrow and pity. With a sigh, he opened the last video in the folder.
A scene of ruined metal buildings appeared. Hera stood among them, scanning her surroundings.
Something isn't right. I'm here, but why isn't he coming out? This isn't right. When he told me to come, I thought it was strange, but I didn't have any reason to suspect. Now I'm here and what's that?
The video panned to bring an enormous beam of light into frame.
When it struck, the entire planet began to shake.
It made landfall hundreds of miles away, but the destruction it caused came surging towards Hera at terrifying speed.
No, I don't want to die. Zhou.
She whimpered for a moment, but then grew calm. Courage started in her eyes, then bolstered her whole person. As the world shook itself apart, she looked right into the camera.
Master. If I die, if you find this recording, give them to Qianlin.
Have her study them, and take up my mission.
No, that's not good. I'm being too selfish, aren't I? He'll be so sad. Qianlin, baby sister. I'm begging you.
The world-swallowing light was moments away, poised to eat Hera up alongside everything else.
Hera's jaw was set in determination as everything around her fell into chaos. She ripped the communicator from her arm and threw it into a box. Then everything went dark. Lan Jue watched, silent.
His tears had stopped. Hera, even when staring down death, she was afraid I would be sad. When she said she didn't want to die, it wasn't because she was scared. She was angry and unwilling.
She was reluctant to leave me. Hera. My Hera. It was me. I couldn't protect you. It was my fault. How could I let her leave on her own? Why?
Lan Jue was cursed with a clear memory of the day. Hera said she had a surprise for him, then left.
Later he got the news that the planet had been destroyed. It was all so sudden.
There was no trace. The clairvoyant's low, soft voice returned. The data on Jinyu's communicator had been hacked, which means whoever was responsible had enough clout to authorize tampering with the communicator's operating system. We could tell from her tone and what she said that whoever it was that lured here there must know you too.
However, after a great deal of searching, I could uncover nothing.
Those at your side are loyal, as far as I've been able to divine. For years I have searched, but have come up empty-handed.
Lan Jue's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles were white.
After all this time the pain and anger were no less than the day she died. When he heard the news he hardly wished to live. It had destroyed him.
They had plans.
They were going to pick out her wedding dress and make invitations. They were supposed to argue over who would it wear. Instead she died, and no trace that she ever existed remained. From that day he was lost, confused, hardly a man at all. He spent years nursing his emotional wounds. In all that time he never gave up his thirst for vengeance, but without any information to go on he was castrated.
Everything was atomized when the planet exploded.
The fact that the clairvoyant had even this small piece meant he'd exhausted all resources to find whatever he could.
Finding a single box in the mangled remains of a planet could not have been easy. Am I a bad person?
I can't think of any reason why someone would hurt her.
If this person has so much power and hates me so much, why don't they go after me directly? What was the point of killing someone whose only goal was to be a good person?
Lan Jue's eyes were screwed shut against the painful questions. He maintained his composure, though. It was an old wound, even if all of this was tearing it back open. The clairvoyant gave a hard and bitter smile.
I share all your same questions. It's the lack of answers that has had my hands tied. There is one more thing I want to show you.
The clairvoyant closed the video folder and opened another one. This one was also filled with video clips, fewer than the first but still many.
The clairvoyant opened the first one. The heart-wrenching sounds of sobs met their ears.
A tear-streaked face appeared on screen.
Sister, sister, sister. She was screaming herself hoarse.
Her black hair was wild.
Her blue eyes were red and swollen. Great big tears rolled down Qianlin's face.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 530, Qianlin's Recordings. Chapter 530, Qianlin's Recordings. Lan Jue's chest tightened.
It was harder to breathe. This must be when she first found out her sister had died.
Sister. I'll find your murderer. I will, that was all he could make out. They went to the second recording. Sister. This is the 1-year anniversary of your murder. I found that man, part of Skyfire Avenue, but I don't have the courage to approach him. I hate him. He's the reason you're dead. I hate him. I can't do what you ask. Entry 3. Sis. I watched him from far away today. I used a pair of binoculars. It was hard to watch. He was like a corpse, shambling around in a daze. Like he had a broken heart. Master hasn't approached me about replacing you in the mission. Entry 4. You have to help me, sis. I can't find a single clue anywhere. We've looked into everyone he knows and they're all clean. Why weren't you clearer? Who was it that called you to that place? Tell me something, sister. I miss you. Entry 5. I've made up my mind, I'll give him a shot. I've gone over the plan with Pearl.
My identity as the chairman's daughter has already been established. Now I've got to get close to him, but I won't take your place.
I am me. But we'll see if he likes me because I look like you. If he does, it means your love was fake. If that's true, I'll. Entry 6. Why? Why does it have to be like this? I took that medicine because I was afraid I'd give it away. Why didn't he just take me to a hospital? Sissy, he kept calling your name. What should I do? Entry 10. This bastard. The bastard. I swear I hate him so much. Entry 15. He's been better to me. I'm happy, but sis, I feel like I should apologize. Now I get it, why you were drawn in. He really loves you, Entry 31. He started to make some moves toward me. It looks like he's finally pulling himself out of his haze. I'm so happy for him, and yet not. Sister, what should I do? I've refused his advances and I know it hurt him. But how can I? I got close to him with a goal, and everything he knows about me is a lie. I've been deceiving him for months, how could I let that continue? I've never been the chairman's daughter. I used his history with you to manipulate him, even the wedding was staged for his benefit. I engineered the whole thing. I can't accept his affections like this. I have to tell him the truth. I can't stand it, I have to tell him. But I'm scared. When he finds out everything, will he still like me? Sis, now I know why you called out to him before you died. Loving someone like this is painful. Tell me what I should do. Do I tell him? Entry 33. I've decided that, no matter what, I can't hide anything from him anymore. I'll tell him everything. He may not forgive me, but he needs to see the real me at least once. Only then can I let myself love him. That was the last entry. Lan Jue looked between the computer and the unconscious body of Qianlin. He swayed back and forth like he was going to fall over. The clairvoyant had spoken true. Both Qianlin and Hera had loved him without any ulterior motive. It was amazing to discover all that had been going on under his nose. He was sad and embarrassed by how much more Qianlin had suffered. I don't mind, Qianlin. Lan Jue fixed his sad eyes upon her. I don't mind. You were never Hera's replacement. I love Hera, but I also love you, Qianlin. He felt it all over again, the feeling of his heart breaking. The clairvoyant shut off the computer, closed the box, then handed it to Lan Jue like a cherished artifact. He took it with trembling hands and pressed the box against his aching chest. His arms squeezed tight, like the box contained all of his past and present love. The clairvoyant took Qianlin's hand and led her to Lan Jue. She moved like a doll, with a vacant expression. I impart her to you once again. You must understand that right now, Qianlin is a blank slate, her truest self. If you need to hate someone, then hate me. It was my involvement that has led to these two tragedies. I must beg you, in my capacity as the closest thing she had to a father, cherish her, protect her. He looked older the longer they spoke, and tears rolled down the wrinkles appearing on his face. It was strange to see the powerful eye of tomorrow reduced to the role of concerned father. He took her delicate hand. It was cold, and while its contours were all familiar, something about it was off. He gently guided her into his arms where he stroked her long, dark hair. I won't let you leave my side again. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss against her lips. Her body shook then, and like she had 1,000 times before, she became a pearl of light and vanished. The clairvoyant placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's head back. Yeah. Lan Jue nodded. There were 2 flashes of light, and suddenly both of them were back in the museum's staroom. Both Lan Chang and Huali were back to their senses, leaving Chu Cheng as the last one still engrossed in the pendant's powers. When Lan Chang saw his downcast brother, his eyebrows scrunched together. He looked at him questioningly. Lan Jue only quietly shook his head. Then, he returned to the spot he had been in before. The pharmacist returned only a moment later. The first thing she noticed was the change in Lan Jue's mood. It was surprising, but she didn't address it. Instead, she took up position before the clairvoyant like all of the others. The paragon looked at each of them. I've told you everything I was supposed to. Prometheus, Poseidon. I would trouble you to wait outside. Yes. The 2 of them acquiesced and stepped out of the twinkling room. Chu Chang, Lan Jue, the pharmacist and Luo Xianni were the only ones apart from the clairvoyant who remained behind. The old seer looked at them with a calm facade. After a long time he spoke up. In my life there have been failures and successes, it will be up to the annals of history to decide what I'm remembered for. I've said what I needed to say. When I am dead, make no efforts to hide the news. It's time to forget everything that's come before and look to the future. Lan Jue was still reeling from the videos, but his eyes fixed on the clairvoyant when he spoke. This was likely the last words he'd ever impart. The dying paragon lifted his head to gaze upon the starry sky. His face was flushed. I used to think I was destined to be the savior of humanity. I thought I could control everything, bend the ebb and flow of destiny to my whim. I eventually discovered that destiny is a path that has been chosen long before I sought to make my mark. I never succeeded, but I suppose I never failed. Now I am off to meet a new reality. I don't know what will happen, but who's to say we won't meet again one day, in some other form? Know that the amulet you were given will protect you in a time of need. But that doesn't mean you are safe. You must still seek the answer to your question. All I can tell you is that it will be made clear one day. He knew the clairvoyant was referring to Hera and her killer. He resolutely nodded his head. A smile spread across the rapidly aging paragon's face. All right, it's time for me to go. I have loved, I have hated, and I have tasted jealousy. In the end it was my past regrets people will remember, but they will leave me. The stars that surrounded them began to twinkle. Their soft and soothing light grew and fell upon the aging body of the clairvoyant. He rose off of his feet and hung suspended in air. His face was ruddy and bright with life, like the abundance of youth was filling him. 1. Thank you all for sending me off. I'll see you all again, in the next life.
As he rose through the air, the paragon nodded his appreciation. With each passing moment, the blaze of starlight reflecting off of him brightened. Suddenly, there came a surge of cosmic light and power that swept through the whole museum.
Luo Qianlin staggered to the side and cut Chu Cheng off from the shock wave.
However, as the power came barreling their way, it mysteriously split around them.
It was like a river parting around a boulder. Be at peace, Qianlin.
I saw the flows of time. How could I be so thoughtless in my last moment?
If there is another world, Qianlin, then I will wait for you there. I won't give anyone else the opportunity to get close to you.
The ball of resplendent light dimmed and vanished. The clairvoyant was nowhere to be found, as though he himself had become one of the twinkling astral bodies surrounding them.
Clairvoyant.
Luo Qianlin shouted his name to the uncaring heavens. All of her pent-up emotions were flushed out. Hate was gone, and now in her mind's eye she saw him as the young man who had helped her so much.
Brother!
That was what she lost today. Lan Jue stood in the same spot, too stunned to move. Waves of powerful emotions assailed his heart. He felt detached, like he was floating through the scene. The pharmacist, her own face laden with grief, moved to his side and took his arm. But, when she looked at him again, the sadness in his eyes was gone, replaced with a determination that was hard to describe. Each second saw that determination strengthen behind fiercely bright eyes.
I will get strong. I'm fine, sister.
He turned to the pharmacist briefly and gave her a hug. Then, with long, resolute strides, marched from the room.
1. This is a phenomenon called false yang, or the last light of a fading candle. It doesn't happen often, though my time in the terminal wards was brief.
If you remember from our course on qi, yin and yang rely on one another. Yin is the root of yang, and without it yang's upward nature will make it disconnect and float away. The sudden exuberance, the bright eyes, the ruddy cheeks and flush of energy are the last of a patient's life. All the rest of what keeps them alive is poured into a few hours so that they are full of life before passing on. It's cruel if you aren't ready for it, but a blessing if you can see it for the gift that it is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 531, The New Paragon List. Chapter 531, The New Paragon List. Yes, he would get strong.
A man who always ran from his problems was a coward. The things that happened couldn't be undone, and even the clairvoyant was powerless to change that. Hera was dead, all that was left for her was revenge. Qianlin still lived. Lan Jue had to protect her, and find a way to wake her up. Once an adept reached Paragon, it opened up a whole new universe of possibilities. He thought that, if they one day could break through to Paragon together, then Qianlin might wake up.
Starting now, that was his ultimate goal.
They were as close as flesh and blood. She was an inalienable part of him, one that he would keep with him until the day she awoke and would be his wife. When he left the museum, he was surprised to find the sky dark. It was clearly still day, but they were surrounded by the night. Stark against the black was a searing comet, leaving a trail of starfire in its wake. The winemaster, keeper, bookworm, and gourmet all watched it pass in silence. At some point, without him noticing, Skyfire Avenue had become choked with people. No one spoke, or moved, or cried. Every eye fixed its solemn gaze on the shooting star as it blazed a path through the darkness of the heavens.
That was the third strongest paragon known to humanity. The Eye of Tomorrow, the clairvoyant, the preeminent sage of humanity, the founder of Skyfire Avenue. Gone.
A day later, both the avenue and underground were wreathed in white.
Stores were shuttered and Skyfire's members spent the day in retrospection.
For a time, Skyfire Avenue was quiet as the grave.
Zeta. The Dark Citadel. He's gone.
Satan muttered the words to himself. There was something in his tone, something difficult to place.
I should be happy, but why do I feel so dismal?
It's like losing a part of myself.
Ah, you slippery bastard. Why did you have to go now? You're abandoning your post. For days Satan was in terrible spirits, lashing out at his people with particular ferocity.
No one understood his sudden irritation, but likewise no one dared approach him about it.
Zeta. The Pontiff's citadel.
The Pontiff stood under the starry sky.
He lifted his scepter.
We all die, and there is a world waiting for us when we do.
Which one will you find yourself in, clairvoyant? Heaven, or hell? Safe travels. 2. Zeta.
The Great Conclave. The Terminator and the Apocryphon sat facing one another. The northern leader stared blankly at his feet until his brows furrowed.
He's gone. I know, came the Apocrian's soft reply. Bitterness underpinned the Terminator's smile. Shouldn't you be more upset? There's no reaction from you at all.
I'd prefer you cry or show some kind of emotion. The Apocrian rose smoothly to her feet, shaking her head.
Forgive me, Davis. I'm going back. This took the Terminator by surprise. He asked you to go back and send him off and you didn't. Why now?
A mournful smile turned her dainty lips. I didn't go back because I didn't want to see him like that, mostly dead.
I didn't want to bring back all that heartache.
If I want to give up my past, then I mustn't give it any opportunity to catch up with me.
Now he's gone, I will go back to the Avenue,
because I have always been Skyfire's clockmaker. The Terminator's eyes were wide and indignant.
You.
The Apocrian's voice was dispassionate.
We made an agreement when I first came.
We agreed that you would not try to stop me if one day I decided to leave.
This is really what you want?
Honestly, I never thought the day would come, the Terminator pleaded. I've missed so much, she replied, though it sounded like she was talking more to herself.
There are some things I'm not longer willing to miss out on. In the end, that is my place. Agitation was clearly written on the convert's face. That may not be how they see it. They might not even want you back.
The Apocrian smiled back.
So what if they don't? I'm going back because I want to. So I'm going back. Zeta. Planet Ziluo.
Chi Bupong rose to his feet, with a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigar in the other. The old shyster is on his way.
Respect. Zeta. 3 days later, a new Paragon list was officially drawn up.
Celestial Master Qian was gone longer than most can remember, so his name was removed. The Eye of Tomorrow had met his end. The new official rankings had changed.
Zhu D. The Terminator, Force. The Apocrian, Time. The Pontiff, Faith. Satan, Dark Faith. The Arcane Magnate, Science. The Cosmogus, Dimension.
The Astral Phantom, Speed, Poison. The Karmic Scholar, Science.
The Infernal Vanguard, Death Faith.
10 names, the same as before, but different. 4 of them, numbers 6, 7, 9, and 10, were members of the Avenue. Their total presence on the list had grown by 1, but their total strength was much reduced. A week later, the clockmaker returned to the Avenue and opened her shop.
Half of the list was now Skyfire members. Zeta.
The wine master had been standing at the western entrance to the Gothic winery for ages. The glass in his hand changed as time passed, a round, white wine glass, then red wine, then cognac. He never left farther than his shop's threshold, but his drinking became more vigorous. Across the street sat Zeus' jewelry shop, but his eyes were focused further down the lane to a smaller building.
She's back, just like that. No explanation, not a word.
The clairvoyant was gone, and suddenly she was back. She left because of him, now he was gone and she was back. The wine master spied her the day she returned. She opened the store, and by herself set about cleaning the place up. She used only the simplest and most straightforward method to tidy up, her own hands. The Apocrian was back, and that had put a spark of something in the wine master's eye. He wanted to just walk right over like he used to a decade ago. He used to just wander by and invite her over for a drink and a chat. They never spoke about cultivation, just wine and clocks.
It had been a wonderful way to pass the day. He thought about it often.
When he did, he'd follow the train of thought and simply stare, lost. He thought he had his emotions under control, but when she came back he found that it was all just a paper cap on a volcano. Her sudden arrival was all it needed to blow.
The clairvoyant left, she returned. It was an emotional time for him.
If only the clairvoyant was still here.
Or if only he had more courage. He had neither of those things. What are you looking at? A calm voice interrupted his thoughts.
The wine master didn't need to turn his head.
He knew who it was. I thought you had work to do. Lan Jue walked over to his side and followed his friend's eyes down the street. I'm getting ready to head for West Hill. What are you talking about? If you're thinking of going over there, just go do it.
All this hemming and hawing is not the wine master I used to know.
The wine master chose to play dumb. What the hell are you jabbering about? Are you having fun? Lan Jue shot him a look. The wine master didn't reply.
Lan Jue lifted a hand and patted the wine master's broad shoulder.
I've got stuff to do, you figure something out. I'll be too busy to look after you. Remember that opportunities only come around once and life is short.
A bitter look flashed across his eyes as he delivered the last sentence. After the clairvoyant's departure, Lan Jue closed up shop for 3 days. All through that time he watched and re-watched the recordings. After 3 days he emerged, looking like a new man. He was calm and composed, at least on the outside. At home he took meticulous care of Zhou Qianlin. He changed her clothes, massaged her muscles to keep them nourished, bathed her, and fed her. When he had to leave he would take her with him, merged inside. The routine helped keep his heart on an even keel. Starting today, life will be different. It's time to get busy. None of the ARC students refused the invitation, and by now they were all members of Skyfire Avenue's new Star Division. It had taken 3 days just to get the numbers in order for this new endeavor. Altogether the new battalion boasted 823 soldiers, more than expected. It even included a paragon, the gourmet. The pharmacist could almost be counted in that, too. There were several other familiar faces interspersed. The Star Division was ready to begin turning the crack fighters of the Avenue into real warriors. West Hill had been emptied out for their purposes, while 1,000 upgraded sim pods had been delivered. Meanwhile, their custom mech suits were already under construction. Next on Lan Jue's list was to assess the changes to these pods in DreamNet. An internal review. He had to first understand their strength before he knew what needed fixing. They were all adepts as well, the most difficult fact to address. Everyone's discipline was special in some way, and he had to find all of that out. On top of that, their experience with mechas ranged from brand new to veteran soldier. He also had to pick out who knew what. Only with all the data would he be able to run this outfit. It was a tedious but necessary job. Luckily, he wasn't alone. The accountant had been conscripted to be their intelligence officer. Data and analytics would be his realm of expertise. They began the process quickly. There was no check or registration for their discipline, they just clambered in and got to testing one another in virtual mech suits. With the Eastern authorities' approval, everyone was given a virtual mecha model to begin. They were only available for use in designated DreamNet areas, which did not include out in public. They were strictly meant for training purposes. The support is what ultimately gave Lan Jue faith in what they were doing. Now all the data was ready and everything was underway. It was time to start the training and selection process. 1. The color of death in China is white. Take special care not to wear anything white on your head. 2. I'm not very happy with this, but it's the closest I can accept. The phrase TJSS uses is bu son, or not send. It's customary for people to send you off when you visit them. Here it's a little more nuanced. The pontiff is showing respect, but at the same time the way it's written suggests there's a callousness. A begrudging respect paired with the selfish assertion that he's not dead yet. I erred more on the side of begrudging respect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, The Clockmaker's Return. Chapter 532, The Clockmaker's Return. Lan Jue wanted to take command personally. Not everyone was compelled to participate. People Lan Jue knew well, and those whom he had enough mecha data on were not required to join. These included Lan Jue himself, the bartender, the driver, and the seamstress. They were involved as judges and team leaders rather than competitors. There were 800 of them, testing one by one was ludicrous. The ARC students weren't exempt, though their participation was to determine how strong they'd gotten. The wine master watched Lan Jue go and couldn't help but sigh. He knew what the young man had to bear, how heavy the load was on his shoulders. How could he, a paragon, not? Anyone could sense what kind of burden it was. Yet, Lan Jue seemed to be carrying it well. In fact, he looked positive, ready to attack the task ahead. His eyes unconsciously swept back to the clockmaker's shop. He took a deep breath and straightened his clothes, and before he knew it, his long legs were moving him across the street. He made up his mind, so there was no more hesitation. When things needed to be faced, it was important to face them head-on. He had been a coward for so long, would he be a coward for the rest of his life? So long as he was alive he would avoid regrets, not accrue them. That was what Lan Jue was trying to tell him, he was sure. The clock store's display had been cleaned, he noted as he walked by. When he stopped at the open door he heard a chorus of mismatched ticks and tocks. Inside, needles jerked and pendulums swung. From the door he could see the clockmaker inside with a grandfather clock. She muttered to herself from time to time, probably trying to find the perfect spot. He walked in, picking through the store toward the clockmaker. He pointed to a spot nearby. I like it there. She shot him a glance, then without a word moved around to the other side of the hefty clock. She straightened, managing to get it halfway off the floor before stopping. her eyes fixed on the wine master.
Help! For a moment, the wine master was startled and didn't move.
But he quickly recovered and quickly took up the other side.
Neither used their discipline, struggling mightily by muscle strength alone.
Together they shuffled it to where the wine master had suggested. The clockmaker straightened, then walked back toward the store's interior. The wine master remained behind, scratching his head, unsure whether he should follow.
Come.
Her voice saved him from the awkward indecision.
Oh. He hurried over.
She stood behind the counter, looking at him.
He looked back. Both seemed unsure of what to say. I want some wine.
Her wet, sad eyes betraying her hard facade.
Yeah, the wine master nodded.
What would you like?
She sighed in even response. It doesn't matter. I just want to send him off. The wine master didn't have to ask who she meant.
The pain of the loss of his friend was still fresh, and it showed on his own face.
All right.
She looked him dead in the eye. I mean, from my heart. The wine master looked at her, confused for a moment as though he'd heard wrong.
Then it dawned on him. Zeta.
The sparring started in earnest.
Lan Jue, along with the others, busily watched them for clues to their abilities.
There were only 10 proctors, so only 10 fights could be watched at a time.
DreamNet was convenient for this. It saved them a great deal of space, money, and labor.
There was zero possibility one of them would be injured or killed, but in all intents and purposes it was a carbon copy of real life. This was especially true for Adepts, which was why the upgrades to DreamNet were seen as the beginning of a new era. Lan Jue stood behind the main control board, transfixed by the screens. From what he could see, things weren't great, but they weren't dire either.
Most of them had at least some experience piloting mechas.
As Adepts they were also naturally superior over normal cadets, and that meant training would go smoother. The highest praise he could give them was that they all knew how to use their disciplines to enhance their mecha combat effectiveness. That was the single most important factor of an Adept pilot. There were faults as well. In regards to maneuverability, they were all over the map from fresh-faced to near masters. While they could use their discipline with the suits, they still relied too heavily on the machine to do the work for them. Their advantages were going to waste. Lan Jue had anticipated all of this. They weren't in a rush and he didn't expect perfection. First they had to separate them into type, then round them up into groups. That was the bedrock on which their full potential would be realized. The busiest person, though, had to be the accountant. On top of running the procedures, he was also carefully studying each fight and sorting data.
He had 3 separate computers arrayed before him, and his fingers danced fluidly over the keyboard.
He was starting to look like he could give the coffee master, the fastest hands alive, a run for his money. They carried on, one fight after another. It wasn't any sort of round-robin tournament, but rather in teams. A small team had 10 pilots, so that meant every cadet fought 9 times.
There wasn't anything after that because it wasn't about rank.
This was a chance to test every fighter against different opponents so they could see what they were made of.
Lan Jue was surprised at his ARC students' improvement.
Their piloting and integration were much better than they used to be. In fact, their virtual suits were brand new, but it only took them a couple of days to become wholly familiar with them. Many Adepts stronger than them fell to superior training during the sparring.
It was a rare, happy surprise. The accountant was flagging.
He was leaning back in his seat with lidded, misty eyes. His hands never stopped dancing across the keyboard, though.
How much longer until the analyses are complete?
Lan Jue walked over to stand by the accountant's chair and put a hand on his shoulder.
A day for preliminary results, he replied. 3 for a full rundown. Lan Jue nodded. All right.
There's no rush, don't overwork yourself.
The data analyst nodded acknowledgement.
I can tell you just from what I'm seeing that some recruits won't be suitable for battle.
Several of them have disciplines like mine.
I plan to conscript them to help me here.
They maybe won't fight, but we need intelligence and battlefield coordinators too. What we really need is a battleship.
As you say, Lan Jue replied.
Not everyone in a mecha unit was built to be a warrior. They would need logistics personnel for the backline.
There would come a time when they were needed to fight, but they won't need a battleship to do it. The real-world mechas being built for them by the Avenue came with interspatial storage capabilities that probably cost them an arm and a leg. The battleship Lan Jue brought back after meeting with his master would be sufficient. To honor his teacher, Lan Jue had the ship's name changed to the Majesty, flagship of the Avenue military.
Of course, it wasn't just a transport ship.
Lan Jue had delivered it to the Keeper and Bookworm, and asked them to try and find anything that could benefit from an upgrade.
The results should make it more formidable in a fight.
The communicator on his wrist buzzed and blinked. When Lan Jue looked down to see who was calling, his eyes lit up. He hastily connected the call.
Little Su, you finally called me back.
The former Blood Fiend Empress was on the other end.
Now she went by a different moniker, the fifth of Zeus Amazons, the Morning Star.
Boss. She sounded tired.
What's up?
Lan Jue asked. How's the situation in the starfields? We've had a few scraps already and I got my people back, at least some of them. The rest have been scattered or killed.
I've got a battleship and some resources, that's it. Xiaosu's voice didn't sound inspired.
The Blood Fiend clan had been the product of her heart and devotion, and her allegiance was mirrored by her core people.
Come back, Lan Jue urged.
Su Xiaosu was quiet for a time after hearing the words. She was strong, and in the face of an enemy she could be as cruel as her former title suggested. But those few simple words from Lan Jue made her eyes mist up.
Boss,
She was the leader of a pirate clan. Her flock had served her loyally for years, even forsaking lucrative citadel bribes for her.
She couldn't just abandon them. Go to Enluan.
I'll give you some contact information, get in touch with him.
Leave your ship and have them drop you off here. I'll incorporate you and your men into my forces.
Lan Jue's voice was calm and logical.
Really? He could hear the excitement in her voice. Boss, you're willing to take them in?
She knew the full implications of what that meant. By taking them in, he was also agreeing to bear responsibility for everything these pirates had done, past and present.
She could also guess at Lan Jue's status in the Avenue. They could request asylum, and her people would have a chance at a normal life. Lan Jue didn't need to answer. Here's who to call, he gave a number to Xiaosu.
All of this had been planned, he would fill her in when she got back. When it came to pirate leadership there was no one more capable than Su Xiaosu. She was also an expert in guerrilla tactics, the same Lan Qing had suggested he use for the Star Division. As the analysis continued, Lan Jue became more and more convinced his brother had it right.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, Creating a Division. Chapter 533, Creating a Division.
The tedious but necessary process of separated the adepts by strength continued.
Afterwards, cadets were arranged into small squads.
Individually these squads weren't going to win the war, but with the right training they could be invaluable scouts and shock troops. The pirate fighting tactics were perfect for the job.
He needed Su Xiaosu's experience.
In addition, she had imposed control and restraint on a group that traditionally had neither. The people she commanded were not wicked, but were fiercely loyal.
Get some rest, don't stew on it too long. Lan Jue urged the Morning Star.
When they hung up he took his own advice and returned to his dorm.
With training officially underway, he couldn't return to the Avenue.
Once he got back, Lan Jue ate some dinner and released Zhou Qianlin. Her condition was unchanged. Physically she was fine, but there was nothing behind her eyes. They were dull, staring voids. He dressed her, then placed her in a seat nearby. "All right, sweetheart," he said softly, "you should eat." He fed her spoonful by spoonful, then bathed her. Once the nightly ritual was complete, he kissed her to join their bodies and began to cultivate. Every day when they joined, he focused inward and called to her. He flushed their shared vessels with nutritive energy.
Qianlin's Queen of Heaven discipline was also known for self-regenerative effects, Lan Jue knew.
She would wake up one day naturally, but even if she didn't, things would change when they became paragons.
Protogenia was a mystical force that could do incredible things, joined with her healing powers.
That was why he used every spare moment cultivating.
Thankfully, Qianlin's loss of consciousness didn't affect the speed or quality of their cultivation.
When they joined, it proceeded unhindered under Lan Jue's direction. He tried using bioelectricity to stimulate her brain, but she looked hurt and didn't dare try again. He didn't neglect the worst-case scenario.
What if she never got better? It didn't matter.
Just having her with him would ease his heart. It had suffered a lot of ups and downs lately, culminating in the assassination attempt that put Qianlin in this state. At least it had stirred his potential and sped up his cultivation.
Zeta. 3 days later. Skyfire Avenue's Star Division was nearly established.
The cadets were arrayed on the field in their flight uniforms. It was white, with a swirling flame emblazoned on the right breast, the insignia of the Star Division.
All 800 plus stood in rows, stretching across the grounds. Lan Jue and a few other Skyfire elites stood before them. Evaluations have been completed. Today we will be separating you into units. Once that's done, training can begin.
His voice was hard and low.
However, curt though it was, there was a captivating quality to it. Every eye was fixed on him. It wasn't his charisma.
He'd imbued his voice with the protogenic power of his ascension command. If he wanted respect, he'd have to flex his muscles.
The gourmet and the pharmacist stood at either side of him.
One was a paragon, and the other showed stupendous strength during the tournament. It was hard to say if Lan Jue still would have won if not for her forfeiture.
You all came for different reasons.
We are adepts, we yearn for perfection, we yearn for strength, but we also have families.
This division has been created to protect Skyfire Avenue.
It was made to protect the Eastern Alliance, and yes, it was made to protect your families.
I'm not going to stand here and lecture you on ideals.
I'm just going to tell you straight, if you want to survive this war, and maybe improve yourself in the process, then you'll need to prove it on the training field. This division will do its best to bring you back to those families, but to do that, you have to be more than adepts.
You have to be soldiers.
You all came of our own volition.
No one coerced you to sign up. If any of you want to go at any time, no one's going to stop you. You turn in what we provided for you and we part ways.
But by completing this training you swear to rise to the occasion when the time comes.
When the call to fight rings out, you answer.
I hope by then we've formed a bond here, brothers and sisters in arms, a pact where you know the person beside you has your back.
We will stand strong, stand together, and fight.
In addition, as a representative of Skyfire Avenue, I will remind you that anyone who remains in active service for 3 years or longer will be placed on a priority list for the exuviation procedure.
But if a long life is what you're looking for, you have to make it back in one piece. Remember that you and a unit are not the same. When there is discipline and unity, you will survive. Alright, now for teams. The Star Division will consist of 4 brigades. I will be leading the 1st Brigade personally. The driver will command the 2nd, the coffee master will lead the 3rd, and the 4th will follow the bartender.
Some of you may be wondering why the strongest leaders, the gourmet and the pharmacist, are not leading brigades.
I would remind you that this is a mecha division, and commanders must be masters of mecha combat. Do you remember what they called the miracle battles against the 4 divine monarchs and the Star Alliance? Allow me to introduce you.
The driver, known to you all as Thunderclap.
The coffee master is really the knave, fastest hands alive.
Finally, the bartender, the demon dragon of ice and flame, and pilot of Bahamut. A buzz of excitement rippled through the cadets. Lan Jue and all the adepts around him were at least 9th level, very strong.
However, being a good adept and being a good pilot weren't one and the same. The titan of electricity, Thunderclap.
The knave and his extraordinary hands. The demon dragon of ice and fire. These were names that would give them shivers, great pillars of mecha piloting. Lan Jue was himself an illustrious monarch, Zeus, god of lightning.
With leaders like this, how could they not have unwavering faith in the new division? Lan Jue quickly set about organizing the troops.
Using the data they'd gathered, he arranged them according to their strengths into 4 types. The first type were specialized in speed. The second were unique and miscellaneous talents. The third type were close-quarters fighters, and the last, ranged attackers. This was the best way to call on their full potential. Too many adepts with different specialties together would get in each other's way, and ultimately harm the division. If a team shared a specialty, then their effectiveness improved, and their training was easier. It would behoove them to learn how to work together as companies, but at present he didn't even know how long they would have before the enemy arrived. Right now they needed to stick to simple and effective methods. Lan Jue would be responsible for the 1st Brigade, which was composed entirely of long-ranged mecha fighters. The driver's 2nd Brigade was close combat. The coffee master and his 3rd Brigade were special units, and the 4th Brigade under command of the bartender was all about speed. The 1st and 2nd Brigades were the most populated. Together they numbered over 500 strong. 3rd Brigade added another 100, and 4th Brigade was double that. Now it was time for squads. It was the same for each brigade, 10 pilots to a squad with a squad commander and a sergeant as second in command. Leaders were chosen from data acquired during registration. The most difficult in this regard was 3rd Brigade. They had scores of different abilities that didn't quite fit anywhere else. After 3 days of racking their brains, though, they managed to work out a plan that matched their needs. Once that was finished, each brigade picked an ace squad to lead by example. 1st Brigade's ace squad was saddled with the pharmacist, but 2nd Brigade had it worse with the gourmet. 3rd Brigade's was the beautician. 4th Brigade's ace squad was led by the mechanic. The ace squads were composed of the best pilots on the brigade. Their strength would be applied to sensitive missions and special tasks.
They were all equipped with God-ranked mecha suits.
At last the structural part was done. The cadets hurriedly reorganized themselves by brigade and squad, leaders at the fore. The A squad members stood proud with a crown insignia pinned to their shoulders. Lan Jue made it clear that the A squads were expected to take the most difficult and dangerous missions. However, they would also reap the best rewards. Through meritorious action and hard work, members of other brigades could challenge for a post on A squad. If they succeeded, they were welcomed with open arms. There was no max capacity. Then, in front of the collected gaze of the division, Lan Jue handed out an A-ranked power gem to every A squad member as a reward for making the cut. They were carefully selected to be useful for the pilot.
The gems weren't all provided by the Avenue. In fact, a large amount came out of Lan Jue's own inventory. The Amazons were less than pleased to see them given out like this. In return, the leadership of the Avenue agreed to front the cost of Majesty's upgrades, and at the very least look for a replacement stealth gem. The Amazons were less upset after that. Lan Jue didn't resent using his own resources, but more than just he relied on Zhou's jewelry shop. The Amazons all had financial and emotional stock in the store, and he respected their opinion. Most of their haul from Luo had been sold to the Eastern government, but with the stipulation that they were only used to create the Star Division mechas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, DreamNet Training. Chapter 534, DreamNet Training. Now that this was a true division, they would need the equipment to match. Normal loadouts weren't going to cut it, heavy weapons would be needed for deep space combat. Once all was said and done, Lan Jue gave the command for them to relax and take a moment to get familiar with their squad mates. Humans were high-functioning and emotional animals, so communication and relationships were important. Communication led to understanding, mutual faith, and friendships. Next on the agenda was rigorous training. Since their real mecha suits weren't ready yet, training would begin in DreamNet. The system he would use for the Star Division would be different than what he'd used in the ARC class. Those were kids, with weak foundation. He had to start from scratch. All of these cadets were adults of 6th level or higher, with strong foundations. The tactics used for the ARC class weren't suitable here. Instead, they needed to refine the skills they already possessed, strengthen their mecha control, and keep working. Hua Li's training procedure from Gobi was a good start. Lan Jue put them through it. Its greatest advantage was the program was designed to push every pilot to their limit. With the bookworms upgrades it was even better, since now they could use their disciplines. This first stage would take about a month for all cadets to complete. Everyone, with the exception of the pharmacist and the gourmet, was going to participate. This included Lan Jue. By putting themselves in their cadets' shoes, it seemed to have the desired effect. At least everyone was actively participating. The Avenue's structure was loose, but these were adults. He could rely on them to make more mature decisions. They knew what they stood to gain from following orders, and what they stood to lose by ignoring them. The harder they trained, the more likely it was they would survive to talk about it. No one backed out. This time he was implementing a series of rewards, completely different than his tactic for the ARC students. For those who performed outstandingly in training, their reward would be power gems. Very pricey power gems. In times like this, when all of humanity was preparing for war, power gems were the best form of currency. As an incentive, it certainly did its job to get the cadets fired up. Being 6th level adepts, it didn't take them long to adapt and overcome this first challenge. At the end of the first month every pilot could teach a masterclass on fundamentals. Medicines from the pharmacist and Skyfire Avenue arrived as well. Generally they would have been too expensive for too little worth, but the pharmacist's decoctions were a cut above and the Avenue was covering costs. The medicines she provided weren't for improving their disciplines, although formulas for that existed. This was instead not unlike the medicines Lan Jue had used for his students, more for restoring the damage to their bodies. A pilot's body was their biggest obstacle to mastering a mecha suit. If they didn't have the hand speed, reaction time, or endurance, then they wouldn't be able to keep up. Tan Lingyun was an example. The day she sat on his lap for the games, she became dizzy when he was using his higher skills. Her body wasn't ready. Before a pilot could perform the more advanced maneuvers, they needed to make sure they could handle them. That was what this medicine was specifically designed to do. Lan Jue was confident that it would make them strong and committed. No amount of money was too high for that sort of return. As the first month closed out, not a soul dropped out of the program. Basic training was done, it was time to move on to tactical drills. This was when Lan Jue introduced them all to their chief military instructor, the Morningstar, Su Xiaosu. 26 pirates fled the starfields with the Moonfiend Empress.
They were the best of her people, by her side since the clan's inception. Now they held different positions.
When they got to Enluan, they were forced to give up their ship. However, they were allowed to keep all the resources in it.
In a shock change of identity, Xiaosu was also given a job in the Enluan military, colonel, a commissioned officer. Her men were made drill masters. You couldn't tell by looking at them, but behind those military fatigues were hardened former pilots.
Why did it take a month for them to return? Their trip wasn't idle.
When they got to Enluan, they were also put through a brief training, watched over by Lan Cheng himself. When they were ready to head to Skyfire, they were like whole new people. Lan Jue didn't know what Lan Cheng did to train them, but even mentioning the name Prometheus almost made the former pirates soil their pants.
Even Su Xiaosu grew pale when he came up in conversation.
Even true soldiers didn't have the breadth of combat experience pirates did, at least in peacetime. The Moonfiend pirates had been the greatest pirate force in history, so this went double for them. These 20-some men and women had been the heart of that powerhouse. Making them drill masters to teach his people the way of profiteering was a fine decision.
It was a little rocky at first. The pirates were like country bumpkins coming to the city for the first time. They were showered suddenly with riches, from tailor-made mechas to the majesty, which made their mouths water. Soon they found their place and proved themselves in solo combat. However, in regards to battlefield tactics, they were all greenhorns. Pirate combat was shrewd and dirty. They only faced their enemy when they had a huge advantage.
Ambushes, assassinations, guerrilla strikes, these were where they excelled, what they would teach the others.
Zeta.
In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed.
Now it could be said that the Star Division was a preliminary success.
At the very least, the cadets knew how to fly their suits. There were only a few trainees who were good enough their respective ace squads. But what they lacked in numbers, they made up for in skill and strength of discipline. In 3 months all of the mechs were ready to go, and real-world training could begin. Lan Jue had also been furiously training, and was now at 6th rank.
Qianlin was only a rank below. Sadly, her spirit was still lost.
The good news was that thanks to his meticulous care, Qianlin was able to perform simple functions herself. Eating, changing clothes, and walking were tasks she could manage.
These were excellent developments that gave Lan Jue hope.
These were signs that Qianlin was healing.
Since receiving the amulets, each monarch had gone their separate ways. Lan Cheng returned to his duties on Enluan. When Chu Cheng awoke from his coma, he immediately returned to Luo and locked himself away.
The amulet had given him insight, and he had to use this opportunity to discover his path.
Hua Li went back to the Poseidon group.
They were preparing their own response to the crisis. Although he didn't tell Lan Jue what it was, he promised that when war broke out, he'd be right by his side.
Day followed day, and Lan Jue's pirate scouts began returning information. There were more sightings of the aliens in every alliance.
They were like spies, probing for weakness. So far no sign of the 3 home planets had been found. Humanity continually sent out their own reconnaissance flights as well, but information was sparse. Many scouting parties never returned, and those that did had to turn flee from heavy alien aggression. As these incidents increased, everyone became more convinced that humanity was their final destination.
It was simple logic. These beasts feasted on vitality.
Humans were many, and their worlds were verdant. Every alliance was throwing itself behind the war effort. Their respective militaries were operating at full steam. In the north, they just completed construction of a new class of bastion ship, and have undergone real-world testing.
At present the north had 8 active bastion ships. The west and east were also creating new generations of bastions with 5 and 4 respectively. That numbered 17 in total.
They were distributed along the border of human space, with their main battery pointed toward the black, ready to welcome those 3 alien planets should they come knocking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 535, Star Division, Dispatch. Chapter 535, Star Division, Dispatch. The search for information never ceased. A great deal of what they learned was a direct result of the North's 7th Fleet and their sacrifice. Comprehensive intelligence estimated that humans would now be able to stand their own against the monsters when they came. A fair amount of that confidence came from the mighty bastion ships. Be it offensive or defensive, the capabilities of those technical marvels outstripped a whole fleet. Strange though these creatures and tactics were, they still had to resign themselves to the law of conservation. There were only 3 alien planets as opposed to humanity's 17 bastion ships.
All they had to do was surround them and their chance at victory was great.
Parliament has approved your request. You can begin whenever you like.
The wine master informed the bright-eyed Lan Jue seated across from him.
The commander nodded. Good.
Give us 3 days to get our things in order, then we'll set out.
Keep damage to a minimum, the wine master urged.
I know, Lan Jue replied. Every soldier is a son or daughter of the division. Still, they're soldiers.
The best way for a soldier to learn is in combat.
This mission isn't about making them hard, but to make them confident.
We'll see how they're coming along.
The wine master still looked dubious.
Be quick. Those things will show up any day and we'll need to react immediately. Remember also that no matter what you're doing, the East will disavow any knowledge of your existence.
As we prepare for the invasion, this fragile peace must be maintained. Lan Jue returned with a soft laugh.
Relax. I'll bring them back in the same condition they left in. I'll need Majesty and Zeus 1.
We'll need to hurry with upgrades to Zeus 2 and 3 as well. The wine master rubbed his wrinkled forehead.
Do you have any idea how much money we've spent since you started this division?
Chuckling, Lan Jue shrugged.
What's that got to do with me? My only responsibility is to turn them into a fighting force.
Anyway, who's to say we don't come back with some plunder of our own?
This earned a wry smirk. Fine, go prepare. We'll cover your departure. Strike quickly and decisively, then get back. Yeah. Lan Jue nodded, then left.
4 months had passed since the establishment of the Star Division. The bulk of that time the cadets trained in DreamNet. Later they added real mechas, but still leaned on DreamNet for most of their drills. With their training beginning to bear fruit, it was time to test them and deepen their comprehension with a live exercise.
It was time to show off this lauded troop they'd created. It was like Lan Jue said, they didn't need to be thrust into the fray. They needed confidence and unity.
Victory would give them confidence, and shared investment would forge unity. 2 days later, 2 ships quietly slipped out of Skyfire's public hangar. They roared through the atmosphere and into the darkness of space.
Lan Jue stood in the center of Majesty's bridge. He looked at the soldiers of his Star Division milling about.
After its upgrades, Majesty was able to house 1,000 soldiers on board. In regards to mass, it wasn't any less spacious than a standard battleship, with a flashier hull.
The hull strength wasn't its only improvement, though.
If the military brass knew the full specs of Majesty, they'd probably faint from all the blood rushing from their head. Lan Jue had allowed the use of his ships, but with conditions, of course. Majesty had been Zhou Di's creation, and while he was certainly not lacking in scientific prowess, his resources were limited. With the Avenue's agreement, all of its older core gems had been replaced. Even with Lan Jue's experience as jewelry master, he visibly gulped when he found out what they'd put in it.
After 4 months, I'm sure you're all stir-crazy. Now it's time to see if you've learned anything.
So, we're on our way to a live exercise.
Now take note, this is not practice. You're about to face a real battle.
His face was serious, stoic.
The 4 brigade commanders looked back at him with eager expressions, ready for battle.
To keep their journey a secret, only a few had known their purpose. Once they'd gotten the soldiers on the ship, some had their suspicions, but now they were confirmed. Lan Jue was pleased with how they'd turned out. There was little chance of finding cowardice among these men and women. They were adepts with solid disciplines all, and sure in their abilities. Adding months of training had honed their mecha control, and every one of them had seen great improvement. With cutting-edge equipment, overwhelming power, and shrewd leadership, they didn't need to shrink from combat.
It was time to go find it. Lan Jue wasn't the only one who wanted to see what these warriors were capable of. They needed to see it for themselves.
Lan Jue's authoritative voice returned.
This time our target is weak and soft. This should not be a difficult fight for you. I will stress that any resources captured will be evenly distributed as determined by division leadership. You will follow orders, and if you don't, you will be summarily dismissed. Are we clear?
Yes, Commander. The soldiers called back in a single voice. Lan Jue nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Then, with that said, it's time to raise the black flag.
We're the Star Pirate Clan, now.
Our operation zone is in the Shattered Starfields. Our goal is to create the largest pirate clan in the system within 1 month. We're going in there to fight fire with fire. The division soldiers shared looks of confusion.
Starfields? Pirates?
Combat in the Shattered Starfields was mostly ship-to-ship.
How was this going to involve a mecha division?
There were a lot of questions, but the 4 months of training had not been in vain. Squad commanders had a tight control over their people, and the weaker leaders had been swapped out long ago.
Questions though there were, no one disobeyed.
Majesty soared through the vacuum of space at a moderate speed with Zeus 1 at its flank. Lan Jue's ship was piloted by the accountant and the commander of his operations intelligence squad. The accountant's men were responsible for intelligence gathering and missions, and had disciplines suited for the task.
Zeus Amazons were the crew of Zeus 1.
Su Xiaosu and her main crew were aboard, along with the other division trainers. If they were going to the starfields, then it was important to bring someone who knew the place well. It was a complicated place with more clans than common sense. There was nowhere better to learn pirate tactics. At present the largest of the system's 3 planets was under the thumb of the Pontiff's citadel. The former Moonfiend Empress had come in beneath their radar thanks to Zeus 1's cloaking capabilities, but it was a single ship and a lone woman. For her to walk away with her people was pretty impressive. In addition, simply being a clan represented strength. You needed resources and information to grow large. Constant problems you needed a strong handle to handle. The pharmacist approached Lan Jue with a smile.
I have good news. What news? Lan Jue asked.
When they'd started, he had hoped the pharmacist would agree to more important duties. He'd wanted her to be the second in command, or even commander of the 1st Brigade. She refused, stating that she was only interested in dealing with matters of the A Squad.
She looked at him.
They're here.
They?
Lan Jue was confused for a moment before recalling who she meant. His voice immediately dropped to a whisper.
Where? She grinned back at him. Come with me. She turned and left the bridge. Majesty's battleship construction meant it had spacious room as sleeping quarters for the soldiers. Zeus 1, by contrast, had only a cramped cabin. The pharmacist led him to a private room and shut the door behind them. With a wave of her hand, 3 blazing lights joined them. They were a glimmering white, blue, and red. As the light receded, they were revealed as 3 swords suspended in the air before Lan Jue. The flood of power he expected from them was conspicuously restrained. The white one he knew, that was the pharmacist's Sacrifices. The other 2 were simple looking aside from the hue until one looked closer. A strange aura hung around the red blade that drew the eye and focused concentration. Lan Jue fought the desire to reach for it. The blue sword seemed fuzzy and unreal, like it was 1,000 possible realities of itself forced into one place. You can come out, the pharmacist assured. The sword shuddered in response, and then with a flash of light they became 2 familiar faces. They were none other than the White Blade Master, Zhou Qianlin, and his companion, Xianyuan Shishir the 10,000 Blades. Ah, gentlemen. It's been a long time. Lan Jue greeted them with some surprise. The 2 swordsmen nodded back. The pharmacist went on. You boys chat. I'll be around. Her delicate mouth opened and Oxysis became a beam of light that vanished down her throat. Then she left. Please, sit. The cabin wasn't large, and it was a little tight with the 3 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Godblade Secrets. Chapter 536, Godblade Secrets. Zhou Qianlin smiled at him. Lan Jue. No need for courtesy. We believe you know our purpose for being here. We are Captus and Demortis, our spirit-given human form as we seek our bearers. When we were made aware of the Great Adept Tournament, we decided to take a look. After all, no normal human has what we seek. Xianyuan Shishir sat at the other side, nodding. The White Blade Master continued. We selected you. Or to be more precise, you and the woman with you. We were once with the one you call Celestial Bearer Qian, and when we took human form he taught us 2 sword styles. But maintaining this form is draining, and cannot be maintained for long. This is why we seek a suitable bearer. If we do not, then our bodies pass in 10 years' time, but... Lan Jue blinked, surprised. 10 years and you die? Zhou Qianlin nodded. We are not the first generation of sword spirit. We pass, and every once in a while a new soul spirit is born. Only once a suitable handler has been found will the spirit bond totally within the sword. Until the bearer's death, at which time they, too, pass. We exist as transient faces until we find our bearers, or pass away and wait for the next time we take shape. It is not easy to earn our loyalty. There are many conditions to be met. They must be strong and true. They must be unique in their skills and singular in potential. Then they will have earned a chance at our acceptance. They must be the pride of the Banishing Blades. After Luo we returned to the site of our true forms and rejoined with them. We had to first prepare ourselves to accept a new bearer before seeking you.
Then, we heard about Ms. Zhou. At mention of Zhou Qianlin, Lan Jue's face darkened, though a sad smile lifted his lips. I failed to protect her, and she suffered it by getting poisoned. It has caused her to become lost. She doesn't recognize the outside world.
I'm afraid there may be no way. Xian Yuan Shirshir's brows furrowed.
This is troubling. The style we know must be taught to two who share a common mind and purpose. Without her senses about her, I fear the acceptance process may be dangerous for her. Jun Youngye's deep voice continued. But our time also grows short. If we wait any longer, our spirits will grow weak, we won't have the strength to join.
Then we will disappear. Lan Jue took a deep breath.
Then choose others.
Lan Jue said it with force.
Jun Youngye and Xian Yuan Shirshir exchanged a look after seeing the change in the commander's eyes. These two were representative spirits of some of the strongest artifacts in the universe.
Joining with them would mean Lan Jue's Paragon Astrum would be unparalleled, but for the other swords. Could he really be turning down something so magnificent as the chance to wield a godblade?
After he said it, Lan Jue seemed to deflate a little. He bowed respectfully before the two sword spirits.
I must apologize.
Though I do wish I could battle with you in the coming war, I cannot accept such a risk to Zhou Qianlin. She suffered greatly because of me and was nearly killed.
I will not allow that to happen a second time.
There was admiration in Jun Youngye's face as he smiled and replied.
It is evident we have selected well.
Not just anyone has the qualifications to bear us, and our decision is not lightly made. Even if it means our death, the selection of a bearer is venerated.
I can see the connections between you that go deep as veins. Joining with us is not impossible. If you can bear the process for the both of you, the end result will be the same. Though be warned, it will be a grievous path for you. You will face the baptism of de mortis and captis together.
This is to say that Xian Yuan will join with Qianlin, but your body will be her surrogate in sustaining the internal energies. Once the powers are filtered, they will be imparted unto her. In this way she may painlessly accept to bear de mortis. From what we have seen of your joined strength, we suspect the chances are good.
However, the process will be painful.
Lan Jue's eyes sparkled. If they said there was a chance, then he couldn't give it up.
Pain? What pain could be worse than the pain he bore in his heart?
Ever since seeing the videos from Hera and Qianlin, it was like a scorched hole in his chest. Maybe some pain in the body would help distract him.
Most important was making sure Qianlin didn't suffer a thing. Very well, I accept. I'll accept you both.
Lan Jue resolutely said to Jun Youngye. There was appreciation in the sword spirit's response, and he nodded back.
Good. However, space is unsuitable. We must wait until your feet are on solid ground. Best we finish in under half a month.
After that, there may start to appear fluctuations in our presence.
Lan Jue nodded in understanding. All right.
After we enter the shattered starfields, we'll start looking for a place to merge right away. The division was well established by this point, and their mission wasn't difficult or critical. Lan Jue did not need to keep his eye on them the whole time.
Majesty and Zeus I crept through the darkness of space like shades.
Somehow the wine master had made good on his promise, and by means unknown acquired another blinding stone just like the one on Zeus I.
Now even the most sensitive radar couldn't pick them out. Hence how precious blinding stones were.
5 days later the two vessels slipped past the border into the shattered starfields. Thanks to their cloaking abilities they encountered no pirate resistance as they penetrated into the inner parts of the system. The starfields were a big place. Thousands of pirates roamed the asteroid fields, but the distances were vast. Only those small planets with valuable resources saw any settling, and the rest were lifeless hunks of heavy elements. Lan Jue and his brigade leaders had come up with a simple plan, from easy to hard. Start with the weaker pirate clans for experience and confidence. Then, start hunting for fatter fish. The task began the moment they entered the starfields. With only a month to eradicate the pirate menace, they had work to do. As former mistress of the system, Su Xiaosu took the lead. She would direct them to objectives, all of which were wicked men. Their first target was a small clan called the Poison Wasps. The Poison Wasp clan did not have a long history in the starfields, a couple of years, at most. They had no battleships, only 5 modified patrol ships. Relatively weak, the man who ran the outfit made up for it with cunning and ferocity. They were a type of pirate that preyed on others of their kind. They were new and small, but infamous. They did have their advantages. They had no static base, living on the 5 ships they used for pillaging. They would hit a target, loot it, then disappear into the dangerous seas of asteroids to evade counterattack.
Other pirate clans had their own territories they didn't appreciate being violated. And yet, that's what the poison wasps did regularly and got away with it. Every time they made themselves stronger. When they started, they only had a single patrol ship. Poison Wasp's leader was also called Poison Wasp, a cruel sociopath. Su Xiaosu was already familiar with them, since they'd been a popular topic of conversation for some time. They would hit one of the 3 primary planets and then vanish before a deterrent force could muster. Cunning as a fox. Not long ago they signed up with the Pontiff's forces and were absorbed. Now they served as an advance force, with a small base planet to call their own. This was, of course, covert support from the Moonfiend pirates that few were aware of. The location of their new base wasn't far from the 3 primary planets, but separated by a dense asteroid belt. If you had a pilot with experience navigating it, you could cross the belt and get to the planets in a day. Majesty and Zeus I quietly slipped closer to Poison Wasp and his band of murderers. Their base planet was not resource-rich. On the contrary, it could be said to be barren. If it did, the Moonfiend pirates probably wouldn't have let it go. At the very least, however, it was safe harbor. At a certain point every pirate clan needed a territory to establish and expand from. The alternative was to drift through space, desperate for resources and unable to grow. After all, strength needed men to wield it. Those patrol boats didn't have very much in the way of space. Lan Jue stood by the porthole and watched the tiny planet as it spun through space. He could see its 3 big sisters behind it in the distance. His brigade leaders stood at his side. "Give this one to 4th Brigade," he said. The coffee master looked up. "Why give it to them? 3rd Brigade can handle it." The driver scowled, but didn't reply. Lan Jue explained. "We're testing synergy. There's no need to fire a nuke at a bunny rabbit. Now it's time to talk about our plan. Zeta." Poison Wasp looked out with pride over the base beginning to take shape before him. With the support of the Moonfiend pirates they had already secured and established an area of 1 square kilometer. It wasn't the most welcoming planet. Life support systems needed to be in place for anyone to live for long. They also needed shields and other defensive structures to protect against harmful cosmic radiation and keep precious oxygen inside. All food was either brought from off-world or cultivated from small plots of land beneath the shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Poison Wasp Pirate Clan. Chapter 537, Poison Wasp Pirate Clan. Of course, as pirates most of their food came off-world, from pillaging. Sustenance was an important resource. The only clans that could produce what they needed were settled on one of the 3 major planets. The Poison Wasp clan took what they needed, otherwise they wouldn't be very good pirates. Through the last couple years of struggle, the Poison Wasps haven't been making any friends. In fact, most of the Starfield's denizens would be happy if the predatory crew was dealt with. But none of this was important. You didn't become a pirate to be liked. They got noticed by the Moonfiends, didn't they? Everyone needed a rabid dog to turn on their enemies. One day we'll be the greatest clan in the Starfields, and all of this will be mine. Poison Wasp's face split into a sadistic grin. He had a plan for his future, and an advantage the others did not. Not only was he an accomplished airship pilot, he was also a sovereign-rank mecha pilot. He was strong in his own right, and the main reason the Poison Wasp still existed today. "Boss." A large pirate hurried over. "Yeah, did you get the girls?" Poison Wasp's eyes lit up. Like all pirates, his tastes were particularly lascivious. Their planet didn't come with women, but there were enough in the Starfields to take what he wanted. His subordinate answered with a dark chuckle. "They just got here, fresh off the boat. Guaranteed to please the boss." Poison Wasp nodded. "Once I've had my fill you can divvy the rest up among the men. Let's go take a look. All right." The man didn't waste any time, and brought him to the residential area. Poison Wasp didn't fear for his base's safety. One of the conditions he had before being absorbed by the Moonfiends was a state-of-the-art radar system. The Deep Probe radar was capable of picking up everything in a large swath around their tiny base. It came with a price tag as lofty as its capabilities. Years as a pirate taught Poison Wasp how to survive. He knew the importance of scouts and information. No matter what mark they were after, he never left his ship. He preferred to rely on the upgraded ship's speed and maneuverability to use the asteroid fields as cover. Trying to catch him then was impossible. They had the radar in place even before their headquarters had finished construction. Poison Wasp could rest easy. No one was going to sneak up on him. The residential area was a sector that had been carved out for habitation.
Metal prefab houses brought over from the 3 main planets had been hastily put up all over. They'd cost Poison Wasp a pretty penny, but in the years of banditry he'd managed to build an impressive cache of treasure. He was an intelligent and experienced man. He didn't have aspirations, like many pirate leaders, of commanding a battleship. Although they were strong, they weren't nimble enough for what he needed. He preferred smaller ships, upgraded patrol boats that could strike fast and disappear. There was no better choice for survivability out here.
Poison Wasp stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. It was night on their tiny rock. The stars twinkled quietly overhead.
"What is it, boss?" the other man asked. Poison Wasp stared at the sky with furrowed brows.
"My heart rate increased. Whenever there's danger I feel it."
He wasted no time and dialed a number into his communicator.
Scar. Pick up.
Poison Wasp growled at his wrist.
"Boss, what's up?"
A lazy voice finally answered on the other end. Poison Wasp's tones were less than pleased.
"Pay attention, damn it. Is there anything on the radar?"
"Nothing," Scar answered. "I've been sitting here staring at it."
"Boss, will you relax and let me handle it? Everything's normal."
The pirate leader allowed himself to relax.
If the radar didn't show anything, then it must mean he was just on edge. "Alright, keep a close watch. I'll have Gorilla send you up a girl.
But if you screw up with that radar, you'll pay with your life."
Boss, I wanted to tell you Gorilla and his crew got back. Get me a soft one."
Scar wasn't a scrub in this outfit. He was a commander of one of their few vessels and an ace with electronics. These skills made Scar the natural choice when they needed someone to man the radar.
He was also one of the few henchmen Poison Wasp could trust. "Let's go." He cut the connection, already feeling better.
Vigilance. It's what kept him alive so long.
Zeta.
Scar sat across from the radar monitors, scowling.
That guy needs to get the stick out of his ass. Who the hell would come all the way out here to pick a fight?
He took another glance at the monitors and, seeing they were all quiet, put his boss concerns out of mind. They'd only been here a short while, but in that time the radar had already proved itself. It had picked up several ships, but they were big ones from the Moonfiend pirates, on their way to the main planets. Everything was Moonfiend pirates now, he supposed. Ever since their shadowy backers arrived, their strength had exploded.
Moonfiend battleships now numbered 11. The last time they were there, they saw one of their mecha squads too. They were crack pilots, with some of the best equipment. With so much friendly firepower in their backyard, what did they have to fear? So, Scar didn't pay much mind. Poison Wasp's fears were unfounded. "Potato!" Scar called. "EY, brother Scar."
A tiny ugly man with narrow eyes and a crooked mouth came bounding in.
"Go and get me a couple bottles of beer."
He was about to have company. He wanted to get a good buzz going before it happened, set the mood. In this meteor-blasted landscape there wasn't much fun to be had normally.
"Got it." Potato barked, then he was off. Zeta.
In total, the pirate clan numbered around 200 souls. None of them had been with the clan for very long, so families weren't a staple yet.
Here in the radar building they had 5 people, electronics specialists and people with talent. As Potato trotted away from the radar building, a lusty smirk was plastered on his face.
He'd heard what Scar and the boss were saying. Generally, once the higher-ups had their fun, they gave their men a turn.
He was aching for a little fun himself.
Behind the building was their warehouse, which housed food and drink.
Alcohol was also on offer.
Bars were one of a pirate's favorite things, after all, and that wasn't going to change.
Potato pulled open the warehouse door and walked in. Right away he felt what seemed like a nip in the air. Then, a large hand clapped down over his mouth.
His neck felt a sudden and intense cold, and the young pirate felt all his strength draining away through the chill.
Clear. A dim light filled the warehouse.
If Potato were still alive, he'd have been shocked to find 10 strangers huddled in the dark interior. A tall, slender man had been the one to take care of the pirate. He had eyes as hard and sharp as an eagle's.
All 10 of the intruders wore white flight suits with a purple flame emblazoned on the chest.
The insignia of 4th Brigade.
"Peepers, what ya got?"
The tall man turned his head to the side and addressed another thin youth nearby.
No reaction so far. Everything's normal in the radar building.
"We can make our move, squad leader." The slimmer man's eyes flashed red as he squinted toward the nearby structure.
This was 4th Division's 1st Recon Squad, second only to Ace.
Their squad leader was the tall man, called Stonehammer. He was a formidable, 9th-level adept. The recon leader had to be more than strong, though. They had to be fast, stealthy, and sharp. Zeus 1 was the first to land on the planet. Majesty was too large and well-equipped. The moment it landed, the energy it put off would be picked up for miles around. Instead, they sent Zeus 1 ahead with 50 soldiers to prepare for the full attack. The rest of the force would follow in Majesty.
With me. Stonehammer waved for them to follow and slipped out of the warehouse.
A particularly diminutive and demure girl went after him. Her eyes were an unsettling, absolute black.
There was no white at all.
A similarly dusky aura sprang up and surrounded everyone.
As it enveloped the team, reality rippled and they disappeared from view.
Group stealth. A rare discipline indeed, and very useful. She was by no means weak in her own right, but her skills were used now to help them slip into the radar building undetected.
The hell is taking Potato so damn long? Scar muttered in irritation. Yo, number 3. Go take a look. No need, Scar. I bet the kid's just sneaking a drink. When he gets back you can ask him.
If he smells like booze when he gets back we can kick his ass.
Alright, enough. Shit, which of you haven't taken a little secret sip here or there? You're a bunch of animals, I tell ya.
Scar muttered.
Suddenly he had the feeling something wasn't right.
No time to think, he just reacted. His right hand shot out and smacked the big red button on the table in front of him. In the same instant an iron-hard carapace formed around his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 538, Poison Wasp's Destruction. Chapter 538, Poison Wasp's Destruction.
Scar's discipline was entomological in nature, and his danger sense was keen. This uncomfortable inkling in the back of his mind was a familiar friend to him. He felt like there was suddenly more breathing in their small building. Faint, but enough to make the hairs on his neck stand on end.
Scar's discipline was called Golden Beetle.
He could use several of the small creature's capabilities to aid him in battle, especially defense. He could also fly short distances. The plan was to hit the alarm and call up the shields. Then in the confusion he could mount a counterattack. This was their home turf, all he had to do was let his compatriots know.
Unfortunately, that was not to be.
Something ice-cold, smooth and yet sticky affixed itself to his hand. It was stopped him mere inches from sounding the alarm. The next thing he felt was like being hit with a sledgehammer.
Crack. The harsh sound would make you grind your teeth.
Scar was hit so hard he hit the ground with bone-jarring force. He grunted as the air was knocked out of him.
He couldn't believe it.
Him, a 6th-level adept specialized in defense, floored so easily. It didn't just crack his shell, either. He felt like his organs had been rearranged around bits of broken bone. He lifted his head to see a very large figure towering over him with a shield in hand. It was bronze, wide on top and narrowing to a tip at the bottom.
Thunk.
The shield fell.
Scar's head rolled away. Whoosh.
The stuff gripping Scar's lifeless hand retracted. It returned to an obscene-looking middle-aged man with a dour smirk.
Come on, so violent squad leader.
You got his blood all over my tongue.
Quit the bullshit, iguana. Check the radar. Stonehammer commanded.
The other occupants of the radar building had been silenced. With the way they'd been trained and organized, a small group like this didn't even break a sweat. Only Scar had been an enemy of merit, the others were mediocre adepts. They'd been disposed of with hardly a sound. We've got control of the radar, squad leader.
Shutting down outside shields and communications.
The girl from before who'd smuggled them and hastily reported the news.
Good. Send a message to Majesty, let them know it's done. Defensive perimeter. Stonehammer ordered.
Sir.
A shadow spread across the pirate base, silent as a shade.
Behind a bunker, a dark figure furiously waved their arms. Overhead, a beam of white light soundlessly beamed to the surface. 1,000 meters overhead, the air shimmered and rippled unsettlingly.
Wide spectrum frequency jammer. Interference would choke every wave band except their own within the affected area. Outside communication was impossible. Afterwards, the hum of engines were the only sign as an invisible ship soared up through the small planet's atmosphere. Zeus 1 continued its patrol for errant pirates they might give them away. All of the planet's warning systems had gone the way of its radar.
Normally, alarms were sounded when their systems were interrupted, but instead everything was silent.
A frightening, total silence.
Next, a group of dark silhouettes lifted from the ground and hovered over the pirate base. Their broad chests were painted with a flame insignia. Suddenly they were alive with light as they charged ahead. Dazzling wakes of flame hung in the air, and the night sky was pierced with light from their passage. Their target, the docking port. Below, the ground shook as a host of mecha charged in like a hurricane. The unnatural silence was suddenly and violently shattered, as the small planet was descended into fiery chaos. The air was filled with blasts and screams. The pirates on guard didn't even have time to realize what was happening before they were torn to shreds.
The blitz continued for nearly 20 minutes before the bombardment stopped.
A contingent of mechs charged in towards the base's center. It was too late by now for the pirates to react. One by one, they fell to the terrible death machines that prowled the night. In 5 minutes, the base was firmly under their control. Poison Wasp himself was tossing and turning in bed when all 4 walls exploded around him. He scrambled up and brought his discipline to bear. Stonehammer stood in the ruins of his cabin. Poison Wasp's discipline was much as his name suggested. He possessed the powers of a wasp, giving him speed and attack. His hands could become stingers to be used in battle.
Unfortunately, wasps didn't do so well against boulders, and stingers couldn't pierce mountains.
There was nothing he could do to best Stonehammer's defense, and no way to get to a mecha.
His met his end at the bloody point of the invader's shield. The battle was short, simple, and fierce. The enemy was overwhelmed. All 4 brigades participated. 4th Brigade's goal had been reconnaissance, first strike, and taking the radar building. 1st Brigade had provided airstrikes and destroyed the most dangerous pirate capabilities with surgical precision. They mopped up those who managed to get into a suit or ship and cut off all escape. 2nd Brigade handled the main fight, and 3rd Brigade moved in to mop up and gather up their spoils. When all was said and done, the Star Division soldiers milled about, ultimately unsatisfied. "Commander, let's find a target with a little more bite next time. What's the point of sending in a force like this for some piddling pirates?"
The driver mumbled in dissatisfaction. He only just was getting ready to join the fray, but it was finished already.
The fight was practically over, even before his 2nd Brigade joined in.
He never got the chance to satisfy his itch. The Poison Wasp pirate clan had about 200 men, whereas Star Division numbered over 800. Crack pilots and strong adepts, with 4 times the manpower. On top of that, they had 2 ships for backup. The difference was too great, like an elephant stepping on cockroaches. Lan Jue smirked at him.
"Don't be hasty.
Let them get their bearings first, then we can throw something bigger at them.
Sweep the area, then we withdraw." The pirates didn't have much for them. There was the radar system, and the booty they had squirreled away from their raids. It seemed to be a trope carried over from the olden days, but it was still a habit for every pirate clan to have a secret treasure stash. Finding them were simpler now, though, with modern technology. It was a pretty good cache, all things considered. There wasn't anything in the way of cash, but energy-saving power gems instead. Standard currency for pirates.
Altogether they pillaged over 1,000 power gems.
There were only a handful B rank or better, all told it was a worthwhile haul.
They might not have been exquisite specimens, but the stones would recharge their mechas with a lot to spare.
Both Zeus 1 and Majesty could recharge with cosmic radiation, so the stones didn't have much use for them. Any surplus could be sold. So in the end, it was a good harvest. An hour later all the goods were boxed up and shipped out. Majesty approached and landed, now that the base was liberated from pirate control. Star Division boarded and soared off to their next objective with Zeus 1 as its entourage. The pirate base lay silent behind them, a ghost town. In the center was burned the image of a swirling flame, and a skull in its center. The insignia of the Star Pirate Clan. Lan Jue was looking for a place to commence the joining process with the Godblades, but the Poison Wasp's relationship with the Moonfiend Pirate Clan made him uncomfortable. They were likely to check in sooner rather than later. How long the joining process took, Lan Jue had no idea. At least it would be important to find a place that was safe and peaceful. The debriefing was quick. Destroying this small band of criminals was nothing to boast about. Lan Jue praised them for their victory and adherence to command. He pointed out Stonehammer and his team in particular for taking the radar building and killing Poison Wasp. Their feats were recorded. On to their next objective. While the fight had seemed simple and straightforward, the results were unique. There was something more in the eyes of every soldier. Excitement. They had no remorse for the killing of these monsters, to them they were performing a service. Cleaning cancer from humanity.
Repaying these scoundrels for their misdeeds and getting paid for it felt pretty damn good. Everything they earned through the raid was distributed to the division. This had been part of Lan Jue's agreement with the Avenue. No matter what they found out here among the asteroids would be used to make them stronger. Everyone would get a piece for the work they were doing, determined by individual merit. A system of rewards and punishments was integral for effective command. This was especially true for an organization like theirs, which enjoyed a unique sort of freedom for its soldiers.
They didn't have the same restrictions here that an official army might face. How else were they going to pay their people?
No high-level adept was hard up for cash, so wealth had little meaning to these men and women. Other than the exuviation process, they were only interested in getting stronger.
For adepts, strength meant a good life and a bright future.
But building a powerhouse took resources.
Where did they come from? Your own effort.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 539, Tempest. Chapter 539, Tempest.
Lan Jue had told his people all about this before coming.
For commercial enterprises, the shattered starfields were no man's land.
Even the Alliance militaries avoided this place. To the Star Division, however, it was a goldmine with everything they could want. Battle plans were moving along, it was time for them to attack their next objective. Lan Jue's people have proven that small groups were not a challenge, so their target was a larger group further away from the three main planets. It was an older, more established group they had in their sights. They were called the Desert Tempest. This clan was in possession of a battleship and 8 patrol ships, hosting over 1,500 pirates. They were much stronger than the poison wasps, and subsisted off commercial vessels that skirted the rim of the starfields. Not only were they a considerable force, but pirates of Desert Tempest were disciplined. The planet that served as their home was called Tempest, and had served as their base of operation for over 30 years.
They far outstripped the Star Division's last enemy.
The Desert Tempest were carefully chosen for their next campaign. They were far from the main planets, which was important if they were to fight against such a well-established group.
In addition, its distance meant Lan Jue could use the planet for whatever it was the Godblades required for the joining process.
In the first month's battle plan, this was the longest flight yet. The Moonfiend pirates would be quick to investigate any changes to their little pet planet, and were unlikely to let the matter lie when they discovered what happened. At the very least, they'll want to find out who would dare attack their people. The best course of action would be to avoid the Moonfiend pirates, for now. It was destined, since they were Lan Jue's ultimate target. That fight would be the final test for his fledgling division.
If they couldn't handle a group of pirates, how would they defend against aliens? This time no one's gonna take it from us. Second Division's taking the lead.
The driver arrogantly flailed the battle plans crumpled in his hands. The coffee master scowled in response.
Who says, you?
Your people will just rush in and trip all their defenses, and lose half your number.
Remember, this crew had been around a while. Ground and space defenses are not going to be anything to sniff at.
And as for radar, they likely have more than one system, and I'm betting they're better than the last.
These guys won't be as easy as the poison wasps.
The driver answered with a scornful glance.
That's just your guess. Commander, send me in with the Ace Squad.
We'll tear them up from within while the rest of 2nd Brigade attacks them head-on. I swear not a soul will come back harmed, the Desert Tempest will be handed to you on a bloody platter. The driver's assurances weren't arrogance. He believed everything he said wholeheartedly, and so did Lan Jue. His brigade commander was one of the top 10 God-ranked pilots in all of humanity, after all. In all likelihood the driver could probably take out the pirate clan himself without a scratch, all before even considering the Ace Squad.
Infiltrate and deconstruct. That was the driver's specialty. Come now, driver. We're old friends, when we come across a windfall we share in the benefits, right? 4th Brigade should go with you as intelligence and oversight. The bartender wanted his piece, too, and made it known. Lan Jue chuckled at the lot of them. Come on, we're all adults here. Calm down and act like it. Driver, aren't you concerned about keeping face? The Ace Squad and its leader are good enough.
Somehow I don't think he'll find a group of pirates troubling.
The driver shrunk beneath the haughty looks of the other three.
When Lan Jue said it, they all remembered who the leader of 2nd Brigade's Ace Squad was.
Their secret weapon, the infernal vanguard, the gourmet.
Indeed, how could a mid-sized pirate clan cope if he decided to unleash his full power?
A paragon had the destructive capabilities of a battleship all by themselves, otherwise how was it they were considered such a deterrent force? The driver was aching for a fight.
In reality, if he sent the both of them, the damage they could cause. Lan Jue rapped the table between them with his knuckles.
We're here to train. We're definitely not here to wave our dicks around. No matter the enemy, the 4 brigades must work in synergy, as a whole. United we're stronger. Once they're broken in, they'll face a tough enemy and be unyielding. None of our ace squads are going in this time. They'll supervise and rescue as necessary. For everything else, stick to the battle plan.
The bartender nodded.
All right, so it is.
I'll send in my team first for reconnaissance and to collect intelligence for the final plan.
Good. Lan Jue replied. He looked around the room.
Aside from Lan Jue and the brigade leaders, the War Council was further populated by ace squad leaders and the division's second-in-command, Zhou Qianlin.
Zhou Qianlin sat beside Lan Jue.
When he was here, she didn't speak or involve herself much. Behind the scenes, though, all of their military strategy had been devised by the Morningstar before they were open to discussion. Her title was second-in-command, but she was the one directing their every move. Her commands were given through Lan Jue's mouth.
Her responsibilities were numerous.
Her voice held the greatest weight, but her work was endless.
Endless, but enjoyable.
She found purpose in her work that brought her joy. She was different from the Amazons, and this role suited her better, she thought. As former leader of the Moonfiend Pirates, she had experience in spades, and compared to her former force, the Star Division was far stronger. The Moonfiend Pirates had 20 ships to the division's 2, but on an individual level they could never compete. Zhou Qianlin had already told Lan Jue her thoughts on this. If this division could work together, develop a chemistry, then it would be the most terrifying pirate force the universe had ever seen.
Yes, pirates, not soldiers. Soldiers required strict discipline and fought in a group. The strength of the individual was ignored. What Zhou Qianlin meant when she said pirates was a unique and fearsome mecha division. Afterwards, once the analyses had completed, she presented Lan Jue with a comprehensive training and integration plan. After taking a look and discussing it with the others, the decision to make her second-in-command was passed down. From training to this expedition, Zhou Qianlin had shown herself to be a remarkable commander, the mastermind. She was just as much the leader as Lan Jue was. After the council was adjourned, Lan Jue turned to the Morningstar. Is there anything you'd like to add? Relax, boss, she replied. I'll have a detailed plan.
They have numbers, and they're well spread across the planet.
We'll need to be very precise. We need to rout them, but we need to do it with 0 casualties.
The blinding stones help us a lot with this.
In addition, we can lure them in, and... Lan Jue nodded repeatedly. Her overall idea put him at ease. Over the last few days, Lan Jue had obsessively trained, merged with Qianlin as always. He had to prepare to join with the Godblades, and every step up in strength meant a greater chance of success. Jun Yangya, Xianyuan Shishir, and even the pharmacist would cultivate at his side so he could feel the energies of the swords. To become familiar with them. It would make the process easier when the time came. Zhou Qianlin stood at the main controls, looking over the data. She lifted her head and looked Lan Jue's direction. Commander, now is as good a time as any. He nodded, then turned to the bartender. Send out the reconnaissance team. Sir. They're already waiting on Zeus 1. In similar strategy to the poison wasps, the division's smaller ship would deliver the unit to the surface undetected. They would look and report back to inform the final battle strategy. When the fighting broke out, they'd strike like a thunderclap. It didn't matter who, or when, you fought. The most important factor in any fight was your scouts. Commander, there. That's Tempest. She indicated out of the porthole toward the approaching planet. The planet twinkled green and blue against the stark backdrop of space. Normally green meant foliage and blue was water, life. Evidence suggested this place was habitable for humans. 1. Lan Jue exclaimed in appreciation. These desert Tempest guys chose well. Zeta. Zeus 1 quietly slipped away from Majesty and approached the planet, cloaked by the blinding stone. They shut off all non-essential systems to reduce their energy footprint. Zhou Qianlin's voice crackled over their radio. Zeus 1. Zeus 1, this is Majesty. Respond. 1. Astrologers/astrophysicists/board keyboard warriors. In what situation could you have 3 habitable planets in a galaxy's interior? Let's say they're in the Goldilocks zone, and a habitable planet in its far reaches. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Progenitor? Chapter 540, Progenitor? This is Zeus 1. Mika's voice replied to Su Xiaosu's hails. No one knew that ship like the Amazons, so they were at standard crew. Xiaosu continued. Your landing zone is aquatic. When you touch down, scan the biosystem. Zeus 1 understood. When there was a task to complete, Mika wouldn't get in Xiaosu's way.
Majesty cut its engines and maintained a geostationary orbit.
Without more from the scouting party, it was too risky to approach.
Suddenly, Lan Jue's eyes fixed on the planet and narrowed. Quick, get back on with Zeus 1 and tell them to stop their approach immediately.
Get them back here.
Su Xiaosu was surprised at Lan Jue's command, but wasted no time.
Zeus 1, retreat. Get back now. What? Mika's voice answered. We've almost reached the mesosphere. Lan Jue shouted back. Mika, turn your ship around right now.
She could hear the fear and worry in his voice. She asked no more questions.
Yes, boss. The
rest of the Star Division leadership realized something was amiss and came over.
The gourmet spoke first. What is it? Lan Jue, his brows furrowed, looked over the planet.
There's trouble.
Look. Enhance the planet's surface.
He pointed to what he meant. To keep their presence a secret, they couldn't use radar, but long-distance cameras weren't a problem.
The monitors showed the planet, large and clear in contrast to the view out of porthole.
Now everyone could see the streaks of violet that marred its surface. At present they were small and disconnected.
Violet?
The gourmet's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lan Jue, making no effort to hide his surprise.
That's... Lan Jue shook his head. We can't be sure yet, but I think so. Aliens? Su Xiaosu ventured. Lan Jue turned to face everyone. Recall your reconnaissance team. I'll lead the ace squads from 1st and 2nd Brigade to go take a look. Get Majesty ready for combat. He had to keep safety in mind.
This was training, not a full military campaign.
You're our commander.
I should lead the reconnaissance team.
The driver interjected. Lan Jue shook his head. No, I'll go. I'm well familiar with these things.
Besides, the pharmacist and the gourmet will be with me.
There won't be any problems. Xiaosu, you have the bridge. Keep contact.
This wasn't a debate, so the driver didn't push the matter further. He wished his commander good luck. Zeus 1 reacted swiftly to the orders and was docked with Majesty before long. The scout team disembarked and was replaced by Lan Jue and the 2 ace squads. Lan Jue had seen the strength of these beasts with his own eyes. It wasn't that he didn't trust these young soldiers, he was just trying to avoid any unnecessary death. When it came to these beasts, he knew what to expect and what to look for.
Zeus 1 crept toward Tempest like a wraith. They overshot the original landing zone and headed for the violet streaks. First, they needed to confirm this wasn't some kind of unique vegetation. If that was the case, then the plan would proceed as before. If it wasn't, they'd need to change their strategy. Zeus 1 pierced the atmosphere. After a few moments, the planet's surface was skimming by a few hundred meters below. When it came into view, Lan Jue sucked in a breath, vast fields of putrid violet. Anything that sick light touched, all the vegetation, was dead. It was a cancer, spreading across the land and leaving a poison bog behind. Majesty, this is Zeus 1. Intelligence suggests high probability that alien invaders are on site. Make preparations for combat. Lan Jue delivered what information they got back to the ship. The experience with these creatures on Taihua had put him right in their path. He recognized that poisonous fog that ate life force. He remembered the dead vegetation. It all looked exactly the same. Should we disembark? The pharmacist asked. He shook his head. Don't rush. Let's take a look around, see if the Desert Tempest has any people left. Lan Jue glowered at the scene. The shattered starfields were rife with piracy, but it also bordered all 3 alliances. Their presence here meant they could appear on planet in human-occupied space. Space was vast, and closing a portion of it off completely was impossible. However, despite this, there were no reports of alien presence anywhere since the news broke. Yet here they were. It was a sign, a frightful revelation that these creatures were being led by some form of intelligence. Something was directing these creatures away from Alliance space, probing for weakness and maximizing advantages. Humanity, on the other hand, had no idea where those 3 alien planets were. Lan Jue was worried. Not because they were strong, a strong enemy could be overcome. More than that, they were cunning. Their physiology was also troublesome. They thrived off life force, and with each planet they took the monsters became stronger. Each passing day was a victory for these creatures. Zeus 1 thundered across Tempest's sky, scanning for the pirate base. It wasn't long before they found it. Judging by the buildings and resources they could spot, the pirates were stronger than they'd figured. However, they were working off of Xiaosu's relatively old data. Apparently the Desert Tempest pirates had done well for themselves in the last few years. But the discovery revealed that these buildings had also succumbed to the Violet Swamp. The deadly landscape had swallowed everything up, covering the buildings entirely. The corrosive quality of it had already begun to dissolve the structures noticeably. They didn't pick up a single sign of human life, not even corpses or bone. There was only the slowly creeping bog of death desperately searching for more to devour. Lan Jue spotted a large spot of purple hunched atop a particularly tall building. It looked like an enormous flower bud, with a flashing purple light flickering within it. Great root-like tendrils crawled down the building and buried themselves in the earth. The black-red veins pulsed and throbbed. Eating. It was eating everything around it. This was the first time any of them, aside from Lan Jue, had seen one of these aliens up close. They were all changed by it. Lan Jue's deep voice called out. Mika. When we disembark, return to Majesty and lead it back here. Tell all members of Star Division to get in their mechas, and do not land on the ground under any circumstances. There will be no contact with anything infected. Prepare to engage with the enemy, and be wary of any show. Sir, Mika confirmed. Lan Jue spun around to face the gourmet and the pharmacist. We're heading out, get ready to fight. This big guy out there is probably an alien progenitor. It'll be strong and almost certainly surrounded by protectors even if we can't see them. Try not to get separated. The ship's doors opened and several figures flew out into the crisp air. Only Adepts 9th level or higher were allowed into 1st and 2nd Brigades Ace squads. All of them had the power of flight. Flashes of light flickered around each of the soldiers, and they were replaced in mid-air with humanoid machines. Lan Jue also summoned Thor, which had undergone no small amount of changes. It retained roughly the same volume, but its bluish-purple exterior was now a deep royal blue with the faintest hint of gold. An enormous sword was fixed to its back, in contrast to its unarmed default from before. Its arms were thicker, too. Most striking, though, was that none of its joints or connections were visible at all. It was an integrated, seamless whole, just like a man. As Lan Jue entered, it was like Thor was injected with life. Its body jerked as a flash of golden light rippled through it. Then, one of the machine's enormous hands drew the dark gold sword from its back. Other than Lan Jue, there were 20 soldiers preparing for battle. One by one their mechas sprang to life. They weren't just strong adepts. To fight alongside the likes of the pharmacist and the gourmet, they had to be amazing pilots, too. Separate from Zeus 1, the team and their mechas were no longer invisible to prying eyes. Thor soared high overhead, then thrust with its massive blade. A single bolt of lightning erupted from its point, but did not hit the progenitor. Instead, it struck a spot not far from where he and his team hovered. Boom! The thunderous sound was met with an explosion of debris and fountains of purple fluid, like he'd blown apart a body. The others gasped in surprise. The great swath of violet that was devouring buildings was actually a part of this beast. These monsters were even scarier than they'd thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Combat. Chapter 541, Combat. Lan Jue wasn't shaken by the fountain of gore. His eyes narrowed and he stopped their forward advance. Below, the ground rumbled and a series of sickening squelch and poof noises filled the air. Enormous alien monstrosity heaved themselves up from their surroundings covered in a strange sort of sludge. Roughly 100 of them were belched from the violet landscape. Lan Jue issued his orders through a shared mecha comms channel. You're all going to be fighting, but do not separate. Try your best to stay in the area. Gourmet, pharmacist, we'll deal with the progenitor. Once it's finished we won't have to worry about reinforcements. He wasted no time, and urged Thor up high into the air. The 2A squad leaders were in close pursuit. The other two also had their own mechas, but were reluctant to use them. Lan Jue convinced them otherwise, explaining that mecha combat was a strength with benefits for safety. There was nothing else better. What's more, this was a mecha division. He couldn't have his ace squad leaders shirking that rule. Their suits had been constructed to forego combat effectiveness, and instead focus resource on boosting speed and amplifying discipline. Their strength wasn't in piloting but talent, so their mechas had to at least not impede that. The gourmet's mecha was gray and smaller than Thor by 2/3.
However, it was incredibly dexterous. 3 pairs of wings were affixed to its back, and when they were unfurled, the jets on them made him incomparably fast. He was at Thor's side in a blink. The pharmacist's mecha was white, covered in a flower pattern. It was slender and bore no weapons. Hers also bore wings that quickly caught her up with the other 2. 3 sparkling machines soared through the atmosphere toward the alien progenitor. But, just in that moment, a dozen sprays of violet light shot toward the sky, as alien creatures rose to block their path. They were hideous things, with an aura as sick and toxic as they were. Corrosive gas poured from their maws as wings unfurled and issued them into the air. A flash of light issued from the pharmacist's mecha. It was a flood of sharp energy that spread and brightened until it became a sword, blazing from the light of 7 miniature stars. Scores of strikes just the same as what came from the pharmacist covered the sky. When the alien invaders got within 20 meters, they were instantly cut apart into 100,000 pieces that tumbled to the ground below. Nothing was between them and the progenitor, but a cloud of fine violet mist. On Lan Jue's other side, the gourmet's ash-gray mecha lifted its right hand. A tornado of crimson fire arose, and burned away the remaining cloud of blood and gas the monsters left behind. There were no normal monsters that could hope to block the likes of the pharmacist or gourmet. The progenitor seemed to sense this, and reacted by ripping its great branches from the building around it. Like great tentacles, the progenitor's pulsing limbs swatted at the 3 attackers. The beast was over 300 meters tall, and oozing with terrible power. When its throbbing tentacle arms began to writhe, they nearly blotted out the sun. The pharmacist's 7-star blade led the charge. One of the beast's tentacles heaved into view to cut off their approach. There was a flash, and tentacle reeled back with a vicious gash that almost cut it in half. Almost. Tough. Lan Jue knew how strong the pharmacist and her sword were. Yet, just the creature's tentacle managed to survive a head-on strike. Surprised was not enough for what he felt. Of course, that didn't represent the pharmacist's true strength. The single sword fractured into 100 copies, and they swung through the air like a tornado of deadly light. Thor lifted its burly arm with the giant sword in its grip. The blade burned with a blinding light. In the next instant, its energy was released as a beam piercing through the heavens. After upgrades from both he and Zhou, Thor was like a different beast altogether. The energy it released was strong enough to satisfy Zhou. Lan Jue was also a god-ranked pilot, in contrast with the gourmet and pharmacist who gave up their mecha training. His combat effectiveness was helped significantly by his piloting skills and Thor's new construction. A thick beam of shimmering golden light split the sky. The darkened sky was painted bright, and the clouds looked as though they were on fire. Joined with Qianlin, Zeus was currently at the peak of 9th level. With the formidable additions of Thor, his lightning was pregnant with protogenia. Soon after, the sky exploded into a magnificent light show, with golden bolts of lightning falling to Earth all the way to the horizon. But their target was not the progenitor, or the other monsters. There were precisely as many bolts as there were soaring blades from the pharmacist. The lightning sought the swords and collided with them, imbuing each with flickering electric power. What was strange about this lightning was more than the color. Whereas most lightning curved to find the path of least resistance, Thor's lightning bolts were perfectly straight. They fell upon the swords like beams of sizzling light. The next time one of those swords cut at a tentacle, they imparted their electricity into it. Sparks spewed from the wound, and coiling golden lightning consumed the flailing appendages. They were racked with spasms. Between Zeus' power and the pharmacist's strength, the tentacle's defenses were overcome. They were cut away and discarded like weeds. The progenitor squirmed and lifted a second host of tentacles to deal with its attackers. Lan Jue and the others weren't in a rush to pull out their big guns, though. These creatures were virtually unknown to them. This was an opportunity to see what else they could learn. Things were different now than they were on Taihua. Behind them, the numbers of both ace squads were already engaged with the monsters. They'd drawn themselves into a defensive posture so that each individual's strength was unimpeded. The best from pilots from 1st and 2nd Brigade unleashed a devastating counter as the aliens descended upon them. They specialized in long-range and melee combat respectively, making the aliens fight for every inch. Few aliens even approached the ring of deadly fire, and fewer pierced it. When they did, the contingent of close-range combatants made quick work of them. After months of training, there was an unspoken but universal understanding between all brigades. These ace pilots were all 9th level and were well versed in mecha combat as well. 100 of the creatures threw themselves at the humans, and a moment later 100 alien corpses littered the poison ground. Yet, despite the relative ease, none of the soldiers were relaxed. During breaks in the fighting, their eyes scanned the horizon. In the distance, it almost looked as though the ground was rolling toward them. Scores of black dots tainted the sky,
Reinforcements.
Zeus 1 had returned to Majesty and both entered the battlefield. As the ships hovered overhead, one mecha suit after another began to tumble from the cargo bays. They rushed to meet their brothers in arms and joined the fray. From on high the scene was particularly chilling. The ground rumbled and spat out aliens in droves.
They burst from membranous cocoons, spewing caustic fluid every which way.
Though they differed drastically in size, every one of them rushed with incredible speed to the progenitor's defense.
1st and 2nd Brigade, defend the Ace Squad's outer perimeter. 3rd and 4th Brigades, reinforce and backup. Majesty and Zeus 1 are air support, fire at will. The human warriors rushed to their compatriots' aid. It was their first encounter with the monsters, but the Star Division warriors never missed a beat. The aliens were hideous and frightening to behold, but Lan Jue's charges were confident in their strength. They also knew that the core crystals from these monsters was how the exuvium process was performed. The more they got, the better position they'd be in. Lan Jue didn't need to stoke their battle fervor. They were already eager for a fight. Tang Xiao charged into battle with the unit he commanded, Squad 11, in tow. He didn't get the position due to his relationship with Lan Jue. The merits of his performance during the division's creation was evident to everyone. At his request, his sister Tangmi was also in his unit. In fact, most of his people were former members of the ARC class. Tang Xiao's mecha bore a striking resemblance with its pilot, enormous and plump. It looked a little ridiculous. No other mecha in the division could best it in terms of bulk. Squad, with me. Tang Xiao commanded. He led his people down to earth.
Lan Jue's standing command was not to come into contact with the purple swaths of ground, but not every inch was covered.
Several taller mountains rose bald over the hellscape.
Without vegetation to draw on, the aliens didn't appear interested in spreading over them.
The squad left contrails through the air as they descended to the mountain's peak. Tang Xiao chuckled as he surveyed the battlefield. Witness. Fat God, transform. Fat God, of course, being the name of his mecha suit.
Before their eyes, the soldiers watched as Tang Xiao's suit began to expand.
It went from a solid tank to something like a water balloon as it swelled. All aboard. He cackled. His soldiers were used to Tang Xiao's means and antics. Without hesitation, they each one after the other vanished into the 30-meter-wide ball of undulating metal.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 542, Tang Xiao and Jin Tao, all grown up. Chapter 542, Tang Xiao and Jin Tao, all grown up. The plump orb was perfectly round, without blemish. It wasn't long before the whole of Squad 11 was snugly fit inside. Then, the orb changed again. This time a drill head slowly appeared at its base. The entire orb began to spin, and the drill tore open a hole. Tang Xiao and the mechs within him drilled through the ground. A pair of mechanical hands at the top busily covered up the hole above it by disrupting soil. Tang Xiao and his team disappeared. Before long the aliens arrived at the mountain top. The first one to scale it was a two-headed creature, long and sleek like some sort of mutated wolf. It leapt upon the patch as disturbed earth and started to dig. However, in that moment a gear hidden within the soil shot up and buried itself in the creature's belly. The inertia from the leap and the gear's force split the monster cleanly in two. Two mangled halves collapsed to the floor. Next, another silver light flashed where Tang Xiao had been. The ground was disturbed as the light shot out, revealing itself as a long silver spear. It soared over 200 meters in the air, ultimately burying itself in the throat of an incoming flying creature. It ripped itself out and returned underground even before the alien was dead. For a moment it was still on the mountaintop. After the spear's return the ground was visibly churned. However, those odd little hands squirmed out again and smoothed out the ground to hide their location. Only Tang Xiao would fight so dirty. He had handpicked every soldier on his squad. Half of them were specialized in energy enhancement or conduction. The remainder, including Tangmi, had disciplines relating to metal. Practically everyone from the ARC class with these abilities were part of his team. The result was a unit with a special fighting style Tang Xiao called the Transformer approach. Tang Xiao manipulating himself and his mecha to serve as a protective shield for his unit. They launched attacks and kept energy levels high, while he managed the unit in general. His ability to transform assured that they were suited to any battlefield environment while giving them the element of surprise. With everyone together it was a strategy that bolstered defense and allowed them to play off one another's strengths. It was the first time the tactic was used in a real fight. During the extermination of the poison wasps Tang Xiao had been disappointed.
He didn't even have time to prepare the transformation before the fight was over. Now that he could see the payoff, he was pleased with their new style. He was an 8th level adept now. Benefiting from his fellows and the fine mecha provided by Skyfire Avenue, his tactics were solid. If one could overlook the less than honorable fighting style, they could recognize that no other squad worked better together. While these monsters weren't among the stronger breed, that didn't mean they were stupid. After 2 of their number were killed, another 7 or 8 flooded the area and discovered their wily tactic. The first of this second wave was a giant, grotesque bear. It towered 30 meters tall with arms thicker than a mecha suit. Its violet claws began to dig furiously where it had seen the spear vanish. The sun caught something metallic that flashed in the light. A blade was revealed slicing toward the beast. However, the monsters were now prepared. The alien bear roared and reared, swiping its great claws at the threat. The attack impaled one of the monster's enormous hands and stopped. Just then a second creature much like the first joined it on the mountaintop. Its first reaction was to open its maw and vomit sickening violet light that incinerated the ground. A shield plopped up from below the dirt, deflecting the burning power. Then great spikes of steel suddenly shot up from below the alien's feet like a forest of metal. They caught the monsters in their soft underbellies, killing them mid-charge. The alien's defense was strong, but these spikes were infused with Tang Zhao's discipline, as well as the aggregate power of the support adepts and the mecha's power gems. They all served to increase his damage potential. The mountain became a bristling alien graveyard. Fat God exploded out from underground. Different from when it vanished, now the orb was dotted with razor-sharp blades that stuck out in all directions like a porcupine. Whatever alien creature managed to evade the spikes was quickly mowed down by Tang Zhao the human meat grinder. The mountain was cleared in under half a minute. But the respite was brief. Before long another wave of alien creatures were rushing for the mountain top. The orb changed back to the familiar pudgy war machine before Tang Zhao led them forth to rejoin their enemy. Tang Zhao did not underestimate these creatures. They were weaker than he, but yet he plotted his tricks. Strong or weak, pirate tactics were about survival at all costs. Su Xiaosu had taught them that. The most important thing was getting back alive. It was a practice Tang Zhao could get behind. He would often seek out Xiaosu for instruction if there was nothing else to do. He might have had some ulterior motive, but if he did he was keeping it close to the vest. Because Tang Zhao was Lan Jue's student, Su Xiaosu held nothing back in her instruction. Tang Zhao learned quickly. Of course, not everyone subscribed to Tang Zhao's doctrine. There were others that preferred a more direct approach. Jin Tao's former nickname had always had an effect on him. Dumb Mutt was a moniker he both loathed and loved. For this reason, Jin Tao chose a rarely used animal-shaped mecha. His looked like a huge Tibetan mastiff. The mastiff was a mysterious animal from former era China, the most powerful of its species. Fully grown alphas were said to be able to take on lions. They were almost entirely extinct now, but Jin Tao had been fascinated with them since he was a child. When the chance came to choose his mecha, he knew exactly what he wanted. It was 15 meters long and half as tall, and stocky. Its head was covered in plate armor that could be used for both attack and defense. The alloy claws bristling from its 4 paws were the mecha's strongest weapons. While piloting he also employed his own discipline to transform. In this way he could more completely meld with the suit. There were specific differences between piloting a beast mecha and a humanoid one. Humanoid mechas required input, whereas beast mechas were controlled by the movement of the pilot's body. It was more direct, but the requirements demanded of a pilot's body were much higher. It was perfect for Jin Tao. He was also squad leader, though circumstances were different. He wasn't as strong as the others, but his ferocity on the field was unparalleled. In a mecha he was better than most, and was particularly adept at head-on fights. So, even though he and his team were low on 1st Brigade's totem pole, Jin Tao was a solid leader. Unlike Tang Zhao, his team wasn't only made of ARC students. All of them were like him, with disciplines mimicking beasts of prey. Each of them also piloted beast-shaped mechas, just like their squad leader, which made them a unique part of the division. When they spotted the aliens coming, 2nd Division reacted with a flurry of ranged attacks. Jin Tao and his Squad 31 were the first ones to charge the line. Long-range attackers needed melee support to keep them protected. Even though Jin Tao and his crew piloted animal mechs, every suit provided to the Star Division had the power of flight. He named his own suit Black Gold, after the two-tone color scheme it sported. The mechanical mastiff sprouted a pair of small wings which lifted it into the air and toward their foes. The first volley trickled and stopped. In its aftermath were scores of dead alien beasts. Their enemies weren't given a chance to catch their breath before Jin Tao and his squad were on them. a monster that looked like a massive bird swooped down to meet them.
Its razor-sharp beak whistled through the air, right for Black Gold's head. Transformed, even the aura pouring from Jin Tao was different.
A wild, feral sense followed in his wake as he shot up to meet the creatures with a swiping right claw.
Bang! The claw knocked the beak away, leaving enough space for the flying dog machine to swing around and grab a hold of the giant bird's back.
The beast had the advantage in size and strength, but Black Gold was too fast and Jin Tao's resolve was too strong. Black Gold's great claws shimmered a dark gold and with a mighty swipe, separated the bird's head from its body.
Errant spurts of dark violet fluid spewed all through the air.
Jin Tao carefully evaded, and leapt from the beast's back into the air. He immediately started toward his next target. The mangled corpse of his first victim tumbled to earth and made contact with a sickening splat. But below, a different monster had chosen Jin Tao as its next meal. It leapt into the air, groping for him with its hulking arms. Black Gold spun in midair to avoid the rush while simultaneously swiping at the arm with its back legs.
The force kicked the arm away and Jin Tao shot for the hideous baboon it belonged to.
1. They're also vicious, territorial, and largely illegal in the cities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 543, Righteous Protogenia. Chapter 543, Righteous Protogenia.
If one had to describe Jin Tao's fighting style, one word would suffice: insane.
The others in his crew weren't any better.
They were like a pride of lions, tearing apart any alien beast that crossed their path.
They didn't move on to the next until the first one was a bloody mess.
The unyielding pack of animals and the aid of the other brigades made it impossible for the aliens to advance. Everywhere they turned, destruction awaited. The fighting reached a fever pitch. For every alien that was killed, 10 more took its place.
It was like the entire planet was rising against them.
They were certainly deficient in numbers, but each fighter was prepared and well-trained. They were strong, and though their fighting wasn't as cohesive as a normal military division, they relied on individual strength to advance and their mecha-suit for defense.
Majesty and Zeus One were also integral as they soared overhead.
Whenever the beast seemed about to overrun the soldiers, one or several beams of light would crash down and obliterate great waves of them.
3rd and 4th Brigade were now in the fight.
They were there to shore up the weaker parts of their defensive line against being flanked or overpowered.
The best way to learn about war was to participate in it. They needn't worry about morality against these foes.
They would not surrender or plead for their lives. No one held back or harbored regrets.
This disregard allowed them to fight like demons.
Aside from the ARC students, one would be hard-pressed to find an Avenue Adept who didn't have at least some battle experience. They had the benefit of exquisite training and air support, and none of these creatures were overly difficult.
Star Division didn't seem to have anything to fear. All of this was even before considering the paragon that flew among them. The gourmet, the pharmacist, and all 4 brigade leaders was the backbone of their strange company. When Lan Jue created the division, he did so with the core principle that they must be invincible. They could not be allowed to lose or morale would suffer. If spirits remained high, their progress would be quick, but that required victory. Insubordination, despite Lan Jue's fears, was not an issue. Everyone worked well together, and they were only getting better with time. Squad leaders were effective in keeping their people in line. The Star Division's cohesive force was starting to show. Of course, Lan Jue had not anticipated the appearance of their true enemy. Thankfully, none were as strong as the beasts he'd encountered on Taihua, but that didn't mean they were out of the proverbial woods. Enough ants could take down an elephant, and these things were much larger than ants. Still, he was pleased with what he was seeing. Lan Jue ordered Majesty to patrol overhead and monitor the situation. He commanded the ship to engage if any sign of stronger enemies were spotted. Meanwhile, the progenitor's tentacles continued their wild assault.
Wherever the pharmacist's swords chopped one down, another took its place. They seemed endless.
What's more, the violet creatures that were killed within the 6 zone were quickly consumed and used to creature reinforcements.
He left Majesty and Zeus One handle it from here. He turned to the gourmet at his side.
Alright, that's good enough.
The 3 powerful adepts were in no hurry to deal with the progenitor.
First, Lan Jue wanted his soldiers to experience the enemy.
They had to become familiar with the beasts they were trying to eradicate. Analysts were also busy getting all the information they could to make future encounters easier.
I'll do it,
the pharmacist exclaimed.
Lan Jue turned to her.
All right. At first he'd planned to go in himself, but the pharmacist was just as well. He wanted to save the gourmet as a trump card in case there were any stronger aliens lying in wait.
The pharmacist's mecha split as its chest plate opened.
A beam of light issued forth and deposited the powerful adept in midair. The myriad swords she'd summoned returned to her like rivers to an ocean. The pharmacist adopting a fighting stance, hands in front of her. As the swords approached, they tried to overlay one another and occupy the same space. As they combined, the 10-meter-long sword began to swell. With every copy it consumed, the sword's aura became more oppressive. It bore a sharpness that filled the area with the promise of destruction. The progenitor's tentacles were suddenly hesitant to engage. From the weapon's point, a beam of light issued up toward the heavens, and the sword began to rise higher. The woman's eyes were alive with scenes of the cosmos, and then her sweet voice called to the sword.
Banish the demons.
A rune was scrawled in light at her back, burning against the darkness. Motes of errant light began to gather around her sword. The next moment it was off, leaving behind a glimmering afterimage. Night had fallen on Tempest, but was assailed and split by a beam of light. Oxysis, headed right for the progenitor, the creature appeared to know the danger and writhed grotesquely.
Its flailing tentacles did everything they could to try and keep the sword at bay. But it was fruitless. A wake of smoldering fire and shimmering starlight was left behind in the sword's passage. The 200-meter-long weapon carved through the night sky, ultimately burying itself in the monstrous bud and disappearing. Time seemed to stand still.
The creatures below were suddenly racked with convulsions.
Combat slowly ceased.
The soldiers could feel the tremendous power radiating from overhead and lifted their eyes. Many of them could only stare in wonder.
This power. Protogenia. Lan Jue could feel the purity of it, like she was molding the essence of protogenia.
She wasn't a paragon, but she had long ago come to comprehend her own protogenia. It was the first time he'd seen her use it.
Righteousness.
Yes, the pharmacist's power was virtue, a righteous heart. The universe is possessed of righteousness, which it bestows upon the myriad creatures. From the lowest rivers to the loftiest mountains, from the basest life to the soaring stars. In men it is called integrity, and it permeates everything.
1. No wonder.
No wonder she was accepted by the deadly Oxysis.
I relied on that righteousness and an invincible heart.
Just then, several glossy beams of light shot from the wound left behind by Oxysis. It spread throughout and began to burst forth in blazing fissures. As the creature's exterior was ripped apart, the star-like brilliance within drawing every eye. Within the bud was a second creature, but markedly differing from the others. Instead of being some towering beast, this one was roughly shape of a man.
Albeit a stubby, bloated man.
Its arms were noticeably shorter than you'd expect, and thick. They managed with some effort to lift the pharmacist's glittering sword. The creature's whole body shimmered with a crystalline violet light, absent the sickening quality of its children.
Something flickered within its chest, visible only occasionally. Black, writhing veins ran up and down the length of its stunted legs.
That must be how it sustained itself, and the black substance nutrition from its surroundings.
EY.
The pharmacist blinked in surprise. She raised her right hand in preparation to strike it down, when suddenly Lan Jue cried out.
Wait. Thor was gone in a flash.
It shot through the air in a golden burst of lightning and reappeared in front of the progenitor. The beast continued to struggle, keeping Oxysis at bay. Sparks of violet became more erratic and intense as the fight went on. Thor came closer and was able to pick out more detail. Compared with the mecha, this crystalline beast was much larger. It looked weak physically, but the waves of power radiating from it were fierce and powerful. Normal attacks likely wouldn't do it much harm. Thor swept its enormous sword, issuing forth a boom of sharp energy.
The blast crossed the distance quickly, but the alien wasn't its target.
Instead it screamed through the air toward the black veins extending from the creature's legs. When they collided, many of the pulsing veins were blown apart.
Great geysers of purple-black fluid were flung into the air.
A corona of golden electric light buzzed around Thor, burning away any of the fluid before it made contact.
Suddenly, without support, the beast appeared on the verge of collapse.
It was brought to its knees and the crackling light burned even fiercer.
Sister! Lan Jue called out. The pharmacist knew what he was going to say.
Thor reeled back, then plunged its mammoth blade toward the progenitor's chest. However, when it made contact, Lan Jue was surprised to find how sturdy its flesh was.
His sword couldn't penetrate. An irritated grunt huffed from the mecha.
Under Lan Jue's control, Thor exploded with golden light that extended through its weapon. All of the electric energy concentrated at the tip until it blazed brighter than a sun.
Crack! At last the beast's skin split and the golden blade slipped through.
In that instant, the 7 stars affixed to the Oxysis glowed.
Starlight flooded the beleaguered monster until it detonated into a fine dust.
Floating amidst the cloud of ruined progenitor was an orb of gold. The remnants of Thor's piercing sword. The ground below was a ruin. After Lan Jue cut away the creature's arteries, the beast below had all toppled, dead. Their bodies melted away into the violet landscape. Thor blasted high over the battlefield. The mecha flipped its sword and the tip landed squarely in its palm, along with something else. 1. A line lifted from something called the Song of Righteousness, which near as I can tell was a manual for living a righteous life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 544, Another Vital Crystal. Chapter 544, Another Vital Crystal. Lan Jue brought Thor back to hover by the gourmet and pharmacist.
The pharmacist was back in her suit and her 7-star sword had vanished in a flash of light. Cries of victory rang across the battlefield, filled with crazed enthusiasm. They had seen the alien progenitor destroyed in spectacular and shocking fashion. Every soldier was brimming with pride. Lan Jue's voice addressed them through a universal communication channel. We have slain a progenitor and earned an alien core for the Star Division.
He punctuated the declaration by thrusting Thor's robotic hand into the air.
Behind the glimmering light was a crystal roughly 30 centimeters in diameter.
It was surrounded by an undulating halo of violet light. An alien core. Quite the treasure after only their second fight, how could they not be excited? One step closer to the exuvium process. However, not everyone was pleased. The gourmet, Lan Jue, and the pharmacist were dour. This progenitor wasn't overpowering. It couldn't stand up to the full might of the pharmacist.
However, making the pharmacist employ her full strength was telling enough.
In terms of human equivalency, the progenitor was probably akin to a peak-level adept. I got the feeling it was still gestating.
This time, Lan Jue's words were reserved for the 2 squad leaders with him. The pharmacist replied.
I think so, too.
The dark arteries we severed were providing it energy from the planet. That would mean the bud was its cocoon or egg, and the crystal monster inside was the product. That is to say, it was strong but not a mature progenitor.
But if that's true, how terrifying would a fully grown one be?
It was her first time seeing these monsters face to face, and what she discovered shook her confidence. This one was affixed to the planet as well, and couldn't compare to the destructive powers of the ones that took out the North's 7th Fleet. Not to mention they had the capabilities to fight in deep space.
Obviously they hadn't seen how strong these things could ultimately get. From the recordings, everyone had seen the 3 alien planets and what they could do.
It was the stuff of nightmares.
The gourmet added his voice. We need to alert Skyfire Avenue right away. We'll send back all the data we've collected, too. Now that we've found one out here, I'm sure there will be others.
The shattered starfields lies right at the heart of human-occupied space.
If they can be here, then they can hit us anywhere.
I shudder to think.
Absolutely, Lan Jue agreed. Let's sweep the planet and see if there are any more of them here. This is the 3rd time these things and I've crossed paths. I can sense something. These smaller aliens, the hundreds we fought, aren't really aliens. They're perverted life created from the planet's energies. Mutations that heavily favor genetic traits of survivability. Note that when we fought them they could attack and defend, but didn't have any higher order of intelligence. Outwardly they look different, but really they're just skin deep. They are real living things, they're more like puppets. That's likely why they don't have cores.
The situation we found on Taihua was very similar. I killed countless monsters there and none of them had one. It was only once the wine master killed the progenitor hidden there that we got it. Now the monsters there were much stronger, and that's probably because of how much life there was on that planet.
All the more for the progenitor to use in its gestation.
It seems as though a progenitor lands and uses its own DNA to create these puppets.
They, in turn, assist in devouring the planet's life.
I don't really have any way to confirm this theory, but that's how I think the true aliens take over a planet.
The gourmet's response was low and thoughtful. It makes sense.
We don't know a lot yet, but we're bound to learn more as contact increases.
Send your theory back to the Avenue along with the other data for analysis. We need to prioritize bringing back a specimen. 3rd Brigade is already collecting samples.
Good, Lan Jue agreed. Lan Jue's communicator buzzed.
It was Zeus 1. Boss. Mika's voice greeted him. Yeah, what's up?
He replied.
The infected area has started retreating. A quick look showed that it leaves barren land behind.
Judging by its current speed, it should all disappear within a day.
All right, he said. Lan Jue then hung up and hailed Majesty.
Xiaosu, take Majesty on a quick scout of the planet and see if there are any more violet areas.
Search the oceans as well. No stone unturned.
Aye, she answered.
Majesty's radar was broader and more sensitive. It was well suited for seeking out any more foes. 1st, 2nd, and 4th Brigade set about searching the immediate area for any monsters that may have slipped through the cracks. They also kept an eye out for any indication of another progenitor. 3rd Brigade continued to gather specimens for research. However, it wasn't long before 3rd Brigade ran into a problem. Any sample they removed would immediately crumble to dust. Lifeless, drained dust.
In fact, the only thing they managed to hold on to were fragments of the arteries which were feeding the adolescent progenitor.
Everything else defied their efforts.
Experts from the brigade in botany and zoology concluded that the bogs were created when the alien introduced a substance that bonded with living material. Once the alien was killed and that substance deprived, the world quickly returned to normal. In the end, they had to be content with whatever they could box up.
Any clue was a small victory. Majesty made 2 circuits around Tempest, ultimately confirming that all alien life was extinguished. Tempest's scans were clear of everything. The Desert Tempest pirate clan seemed to have vanished into thin air.
It was noted, though, that the battleship they were reported to have was nowhere to be seen, even though there were several more ships still in the hangars.
Sadly, they were too corroded for use.
Their consolation prize came when scans picked up the pirates' treasure cache.
It was buried underground, as pirates seemed to prefer, in an underground warehouse. It was protected by thick alloy walls.
There were signs of damage as well, but not as extensive.
Soldiers estimated it would take 10 direct hits from a battleship to pierce those walls. There had to be something good in there. Of course, where a battleship failed, Oxysis would not. It wasn't the sharpest of the banishing blades, but a godly weapon nonetheless.
Warehouse walls were not a problem. When the pharmacist was done, the Desert Tempest pirates' greatest treasures were revealed to them. Tang Xiao, as Lan Jue's disciple and a squad leader, had come over to observe. When he saw what was inside, his first reaction was to blurt out, "Space piracy pays damn well." His comment earned a number of sidelong glances, but that was just until they saw the riches for themselves. The cache was more than 10 times the size of the Poison Wasp clans. Advantages of being an established pirate clan. The first thing to draw the eye was the 50 mecha suits, perfectly maintained, standing in solemn silence. Star Division soldiers were spoiled, but they still recognized quality when they saw it. Crates of weapons were stashed nearby.
Lan Jue couldn't help but look impressed. The Desert Tempest was strong.
In the end, though, the alien was stronger.
Its strategy was insidious, hiding until its strength was gathered, then attacking without warning.
By the time they sensed something wasn't right, it was already too late.
The pirates had all their gadgets pointed at space and weren't defended against an enemy from within. Their hubris ultimately led to their doom.
Yet, there were still questions. They were an established pirate clan, but this made them seem weak. They should have had no less than 500 mecha pilots. Assuming they could mount a defense, it wouldn't have been too difficult to get all their ships off the ground.
Under circumstances like that, could they have really been so easily obliterated? Lan Jue pondered the troubling question as he led the others into the warehouse.
A section was reserved for stacks of power gems, meticulously organized. The fist-sized stones pulsed with enough energy to power a standard mecha for 3 hours.
Best guess, there were 2,000 of them here.
This was a good day's work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 545, Another Fortune. Chapter 545, Another Fortune.
Several boxes were stacked in the far reaches of the warehouse, surrounded by non-perishable foods. When the boxes were opened, they found them filled to the brim with more power gems.
The majority were C rank.
2 of the crates were B-ranked gems, and only a handful were A-ranked. From where Lan Jue was standing, it looked like the costs for sending out the Star Division had already been recouped. The shattered starfields were 2 pirate clans poorer, and they were sitting on a good haul.
These gems and suits would fetch an excellent price. Commander!
The bartender hurried over to his side.
Lan Jue nodded. The bartender continued with a wry chuckle. The Desert Tempest were being bankrolled by the North.
I did some digging and found traces of serial numbers on the mechas that hadn't been completely filed off. They were all manufactured in the North.
500 suits is a whole lot. How could they manage it without someone high up in the government to help them out? They're good suits, too, standard kit for Northern infantry. 20 of them are upgraded versions we can probably use. The driver interjected. The heavy suits are suited for long range, those should go to 2nd Brigade. You can divvy the rest among yourselves.
Shameless, the coffee master complained.
No one saw him approach. What use are the others except to sell? You treacherous bastard.
The driver snickered.
Slander.
The desire comes making the best use of the equipment we find.
2nd Brigade is specialized in long-ranged attack. It makes sense that they should go to us.
We'll spread the wealth later, Lan Jue ordered.
Get everything on the ships.
Lan Jue had practically abused his relationship with the wine master, extorting him for the best equipment available. Among that were interdimensional storage arrays to collect and store their booty. These pockets of space between realities weren't simple to create. It wasn't a matter of money or power gems. One needed a high-level adept skilled in the discipline to set them up. The wine master was just such an adept. In fact, aside from the Cosmogus ant, there was no human alive with more command of interdimensional space. Lan Jue had no qualms tapping that resource. So, even though this warehouse was full to bursting, moving everything to their own coffers would not be a problem.
3rd Brigade was put in charge of organizing transport.
As they exited the warehouse, the pharmacist addressed her commander.
This place seems as good as any. Will you join with them here?
He knew she meant the sword spirits Zhou Qianlin and Shen Yuan Shishir. But Lan Jue shook his head.
No. I still sense something isn't right. This isn't the best place for it. The amount of treasure they have suggests their crew is larger than we thought.
They have to have more than 1,500 pirates. Populations always grow over time as families are made, then pair that with the level of infrastructure. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more than 10,000 people here, wives and kids included.
You don't get to be that big without having your systems complete. That means that even if the alien caught them unprepared, they would still be able to fight back.
Yet, there's no signs of struggle.
Their battleship is also conspicuously absent. It's not right.
The pharmacist was a smart woman.
She picked up on his concerns right away.
So you're saying there's another alien?
One that can fight in space and shot the battleship down? Lan Jue nodded. That's why Majesty is still airborne. Consider the progenitor we fought. If the beasts and bog come from it, where did it come from? Who brought the seed of the alien here to gestate? Whatever did must be powerful to make the trip here from those alien planets.
It's likely that alien is still around, and that's what destroyed the Desert Tempest pirate clan. The pharmacist nodded thoughtfully.
It's as good a theory as any. If you don't plan to join here, then where? Other planets aren't sure to be safe either.
The starfields are full of pirates and we can't be sure what we'll run into.
Lan Jue put her at ease. We'll do the joining here, just not now. First let's make sure everyone's safe.
The pharmacist frowned.
The universe is vast. We can't be sure another alien is here or will come back.
Lan Jue offered a placating smile.
We don't need absolute proof, just stick to the plan. We establish a temporary base here to rest and resupply.
Then we radiate outward, picking off the smaller clans.
First let's make sure we get the base up and running, then we can revisit the issue. If the carrier alien returns it won't hesitate to attack and we'll need to be ready.
Once we know we can defend ourselves, the joining can continue. A pretty smile stretched her lips.
Fine. The wisdom of experience. Don't worry, I'll guard your back no matter what. Just let another one of those things dare attack.
I'll handle it, and we'll have another core to add to the collection. He nodded, however a mysterious look flit behind his eyes. What he didn't share was the question of what they would do if the carrier alien attacked from orbit.
Zeta.
It didn't take long for Star Division to establish a base of operations. A lot of the infrastructure from the Desert Tempest remained.
Although damaged by corrosion, some equipment could still be used.
They also installed the radar system from the poison wasps. Most of the work was done by a host of construction droids which got the job done in no time. Zeus 1 was docked at base, but Majesty was nowhere to be found.
In fact, even brigade commanders weren't told where it had gone.
They were busy setting up the base on Tempest. After several long flights and 2 battles, everyone was tired.
Tempest was a planet not hostile to life.
The oxygen content was lower than human were accustomed to, but a few puffs from an oxygen tank now and again was enough to stave off hypoxia. The food they'd pillaged from the warehouse became their dinner and the base's interior became a hive of activity.
Space travel wasn't a new experience for these soldiers, but only a few of them were ever involved in plundering.
It was a novel experience for most. Their victories and riches fresh in mind, the base was filled with sounds of joy. Lan Jue stood on the second-story balcony of a building, looking out into the distance.
He had an arm wrapped around Qianlin. Qianlin's eyes stared blankly at nothing.
She stood there like a beautiful statue. Occasionally Lan Jue would straighten her wind-tousled hair or stroke her bright face.
A look of contentment filled his face. Qianlin's condition was steadily improving.
A lot of what was once impossible, she could now do with only a little help. It helped save Lan Jue a lot of effort in caring for her. Still, he never left her alone for more than a moment. Other than official duties or battle, he was by her side. She still couldn't talk or respond to him in any way, but Lan Jue felt enriched by her presence.
"Are you ready?"
A voice called to him from behind.
Lan Jue turned his head.
Jun Yangye and Shen Yuan Shishir had arrived. They were both dressed in breeze-white garb.
Lan Jue looked at them, then looked at Qianlin by his side. "I've been ready."
"Then we must begin as soon as possible."
Both men flickered with a faint, ethereal light.
As sword spirits, the chance to bond with a master and embark on a new era of life was the most exciting prospect. It was preferred over fading into nothing.
Lan Jue led Qianlin back into the room.
Inside, the pharmacist was already waiting, along with all of 1st Brigade's ace squad. Soundlessly they fanned out to protect the room from without. The pharmacist remained.
The gourmet wasn't present, since his responsibility was to watch for any signs of the alien.
For now the base was the site of widespread celebration, but that was on the surface. The soldiers were ever wary, and now that the base was established they could react at any moment. The pharmacist offered a stern reminder. Open your body and heart as much as you can. No matter the pain you experience, keep your mind sharp and your willpower firm.
Lose control for a moment and it will fail. Fail and your body will suffer the consequences. Do you understand? Lan Jue nodded.
He took Qianlin's hand, and the two of them walked to the center of the room. He turned to face her and then, looking deep into her eyes, leaned in for a gentle kiss. Her pink, plump lips were infatuating.
Lan Jue's eyes were full of love.
The pharmacist turned away, just enough so they were out of view. She couldn't stand to watch these public signs of affection. Her pained heart inevitably wondered if she would ever see that familiar silhouette again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.